The reason for getting started was actually pretty simple. Looking at the game's banner, people started talking about how the game's quality is just mind-blowing. Hey, will we even be able to play other games once this one comes out? It's going to be absolutely amazing. Looking at the game's banner, which was posted on a building, the guy thought, no matter which way you look at it, it's just mind-blowing. It really is that much fun. After watching the trailer for the game, which is set to be released soon, people were impressed and started talking. The trailers are top-notch. I played it a few days ago. The graphics are mind-blowing. Standing on the sidelines and listening to the excitement, I want to try it as soon as possible. Do you want to play together next time? The guy said without taking his eyes off the screen. This is a masterpiece. There are so many different games in the world, ranging from those that have existed for millennia to those that represent the pinnacle of modern science, virtual reality games. And the goal of such a wide variety of games is just one: fun. Gamers are usually divided into two types depending on what they mean by the word fun. A hardcore gamer is someone who finds only victory in a game to be fun. Sitting at the computer and losing the game, the player shouted, "What the hell is this noob doing here? This is an important raid. If you screw up, we'll all lose." On the other side of the gaming world is the casual gamer, who doesn't care whether he wins the game. After finishing the game, the guy smiled happily and exclaimed, "Finally." To which his friend remarked, "Hey, you lousy troll. Let's play something else." The casual gamer plays as much as he wants. Trolling is so much fun, while the hardcore gamer is the most valuable player, a top-tier ranker who doesn't troll. I wonder what would happen if these two types of gamers played together. They'll never get along no matter what, but what if these two have to play together until they reach the end? Smiling cheerfully, the guy said, "Sometimes the only thing left for us is to close our eyes and go with the flow." "Yeah, bro," his brother replied upon hearing the question. "What did I do wrong in my past life that I have to suffer like this?" Taking his seat in the gaming capsule, the guy said in amazement, "Wow, this chair is so comfortable. Well, let's go." This is the story of a hardcore gamer who strives to become the strongest player, and it begins right now. Kim Jong-hoon is 23 years old. Like most people in their 20s, he likes games. He's what you might call a casual gamer, since he jumps from one game to another. Covering his face with his hand and sighing heavily, Kim Jong-hoon thought, well, there are so many fun games in the world that I want to enjoy. Continuing his thoughts, Kim Jong-hoon, sitting in his gaming capsule, added to himself, and that game was called Real Fantasy. As far as I remember, I played it for about half a year. About 6 months ago, a game development company released the world's first virtual reality game. 11 years in development, and $1 million invested in the release of the MMORPGs. Given the long development period and the investment, the game was released as a blockbuster, just as everyone expected. And it was a complete failure. Exactly 1 year after that incident, an unknown company launched this game. Staring at the monitor in front of him, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in amazement, "It's true, just as the rumors said. There's no description of the game, no company credits, and yet the game was released anyway. What a wonderful way to go bankrupt. I wonder if it's because I started playing before everyone else. At first it didn't interest me, but now everything is different." 6 months ago, Kim Jong-hoon was distraught over some incidents in his life. After about 3 months, he came to his senses and started playing games again. Sitting in the cafeteria and waiting for his food, Kim Jong-hoon heard someone shout from the hall, "Hey, what's that? Oh my god, what is that?" News broke that a gamer had died while playing. Shocking news. A gamer had died while playing a virtual reality game. Recalling this incident and feeling a certain unease, Kim Jong-hoon said, "I feel a little uncomfortable, but I'm not one of those gamers who eat and drink while playing. Still, it'll be fine, right? If I die while playing, what will I become in my next life?" Finishing these thoughts, Kim Jong-hoon put on his virtual reality goggles and said, "Oh, it doesn't matter what I'm thinking about. It's all nonsense. Let's go." Finding himself in virtual reality, Kim Jong-hoon set off into another world, looking around at everything and exclaiming thoughtfully, "Wow, this is just amazing." The next moment, glancing at his hand and deciding to test his senses in this world, Kim Jong-hoon slapped himself in the face and cried out in pain. Beginning to rub his bruised cheeks after testing his senses, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Damn, that hurts." Soon, upon seeing two creatures in front of him holding a sign that read, "We are the developers, Lhasa," Kim Jong-hoon thought, how realistic. Even the aliens look like the real thing. Resting his hand on his chin after what he'd seen, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, compared to this game, real life is total crap. Later, upon seeing a slot machine nearby, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in amazement, "I can't believe my eyes." Freezing in place after what he saw, the guy said in surprise, "This really is a slot machine, isn't it?" Walking up to the slot machine and beginning to examine it closely, the guy said, "There are no buttons here, but at least there's a coin slot." Continuing to search for the coin slot on the slot machine, Kim Jong-hoon said, "It's interesting, with this I'll be able to get a spirit companion." In the spirit companion system, before the game begins, the player must choose a spirit companion by drawing a token from the machine. That's why people say about the Last Savior's spirit companion system that luck is your best friend here. All of Last Savior's content begins and ends with drawing a token. So this is a game where fate depends on luck. Realizing that everything here would depend solely on luck, Kim Jong-hoon said to me, "I don't like this," and then recalled the nightmares from his past associated with failures. Leaning against the gacha machine after recalling his bad luck, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, of course settling the score is more convenient, but considering how much money I've spent on this game? Continuing to look at the slot machine, Kim Jong-hoon added in his head, and yet in this class it's the fairest choice if you compare it to other similar games. Glancing at the slot machine screen, Kim Jong-hoon said, 10 out of 10, 10 times in a row, 100 times total, I can't afford more. Each person gets only one account that uses iris recognition, and resetting the account is prohibited. Continuing his thoughts on what he was facing, Kim Jong-hoon thought, even if money isn't a problem, what about luck? Either way, the massive penalty all comes down to how lucky I'll be. Reaching out to the screen where it read, draw your spirit companion by lot. All you have to do is look at it, Kim Jong-hoon said. But since I haven't settled in yet, I'll be completing objectives in the Lassi events. Touching the screen, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. Welcome. I hope luck is on my side. As you know, there are two main types of rewards, choosing a spirit and skills. No matter how many stars you draw, the total sum of the two drawn lots will be 10. Demonstrating the possible combinations, the system displayed player comments. You understand that I specifically chose a 1-star spirit paired with a 9-star skill, after which a good gamer, one who gets off to a good start, added, however, I can assure you that you're bound to draw a wonderful spirit. Looking at the notification, Kim Jong-un said thoughtfully, a wonderful spirit, so there's nothing special about it. I'll make my choice first. The next moment, after receiving a notification that read, system keyword inventory available, Kim Jong-un said, inventory. Peering inside and seeing gold coins there, Kim Jong-un reached for them and said happily, these are lottery coins, right? Recalling the rarity of the best spirit companions, Kim Jong-un said, if I get a high-rank spirit companion, the skill will likely be weak, maybe starting at 6 stars. As he inserted the coin into the gacha machine, the boy happily added, you can count the number of 9-star kinship spirits on your fingers. Feeling sweat trickle down his face before using the gacha machine, Kim Jong-un thought to himself, why am I so nervous? After dropping a coin into the gacha machine and pulling the lever, Kim Jong-un, upon receiving his reward, exclaimed in amazement, this is insane. Looking at the golden orb he had received, Kim Jong-un said, if the orb is golden, then it's probably a 7-star spirit. Smiling wildly after receiving the wonderful prize, Kim Jong-un said, wow, I'm definitely not dreaming. It's so easy to get a 7-star spirit. The next moment, joining the group chat, Kim Jong-un started typing, guys, I got a 7-star spirit on my first try out of 10. Cool, right? Receiving replies like, it doesn't hurt to dream. Why don't you just say you won the lottery, you idiot? Provide proof. Screenshot? I've heard of such things. Kim Jong-un said indignantly, you idiots. The next moment, approaching the sphere and reaching out his hand toward it, Kim Jong-un said, to hell with that. There are much more important things right now. Let me take a closer look. As far as I understand, someone should appear from the sphere. Touching the sphere and seeing several heroes before him, Kim Jong-un said in amazement, whoa, are these the candidates for the role of my kindred spirit? Well, let's see. Approaching the first candidate, Kim Jong-un saw Durkin, a 1-star military leader of the Ash Wolf, a 2nd-rank mercenary and leader of the Ash Wolf mercenary group. He had worked in Hallis, a small state on the Ryoan continent, and was an experienced soldier who would make an excellent assistant for the player. After that, he said, so that's how it works. Nothing special. You won't surprise me with that. After assessing the first candidate, Kim Jong-un smiled slyly and, turning to the rest of the candidates, exclaimed, my little ones, I believe in you. Touching the 2 golden orbs he had left, Kim Jong-un summoned the other 2 kindred spirits, who were Jojo 7 stars and Roland 7 stars. After assessing the appearance of the 2 characters he had received to choose from, Kim Jong-un covered his face with his hands and said, they both look so cool. They both look absolutely incredible. Who on earth should I choose then? After receiving a message from another player that read, wow, you got Jojo? Congrats on the divine character. And Roland, you got the perfect 7-star spirit. Kim Jong-un shouted angrily, so which one is better? I shouldn't have read these messages. They've made me even more uncertain. The next moment, clenching his lips between his teeth, Kim Jong-un said thoughtfully, what if none of them is better? Glancing at his supply of coins for the next spins, Kim Jong-un chuckled slyly and walked back to the slot machine. Imagining the situation that would happen to him after carrying out his plan, Kim Jong-un said to himself, no matter which character I get, if I put in the rest of my coins, the spirits I have now will disappear, and that's a bad idea. Pulling out another token and holding it up before his eyes, the boy thought to himself with joy, but there's one thing, who am I? I'm Kim Jong-un, and what matters most to me is enjoying the game. Passing by the 2 7-starred spirit relatives he had managed to summon, Kim Jong-un said, I apologize to both of you. The next moment, ignoring the remark that you're not rational, just a gambler, Kim Jong-un said, well, let's think about this rationally. Today I'm really going to get lucky. Getting ready to try his luck once more, Kim Jong-un swung the coin and exclaimed, luck is definitely on my side today. Let's go for the 9 stars. After several consecutive failures, Kim Jong-un, standing by the slot machine, muttered discontentedly, screw this game. The next moment, turning his back to the slot machine and lifting his head up, the young man exclaimed, how could everything have gone so wrong? I gave up the spirits with 7 stars, and in exchange received only those with 1, 2, 3, and 4 stars. Falling to his knees and shedding a manly tear, the young man thought sadly, there's no one to blame here but myself, who made that choice. Picking up another coin to test his luck, Kim Jong-un said, if it's all over like this, all I can do is move on and just start playing. After one more try at the slot machine, Kim Jong-un exclaimed in amazement, this time, looking closely at the strangely colored ball, Kim Jong-un said in surprise, wait a minute, judging by the fact that they gave me a good option this time, they must have at least some conscience. Looking at the first of the available options, Kim Jong-un said thoughtfully, a kindred spirit with 6 stars. Clearly a knight of the round table. Right, maybe I should just choose him. The next moment, shifting his gaze to another candidate, Kim Jong-un said in surprise, and who is this? 0 stars. Kang Jin-ho. Beginning to examine with fascination the person presented to him as a choice, Kim Jong-un added in astonishment, obviously he's dressed in modern clothes. How can someone who so closely resembles a modern person act as a spirit guide? Glancing at the system window to review the information, Kim Jong-un said, could this be a bug? This is definitely strange. Continuing to stare at the candidate for the role of a kindred spirit, Kim Jong-un said, have I seen this person before? Why does he look so familiar? Exhaling with relief as he looked at the system window, Kim Jong-un said, yeah, definitely a bug, when suddenly he received a notification that read, 0 stars. Kang Jin-ho. This kindred spirit has no special skills or description, the type of player who breaks the rules. Freezing in place after reviewing the system notifications, Kim Jong-un thought, whether it's fantasy or action, one thing remains constant. No matter the genre, the phrase rule breaker can never mean anything bad. Having decided in his mind that there was nothing else to choose from, Kim Jong-un exclaimed, I choose the spirit with 0 stars. After which he received a notification. You confirm that the ancestral spirit Kang Jin-ho is your final choice. After confirming his choice and seeing that something was happening with Kang Jin-ho, Kim Jong-un thought, he's awake. I wonder what kind of person my ancestral spirit is. Coming to his senses and seeing Kim Jong-un in front of him, the ancestral spirit immediately exclaimed, damn it, what kind of nonsense is this? Resting his hand on his chin, Kang Jin-ho said thoughtfully, so you're saying you've chosen me as your kindred spirit? Is that right? Trying to gather his thoughts after everything he'd heard, the young man said, "My name is Kim Jong-hoon. Of course, you can talk to me casually. No need to be so formal, bro." The next moment, hearing his kindred spirit say, "Wait, this is all very strange. I was just playing a game until now. What's going on?" Kim Jong-hoon thought, "I should be the one who's surprised. There must have been a glitch in Lassie that broke the rules, damn it." Finishing his thoughts, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. You're probably a bug. Maybe we should roll the dice again." Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's words, Kang Jin-ho asked, "What are you talking about? I saw a notification in the window saying that I'm the one breaking the rules with 0 stars. That means the Lassie system recognizes me as a kindred spirit. There's no such thing as a bug in Lassie." After listening to the comments from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon said nervously, "I'm sorry, but it's obviously a bug. I can't believe a user can turn into an NPC overnight. How can you say this isn't a bug?" After receiving a question from the player, Kang Jin-ho said to me, "This is the first time this has happened to me, but I know it's not a ban. I'm sure of it because..." Folding his hands in front of him, Kang Jin-ho confidently exclaimed, "I'm one of the developers of Lhasa, the player who's played this game longer than anyone else." Hearing the self-assured shouts of a kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, "What should I do? It looks like I've run into some kind of nutcase." The next moment, upon hearing from Kang Jin-ho what the matter was, he added in his mind, "I didn't expect that reaction. He's definitely lost his mind." Realizing something was off, Kim Jong-hoon threw his hands up and thought, "Oh man, I don't know anything. I need to hurry up and get out of this game so I can eat." After which he exclaimed, "All right, I guess it's time for me to go to bed early so I can watch the championship final at dawn." Hearing that Kim Jong-hoon was in a hurry, Kang Jin-ho rested his hand on his chin and said, "It can't be. Wait, have you heard of the butterfly effect? Hold on a second. You said the championship final. Isn't that in June? It's March right now." After being asked by his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon replied, "Yes, on June 5th. More precisely, on the morning of the 5th. After that, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, "Damn it, I'm going crazy. Hey, isn't it actually March 19th? Realizing he hadn't phrased his thought correctly, Kang Jin-ho paused and said, "No, not like that. Nothing unusual happened in mid-March. If there was any incident that caused a stir, it would have been something related to Lassie or something related to you." Hearing this question, Kim Jong-hoon asked anxiously, "Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Where did these questions come from out of the blue, and why does this concern you? I took the game and wasn't really doing anything. I just decided to play Lhasa once for fun." The next moment, as he began to realize something, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, "Wait, Lhasa, the news about the person who died while playing a virtual game. That player's name was Kang." Realizing what might be happening right now, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, "Kang Jin-ho, don't tell me you're the gamer who died playing The Last Savior." Resting his hand on his chin, Kim Jong-hoon said thoughtfully, "Yeah, they temporarily suspended all virtual reality games after that incident. Back then, the streamers caused quite a stir, while Kang Jin-ho, covering his eyes with his hands, said, 'Damn it, now I've even died playing a game and become an NPC. Wear your life, Kang Jin-ho.'" After explaining the whole situation and seeing Kang Jin-ho's reaction, Kim Jong-hoon asked, "But bro, why are you so calm? Is what you just heard not such a serious problem for you?" Receiving the question from Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho said, "Well, I'm fine. There have been situations worse than this." Upon learning the reason for his kindred spirit's absolute calm, Kim Jong-hoon asked in surprise, "What could possibly be worse?" Hearing the boy's question, Kang Jin-ho threw his hand behind his head and said, "Oh, how should I put this? You won't believe me anyway, even if I tell you. Let's draw the skill lot first." Following his kindred spirit's advice, Kim Jong-hoon activated the gacha and received a notification. Skill draw starting. Hearing Kim Jong-hoon exclaim, this time, Kang Jin-ho said, "Why do you always react so dramatically? You're just drawing a skill from the lottery, not a kindred spirit." After hearing Kang Jin-ho's comment, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Once you select a kindred spirit, the number of stars in the skill is already determined. Even the color effects change depending on the chosen kindred spirit. 6 stars is silver, 7 stars is gold. And what kind of effect is this?" After hearing his friend's words, Kang Jin-ho thought in surprise that the colors had disappeared from the machine. Hearing his spirit companion say, "You just said my rank is 0, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, "Oh, don't tell me that." Smiling nervously after Kim Jong-hoon's question, Kang Jin-ho said, "That's right. After all, the sum of a kindred spirit's stars and skills always equals 10. Shortly after, they received system notifications. "Congratulations! You are the first player to obtain a 10-star skill. You have earned the title of first player to obtain a 10-star skill. You will be awarded a bonus for the 10-star skill, and you will also receive rewards for skill points at each level." The guys exclaimed in unison, "Wow." Continuing to look at the notifications, which stated, "You have earned the title of the first player to summon a 0-rank spirit. The spirit's restriction has been lifted. You have earned the title of the first to obtain 2 titles." The guys exclaimed, "Impressive. A divine game, a hellish game. Hellish." Seeing yet another notification in front of him that read, "Unlocked a 10th rank skill. You have obtained your first skill. You can now view the status window," Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise. "The status window? What's that?" From the moment you acquire a skill, you have the ability to view the status window. Let's take a look at the description of the 10-star skill. Hearing his friend's request, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Just a second," then opened the status window and exclaimed in surprise, "It opened so easily." Hearing this, he thought, it really is that easy to read. You won't get confused even if you try really hard. Glancing at the description, which read, 10-star unlocking skill, level 1. You have earned the right to use items that were previously forbidden or locked. Title bonus active. Skill level automatically increases as the player's level increases, Kim Jong-hoon said disappointedly. Is that all? Hearing this, Lhasa, usually merciless toward noobs, replied, "But even I think that's excessive." After hearing the comment from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon asked, "And no further explanation?" To which he heard, "No, that's all. No conditions or scope of application for the skill. Now let's see how the skill works." Folding his hands in front of him after saying that, Kim Jong-hoon asked, "I don't know, is your skill active or passive?" The next moment, when he heard, "I've never seen anything like this in the 10 years I've been playing the game," Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in surprise, "10 years?" Realizing what he had just heard, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, bro, you said 10 years? It's only been about half a year since Lhasa hit the market, right?" Upon hearing this question, Kang Jin-ho put his hand behind his neck and said, "I guess I didn't get a chance to tell you. Actually, how should I put it? You could consider me the main character in this game. Seeing the expression on Kim Jong-hoon's face, who was barely holding back a smile, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, "Hey, are you laughing at me right now?" Finally unable to hold back, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed through his tears, "Are you serious? What kind of nonsense are you spouting, bro? Is it that hard for you right now?" To which Kang Jin-ho shouted, "Stop laughing. I'll explain in 30 seconds. You've read fantasy novels, haven't you?" After getting a question from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon asked, "Fantasy novels? Well, sometimes I read something to kill boredom." Hearing this, Kang Jin-ho put his hands on his friend's shoulders and exclaimed, "Then that's even better. You'll easily understand what I'm about to tell you." Winking at Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho added, "You know the things that are common in fantasy novels? I'm a time traveler." Seeing Kim Jong-hoon fall to his knees and say, "Oh shit, this just made things worse for me," Kang Jin-ho asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Why is he reacting so strongly?" Pressing his hand to his face, Kim Jong-hoon said, "So it turns out that if certain conditions aren't met, you're forcibly sent back to the beginning. What conditions do you mean?" Receiving the question from the guy, Kang Jin-ho, picking his nose, said, "Well, there was definitely a failure in the capture." Lowering his gaze to his hand, Kang Jin-ho added, "I challenged the last savior 5 times and failed every single time." After listening to his kindred spirit story, Kim Jong-hoon said discontentedly, "That's worse than the plot of a fantasy novel. Do you really think I'm going to believe that?" Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's remark, Kang Jin-ho threw his arm around his shoulder and said, "Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but one thing is certain." Feeling the boy's touch on his shoulder, Kim Jong-hoon broke free from Kang Jin-ho's grip and shouted, "Damn you! You were just picking your nose with that hand?" Extending his fist toward his friend, Kang Jin-ho said, "You've been blessed with a kindred spirit that even one possessing 9 stars cannot match." The next moment, poking his finger at his chest, Kang Jin-ho added, "I'll make you the strongest player." Also hearing from his kindred spirit, "What do you think? Pants full of joy? I'll take care of everything, so just relax and watch." Kim Jong-hoon thought, "Go to hell, that's crap." Putting his arm around Kim Jong-hoon's shoulder again after his confident speech, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, "Well then, let's go create a character." When they reached the character creation stage, Kim Jong-hoon said, "I'll choose the name Carpe," to which Kang Jin-ho replied, "Alright, I'm looking forward to working with you, Carpe. By the way, my name is Supreme Celestial Demon. You can just call me Celestial Demon." Seeing the notification that you have completed character creation and should proceed to training, Kang Jin-ho asked, "So, are you ready now?" Hearing yes, he exclaimed, "Well then, let's do this." After which Kim Jong-hoon thought, "Supreme Celestial Demon, damn it." Leaving the character creation area, Kim Jong-hoon shielded his eyes from the sunlight and said in surprise, "Where am I?" Hearing his friend's question, Kang Jin-ho replied, "Welcome to the training area." At that very moment, seeing the notification that read, "To complete the training, remain on the battlefield for 1 hour, fighting against 50 monsters. The reward will depend on how long you last. The monster onslaught will begin in 60 seconds. Kim Jong-hoon said, "So it's that simple. It's about to begin." Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's surprise, his kindred spirit said, "The monsters will pounce on you right from here. The only thing you need to do is dodge or hide from them." He then asked how long players usually manage to last. After receiving the question from the hero, Kang Jin-ho said, "Probably about 12 minutes. It's really hard, but don't worry, you've got a combo. If you listen to me, you'll reach the first rank very soon. I'll even get some hidden items for you." The next moment, feeling a breeze brush past him, Kang Jin-ho shouted, "You idiot! I'm still talking to you. Where are you off to?" To which Kim Jong-hoon shouted back, "I don't care." As he approached the center of the location, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. Monster raid beginning. 25 goblins, 25 kobolds. Success countdown, 59, 58. Watching Kim Jong-hoon's actions from a distance, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed in dismay, "You crazy idiot, run into the forest. You have to survive the training and get the best reward, that's what matters." Hearing his friend's instructions, Kim Jong-hoon, heading toward the monster, shouted, "Don't worry, we'll become the best no matter what it takes." The next moment, swinging his fist to strike the monster, Kim Jong-hoon added, "And that reward, I'll get it even if I kill them all." "Right," came the confused reply. After striking the enemy, Kim Jong-hoon knocked it to the ground and received a notification. Title 1 of 2 activated. All your stats have been increased by 22 points. Seeing that he had easily defeated the monster, Kim Jong-hoon looked at his hand and said in surprise, "I didn't expect to take it down with just 1 blow." Immediately after, with an ominous smile and a glance at Kang Jin-ho, Kim Jong-hoon added, "This is just a training exercise. I can do whatever I want, and if something goes wrong, I'll just die." Standing aside and watching what was unfolding before his eyes, Kang Jin-ho thought nervously, "It looks like playing this game with this madman won't be easy." After defeating the last monster and receiving a notification, you have earned the title of training winner. Time, 9 minutes and 37 seconds. You have set a world record. For such a magnificent achievement, you will be awarded a reward. Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, "Wow, did you see that? It says here that I set a world record." Also, after seeing the system notification and thinking, the reward for the fastest clear is worse than the hidden reward, as he thought, but a spirit without stars like me would still have a hard time using the hidden reward anyway. Be that as it may, even if a title like this could have such an effect, how could an idiot like this be so skilled? Kang Jin-so asked, "Do you know how to fight in real life?" Hearing the question from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon replied, "No, I'm not into sports." To which he then asked, "What about games?" After receiving another question, Kim Jong-hoon rested his hand on his chin and said, "In the real game, all I did was fight in that game for half a month." Upon hearing this, Kang Jin-ho thought, he played that boring game for half a year. Apparently, thanks to it, he learned how to fight monsters. Noticing the intense gaze of his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon asked, "Why are you looking at me like that, bro?" To which he heard, "I just thought you were a truly eccentric guy." The next moment, seeing a system notification that read, "Reward granted for training," Kang Jin-ho said, "Finally." Looking at the various effects and system notifications stating, "Best clear record confirmed. An additional reward will be given. You may select one more of 3 random items." Kim Jong-hoon asked in surprise, "Random?" Hearing the boy's surprise, Kang Jin-ho said, "Just try hitting it. An item will appear from there. But since you received an additional reward, you can choose 2. After hearing Kim Jong-hoon had already broken open one of the chests, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed irritably, Let me finish. After opening the chest, Kim Jong-hoon received an item and a system notification. Unknown sword. Unrated item. You can evaluate it using a rated item or skill. He then exclaimed in surprise, wow, a sword. Also, seeing what Kim Jong-hoon had received, Kang Jin-ho said angrily, wow, you're lucky. Even though you don't even try, some players start the game from the beginning just to hold this sword in their hands, and someone got it on their first try. Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's question, his kindred spirit replied, in this game, items are classified into two categories, ranked and unranked. When you evaluate an unranked item, additional abilities are unlocked. With a dissatisfied snort after his companion's explanation, Kim Jong-hoon said, even the additional abilities are based on luck. It's terrible. How can a game that depends solely on luck even exist? The next moment shouting, let's keep going! Hoping the second chest would contain something good, Kim Jong-hoon struck the chest. A brick fell out, and he exclaimed, are you kidding me? What kind of nonsense is this? Hearing his friend's indignant exclamations, Kang Jin-ho said, a brick falls out 70% of the time. Well, at least there's a little justice in this world. To which Kim Jong-hoon shouted, seriously, just a brick? What kind of game is this? The next moment, throwing the brick in a random direction away from himself, Kim Jong-hoon shouted angrily, damn it! Seeing the guy's reaction, Kang Jin-ho said, it'll be funny if you get hit by another brick. Looks like your luck's run out. To which Kim Jong-hoon, starting to shake his kindred spirit, shouted, whose side are you even on? When the brick landed, some strange effects appeared and an egg appeared. Seeing it, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, whoa, it looks like something else. What is this? Picking up the object, Kim Jong-hoon received a system notification that read, unrated egg. Details about the egg are unknown. Evaluation is available, but there is a chance you won't find out what kind of egg it is even after you evaluate it. He said in surprise, egg, hidden pet. Also, upon seeing his friend Kang Jin-ho's loot, he thought to himself in shock, how can he be so lucky? Scrolling to the system notification describing the item, Kim Jong-hoon said, I'll take the unrated sword and the unrated egg. After which he received the notification, reward selection complete, training complete. You will be teleported to Lei-sin, the city for beginners. After collecting the rewards, Kang Jin-ho clutched his head and said, this training is damn long. To which Kim Jong-hoon cheerfully remarked, just look at the rewards we got, bro. Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, you got such awesome rewards right from the start, but in games like this, luck isn't constant. Just as the guys finished their conversation, system notifications appeared. Warning, an unexpected incident has occurred. A trap item has been detected. A random monster's egg is hatching. Noticing the changes in the item he'd received, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, oh no, the egg's cracking. As soon as the egg exploded, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in confusion, what happened to my luck? After which Kang Jin-ho shouted, why did you pick up that trap item, you damn unlucky guy? Pray that the monster is low rank and get ready for battle. The next moment, a system notification appeared before the boys, stating, a monster has appeared, a Blood Sunset Goblin Warrior, and the enemy itself. Leaning back and shielding his face with his hand, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, what a terrifying mutated goblin. To which Kang Jin-ho replied calmly, we're in for a fight with him, it's hopeless. Also, upon hearing from his kindred spirit that, with your current level, you won't be able to defeat him even if you die and are resurrected, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, damn it, he's mocking me because my level is low. It's infuriating. Succumbing to the goblin's provocation, Kim Jong-hoon smiled slyly and said, it's worth a try. I don't want to die without doing anything. Darting forward and quickly closing in on the enemy, Kim Jong-hoon landed a blow and thought to himself, I did it. But as soon as the monster regained its senses after the sudden blow, it immediately went on the offensive and launched a counterattack. Seeing what had just happened, Kang Jin-ho shouted, hey you idiot, do you even know how many times a level 1 player has to hit a level 35 monster to defeat it? To which Kim Jong-hoon replied irritably, get out of the way, I just want to win. Immediately after his remark, Kim Jong-hoon checked his inventory, pulled out an unrated sword and charged at the enemy. Seeing his friend's intentions, Kang Jin-ho awkwardly chuckled and said, I totally forgot about that. The next moment, looking at the boy's back, Kang Jin-ho shouted, Carpe, an unrated item has no power until it's appraised. I think it'd be better to use a brick. To which he heard, hurry up and explain to me how to do that. You've been here for 10 years. Having learned how to evaluate an object, Kim Jong-hoon struck it and shouted, let it all burn in white flames. If I'm destined to die today, so be it. Seeing that the item's evaluation had been successful, Kang Jin-ho, who was standing behind him, said, okay, that's actually pretty good. Keep it up. I'll feed you when we get to the village, okay? At the same time, after defeating the enemy, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. Green-skinned killer, heroic rating, level cap 10, type, physical attack, 170 over 190, strength, agility, and dexterity, +2, attack speed +5%. After looking over the rest of the notifications, which read, additional option 1, agility +4, additional option 2, item level cap 10, additional option 3, hidden low probability of increasing damage to green-skinned monsters by 300%. The item's name and rating had changed due to the additional options. Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in amazement, this is simply amazing. Looking at Kim Jong-hoon, who was joyfully exclaiming, it's true, the game is fantastic. Kang Jin-ho thought, this guy is experiencing something ordinary players can't, all thanks to a 10-star skill. You can make a lot of profit from this. After defeating the goblin, a notification appeared to teleport to Lei-sin within 5 seconds. Seeing this, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, no, wait a second, give me another 30 seconds. After which he heard, hey, what are you doing? Get out of there. Receiving instructions from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon, without even having time to react, flew into the portal, which transported him to the newcomer's city. While in the newcomer's city, one of the players exclaimed, this is insane. Just look at the graphics. This is definitely the game. To which another replied, let's go hunt monsters and complete quests. Hearing his friend's suggestion, the player turned his attention to Kim Jong-hoon and said, you're right. That turtle monster was a tough opponent. He must have lost someone close to him. I feel sorry for him. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-hoon, still on his knees, muttered, great, my level went up and my abilities improved, but Jumping to his feet and clutching his head, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, 10 seconds would have been perfect. If I'd had 10 more seconds, I wouldn't even have had time to see what kind of object it was. While Kang Jin-ho said discontentedly, what is this lunatic talking about? The next moment, drawing the guy's attention to other things, Kang Jin-ho added, look at your status, the last attack worked. I heard that, he replied, but it's still so insulting. Having calmed down after his emotional outburst, Kim Jong-hoon said, you're definitely a celestial demon, bro. I have a question for you. Catching his friend's attention, Kim Jong-hoon added, how are you physically able to stay here? I heard that the abilities of kindred spirits are limited, yet you ended up here after completing your training. Having asked his question, Kim Jong-hoon snapped his fingers and exclaimed, exactly, the rule breaker is right. Having also learned of Kang Jin-ho's assumption, Kang Jin-ho said, I don't think so, but I have some guesses. Open your titles. Upon receiving Kang Jin-ho's request, Kim Jong-hoon opened his titles and said, here, after which he saw a window that read, first kindred spirit, 0 stars. Kindred spirit restrictions have been lifted. Looking at the title description, Kang Jin-ho said, I can't even imagine what the restrictions would have been. I wouldn't have been able to speak to you normally. Hearing this, he added, and don't say it. Spending 10 years only to not even be able to properly use your knowledge would be very sad. After expressing his sympathy, Kim Jong-hoon's mood immediately changed, and casting a stern glance at the kindred spirit, he said, but to be honest, you still make me doubt what I've heard. You have trust issues. Everyone has betrayed you. Immediately after asking his question, having decided to act decisively, Kang Jin-ho smiled and added, although I can understand your feelings. Now I just need to prove to you how useful this is, don't you think? Wandering through the city of newcomers, Kang Jin-ho said, Tax, I have one question for you. Once you finish your training for the online action game, what are you planning to do first? Receiving the question from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon replied, well, the answer is pretty obvious. I'll either complete the training or use the newbies' resources to hunt mobs, and if that doesn't work out, I'll probably just start the main quest. Upon learning of Kim Jong-hoon's future plans, Kang Jin-ho remarked, well, whatever choice you make, it will become a path you've carved out yourself, whether it's beating up a scarecrow, hunting weak monsters, or completing the main quest. Continuing to walk forward, Kang Jin-ho added, in this regard, the last savior was supposed to offer unlimited freedom in the game, but I haven't the faintest idea if anything remains of that very unlimited freedom of action. Lagging behind his friend, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, what kind of nonsense is he spouting this time? Turning his attention toward where a large crowd had gathered, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, there are so many people gathered there. What's going on? Standing in the center of the crowd, Rohan said, if you join our newbies guild, Mammonism, we can guarantee you a fun game. Hearing the guy's proposal yet again, one of those present exclaimed in annoyance, no, we told you to back off. How many times do we have to repeat this? We'll discuss everything among ourselves and create a guild. I've already been forced to follow orders in real fantasy, and now you're saying it's the same here. To which someone replied, well, teacher, don't resist, and think it all through carefully. Standing aside and observing the situation, Kim Jong-hoon spoke to his kindred spirit. People are quite hostile toward recruitment into the guild, to which Kang Jin-ho replied, it's been about half a year since the PS started gaining traction in the market. The time has come when the hardcore players who have secured advantageous positions begin to quietly luring noobs into their nets. Folding his hands in front of him after hearing these remarks, Rohan smiled slyly and said, with your behavior, you're putting yourselves in a difficult position. It's quite possible that in the future it will be very hard for you to play this game. Hearing Rohan's warning, one player from the crowd said in surprise, what are you talking about? After which another shouted, are you threatening us now? Did we run into trouble on the PC? After the outburst about the PC, Kim Jong-hoon thought, if too much freedom of action is granted, experienced players will have the opportunity to abuse the game. They can either monopolize all the items or take over the game by eliminating every user who refuses to cooperate. The outcome is all too obvious, and for some reason, it makes me feel sad. Later, a guy standing in the crowd shouted, PC, what nonsense? Actually, it's exactly the opposite. I'm going to protect you. Trying to somehow win the people's trust, Rohan added, have you ever heard about spitting behind the horns of a mutant deer? Information about this quest is also listed in the beginner's guide on the bulletin board. It's one of those tasks that a first-level player must complete. Upon hearing what Rohan was saying, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in surprise, such a quest actually exists? To which Kang Jin-ho replied, yes, it's the most effective among the starting quests. Continuing his story, his kindred spirit added, mutant deer aren't actually that strong. The problem is where exactly they appear. After all, this is the only place in the city where PCs are allowed. Standing among the crowd, Rohan asked, have you ever heard of the Bloodthirsty Guild? It's a guild made up of assassin players who are widely known in this area. Mentioning the aforementioned organization, Rohan added, about a month ago, this group began to grow rapidly in the starting city, positioning itself as a squad of killers. Also mentioning their specialization, Rohan added, they set up an ambush near the deer spawn zone, and when a weak player appears, folding his hands in front of him after what he had said, Rohan remarked, a voice from the speaker will say the game is over? You've been eliminated by a P-cacher. To which someone replied, even so, how can we verify that you aren't a guild that preys on newbies? After receiving a question from one of the crowd members, Rohan said, as for that option, we'll protect you from those who thirst for blood so you can successfully complete the quest. Of course, this service will be provided absolutely free of charge since our guild's goal is to support newbies. After explaining the excellent terms of cooperation, Rohan added, however, there is one single condition for providing assistance. We want only one thing in return. Hearing what Rohan had just said, Kim Jong-hoon thought in surprise, so there is a condition then? Continuing to outline the terms of the cooperation agreement, Rohan said, give us all the coins you have left for drawing lots. Glancing at his inventory and seeing 0 coins there, Kim Jong-hoon thought discontentedly, damn, I spent all my coins. While behind him, a voice rang out, oh, I still have a decent amount of those, but the coins for the lottery are mere small change. You won't get anything out of them anyway. You're absolutely right. Hearing that the crowd was interested in his proposal, Rohan said, in our guild, there's a person who managed to obtain the special profession of merchant. If we use his trading skill, we can sell the coins to the NPC at a higher price. In that case, after selling all the coins received from you, what do you think the total amount will be? Having tasted the profit to be made from worthless items, all the members of the crowd rushed to Rohan's guild, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry, how could I have ever gotten angry at such a good and virtuous person? Let's go down this path. We'll trust only Rohan and follow him wherever he leads." Seeing how people had perked up after the announcement, Kang Jin-ho immediately asked, "That brings up a second question. What do you think about what that scoundrel said?" Hearing this, he thought, that sounded like complete nonsense, so the whole situation seems rather suspicious. After receiving a comment from Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho said, "Although it sounds a little strange, he wasn't lying. Everything he said is true." Hearing the words of his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, "So it turns out they really are a charitable organization." Shoving his hands into his pants, Kang Jin-ho said, "Could something like this even happen in a game?" Well, everything turned out for the best. Seize the moment and experience firsthand just how disgusting the PS's entrenched privileges are, as well as the top 10 guilds that sit at the very top and exploit those privileges. After listening to his friend's story, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Taking advantage of this chance, I think it would be fun to overturn their festive table." Well, the situation is similar to a scene from a novel where the reclusive protagonist stands alone against a colossal forest. After that, Kang Jin-ho cheerfully added, "Congratulations on your debut, Mr. Main Hero." As he began gathering information, Kim Jong-hoon encountered an old woman who said, "The deer are destroying the farm. If you place the antlers of the herd's leader on the farm, they'll be scared and won't come near the crops anymore. Won't you get the antlers of the herd's leader for me?" Ignoring the old woman who jumped on him and asked, "You'll help me, won't you? You'll help me, right?" Kim Jong-hoon, examining the quest details, said, "There's even a tip, and the game isn't exactly friendly." After that, Kang Jin-ho remarked, "This is the starting city. It would have been worth sharing the full information." Having sorted things out, Kim Jong-hoon said, "So I've finished registering for the quest, but what the hell are all those people doing?" Shifting his gaze slightly to the side, Kim Jong-hoon could see a large crowd from which voices were echoing. "How much longer do we have to wait for our turn? Let's just go hunting already." Be patient a little. This quest is much more effective than the other 4 ordinary quests combined. The leader of the pack appeared, announcing, "Number 67, come to the starting line." Seeing that crowd of people, Kang Jong-ho put his hand on Kim Jong-hoon's shoulder and said, "It's pretty hot in here, isn't it?" To make it easier to understand the situation, think of the crowd as the line for the most famous restaurant, where you have to stand for hours. To which Kim Jong-hoon replied, flustered, "After what you said, I don't even have anything to add." At that very moment, laughter rang out nearby and someone shouted, "You fools, are you all really just going to stand there waiting for someone to call you to the starting line?" Turning his head toward the source of the voice, Kim Jong-hoon heard again, "Who do you think you are pushing in line? You scum, do you want to know who we are?" Emerging from the crowd in all their glory, 3 guys shouted, "Minsu, Jungsu, Kwangsu." Together, we're the unbeatable trio. After that, a trio of madmen appeared on the horizon. Rushing toward the deer without waiting in line, the unbeatable trio shouted, "Whoever catches it first gets it." Standing aside and observing the whole situation, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, idiots who decided to go it alone so they wouldn't have to pay anything. Hearing his comrade shout, "Jungsu, attack him!" one of the trio of the unbeatable struck the deer and shouted, "No sooner said than done." After knocking the deer off its feet and preparing to deliver the final blow, Minsu shouted, "Perfect! And the cherry on top will be my swift dagger piercing his throat." At that very moment, a pikachu was sitting in one of the trees in the forest, having already drawn his bow and prepared to shoot. Releasing the string, the archer shot Minsu in the leg, after which Minsu, feeling discomfort in his leg, looked down and saw an arrow in his leg. Hearing their comrades' cries, the other 2 members of the incredible trio ran to him, shouting, "Minsu!" while the wounded man cried out, "Damn, my leg!" As the other members of the incredible trio approached their comrade, the bloodthirsty guild fired several more arrows at the players. Having dealt with the 3 gamers who had disobeyed Rohan's orders, the members of the Pekashers Guild targeted the other newbies and opened fire on them. Seeing this, Rohan waved his arms and shouted, "Arrows are flying from that direction. Everyone take up defensive positions, protect the newbies." Upon receiving the order from their leader, the followers immediately took up defensive positions and shielded the newbies with their shields. When it was all over and the arrows had fallen to the ground, someone from the group said, "Those scoundrels from the Bloodthirsty Guild went after me. I'd be in big trouble if I tried to catch the leader of the deer herd on my own." Mammonism really is a pretty good guild. After reviewing what had just happened before his eyes, Kim Jong-hoon said, "It seems the line has only gotten longer." Kang Jin-ho then asked, "So maybe we should speed up our progress through the quest." Upon receiving the suggestion from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-han said discontentedly, looking at the crowd, "You still have the nerve to say something like that? Do you really think I'd make you waste so much time for nothing?" Heading deeper into the forest, Kang Jin-ho added, "There are other places where the leader of the deer herd appears, and much more often than right now." Taking a closer look at the place where his kindred spirit had led him, Kim Cheon-han asked, "So you're suggesting we enter the lair of those who thirst for blood? I feel like it'll be fun, but it seems that guild is quite numerous. Will I be able to defeat them all on my own?" To which he heard, "You still haven't realized how absurd a choice you've made." Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho added, "The default stats for each level are 5, but you have all stat bonuses plus 24. Have you already forgotten what happened when a stream of arrows flew at you? It felt as if the arrows were flying too slowly." Continuing to walk on, Kang Jin-seon added, "So now I hope it's all sunk in. Are you ready, the reclusive protagonist, for an unbeatable throw?" To which a voice replied, "Of course, the fighter is ready to hit the road." Meanwhile, watching the boy who hadn't succumbed to Rohan's sweet talk, one user muttered discontentedly, "He's entered the forest. He's a rookie. Take him out as usual." Walking through the forest with his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon said, "I noticed something strange." Hearing this, Kang Jin-ho asked, "What exactly?" Continuing to walk forward, Kim Jong-han added, "The The first volley of arrows fired by the bloodthirsty guild was different from the second. Recalling what exactly had alarmed him, Kim Jong-han added that at first, the arrows fired at the 3 targets were highly accurate, heading straight for the mark. But the arrows fired at the Mammonism guild were different. Hearing Kim Jong-han's explanation, it seemed as though they had rehearsed every move with each other in advance to execute a perfect block against Kang Jin-ho's attack. Kang Jin-ho froze for a moment and thought, perhaps this boy is much smarter than I imagined. The next moment, hearing from his kindred spirit, and what is your conclusion? Kim Jong-han, dodging the arrows, exclaimed, it's all too obvious. Both guilds were in cahoots from the very beginning. After failing to land an attack, one of the attackers whispered, but they told us he was a rookie, to which another added, obviously the intel was unverified. How could anyone call someone who moves that fast a rookie? He's at least level 10. He hid behind a tree. Let's take him down in close combat. We need to work hard for this money. Hearing Kim Jong-han say, bro, is there something like a game recording feature here? Kang Jin-ho replied, the last savior automatically saves a video of the gameplay. To which he suddenly asked, are you a streamer? Receiving the question from his friend, Kim Jong-han smiled happily and said, no, that's not it. It's just that we might need a recording like this in the future. Closing the notification that read, you have been attacked. A penalty will be imposed on the first attacker. In the event of death, item loss will be 90%. Kim Jong-han rushed toward the enemy. Seeing the enemy heading toward him, the Pikasher closed his eyes and cried out in fear, you scoundrel, why are you so fast? After landing the first blow and moving behind the enemy, Kim Jong-han shouted, you're so boring, so take another hit. Falling to the ground after receiving several blows from his opponent, the Pikasher cried out, have mercy. Ignoring the enemy's plea, Kim Jong-han delivered the final blow and received the notification. Opponent defeated. At that very moment, 2 members of the Bloodthirsty Guild assessing the situation thought, goodness, we definitely can't beat this guy. Picking up the weapon that had belonged to the defeated enemy, Kim Jong-han approached the next one and said, well, another scoundrel has gone to heaven to meet God. Only you remain. Upon hearing this, the other man cried out, wait. Folding his hands in front of him, the Pikasher cried out in fear, spare me, master. If I die now, I won't be able to log in for 3 days, and I'll have to survive on nothing but roll tone. Please, I'll give you all the rare items I have. After listening to the Pekasher's pleas, Kim Jong-han said, I've never heard anything funnier. Tell me, my dear, when you eliminated other users, did you ever once spare the life of someone who begged you for mercy? I don't need your handouts. The next moment, smiling cheerfully, Kim Jong-han added, in any case, I'll take everything anyway as soon as you kick the bucket. To which he replied, from now on, every time I eat roll tone, I'll curse you. After dealing with all the Pikashers, Kim Jong-han set about gathering all the items that had fallen out of them. Watching this spectacle, Kang Jin-ho said, why are you just standing there? How is a guy who's never served in the special forces and hasn't even really played sports so skilled? The next moment, hearing from his friend, by the way, didn't you say you participated in the matches of that previously released Real Fantasy? What was your ranking there? Kim Jong-han replied, I played the game for a short while and rose to 2nd place. Upon hearing this answer, Kang Jin-ho thought, leaving all the hardcore gamers far behind, he took 2nd place. After that, Kim Jong-han added, I was in good shape and had a lot of luck, but after that I started falling down the ranks relentlessly. I also played Lost Ark but got kicked out right away. After hearing Kim Jong-han's story, Kang Jin-ho asked, are you saying that until now you've only played on a budget-level VR machine, the budget-level Mark I? The first-generation budget machine, nicknamed the Tin Can, had flooded every virtual reality internet cafe, simply because it was cheap, and true to its low price, the device was widely known for its horrendous user synchronization speed. Smiling slyly after realizing the situation, Kang Jin-ho thought about taking 2nd place by playing with this Tin Can. Isn't he a monster? If I add my experience and the information I possess to this, maybe this time I'll really be able to put an end to this game. Finishing his thoughts, Kang Jin-ho said, alright, first let's go buy the latest premium model of the game console. Hearing that I didn't have that kind of money, he added, don't worry, I'll take care of that. First, let's collect the remaining items and talk about it. Turning his attention to a bright glint in the grass, Kang Jin-ho picked up the object from the ground and said in surprise, it's a coin. Examining the loot they'd acquired for defeating the enemy, Kim Jong-hoon remarked, I suppose aside from equipment, all sorts of useless items dropped too. So, with the exception of personal belongings and special items, they lost everything else. After listening to his companion's thoughts, Kang Jin-ho said thoughtfully, interesting, but in that case, the situation changes drastically. Hearing this, he wondered if there was some kind of problem. Lowering his gaze to his hand and smiling slyly, Kang Jin-ho said, think for yourself. Where do you think Mammonism sells all the collected coins? Hearing the words of his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-han said in surprise, recently Rozan mentioned that there's a merchant in his guild who, using his trading skills, sells coins at a higher price. Even in the best strategy for beginners, coins are useless anyway, so I just sell them at the shop to get at least some money for a bottle potion. The next moment, glancing at his companion, Kang Jin-ho added, our Carpe turns out to be quite a naive little guy. Then I'll ask you one more question. Who, in your opinion, developed this strategy for beginners? Realizing what they were trying to tell him, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, it can't be. Don't tell me that scoundrel came up with all these schemes. Seeing that his friend had finally had an epiphany, Kang Jin-ho said, but you don't think he's the only one involved in devising strategic plans, do you? Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho added, the best strategy for newbies was written by the leader of the Mammonism Guild. A well-developed strategy is the key to success, but there are pitfalls here. Strategy is very important information for players. After the game's release, small tips are uploaded to the community one after another, and when there are enough of these tips, the ultimate strategy emerges. Continuing to gesticulate animatedly, Kang Jin-ho added that the reasons for writing strategies vary. Some want to be the center of attention, while others do it out of good intentions. Continuing his story, the kindred spirit added, but more often than not, you encounter people who use their strategies solely to make a profit. It turns out that the leader of the Mammonism Guild is someone who seeks to extract maximum profit from the situation at hand. He's a money-obsessed scoundrel. Folding his arms and scowling, Kang Jin-ho added, so-called human psychology is very simple. The moment people believe in a strategy, it ceases to be just a strategy and becomes the Bible. Continuing his thoughts, Kang Jin-ho added, In the case of hardcore players, it's much more serious. People who've seen this strategy will most likely sell every single coin. After listening to his friend, Kim Jong-han rested his hand on his chin and said thoughtfully, "Nevertheless, there are gamers who aren't fixated on strategy at all." The next moment, Kang Jin-ho smiled slyly and said, "In such cases, players are usually targeted by tricksters like Rohan, who quietly lure their prey into their nets." Hearing this, Kim Jong-hoon thought, "You're saying this is the creation of a single person? I still can't believe it." Finishing his thoughts, Kim Jong-hoon asked, "But how were you able to figure out such a cunning and convoluted plan?" After Kim Jong-hoon asked the question, his kindred spirit replied, "To be honest, it's simpler than you think. In about a year, someone from the Mammonism Guild will leak their internal secrets." Recalling the game's history, Kang Jin-ho noted that the coins everyone considered useless clutter would actually turn out to be a crucial component for completing the hidden quest at the antique market, which appears only in the beginner's town. After hearing his friend's story, Kim Jong-hoon thought that the hidden quest, the antique market, was the most unique among most of the hidden quests in LS, noting that the appearance time and location of the NPC quests change every time. Bringing up the topic of the antique market, Kang Jin-ho said, "The quest opens for a short time and then disappears right away. It might sound wild from the outside, but the reward is worth going out to find it. All the player needs to do is meet an NPC nicknamed the Old Man and give him a coin, any one of the 9 of his choice." Upon hearing the conditions, Kim Jong-hoon remarked in surprise, "The quest is simpler than I thought." Hearing Kang Jin-ho remark, "That's exactly why the Mammonism Guild is doing everything in its power to leave players without coins, because based on the quest conditions, only the very first person to arrive can complete it." Kim Jong-hoon asked, "But if the time and location of the NPC's appearance are random, then it turns out the coins mean nothing. If the quest's spawn location is random, then the main role falls to the player's luck." Then, hearing Kang Jin-ho say in a sly tone, "Random spawn?" I replied, "I said the location changes every time, but I never said it happens randomly." Kim Jong-hoon said, looking confused, "What are you talking about?" Running a hand through his hair, Kang Jin-ho said, "Well, this moment might be a little confusing, but don't worry. Right here with you is a veteran player with 10 years of experience who's returned to the start 7 times. I'll take care of everything, so go get some money, Mr. Main Character." Returning to the tent and pulling open the entrance, the speaker shouted, "Brother, we've got big problems. Our guys have been wiped out." Hearing the frantic shouts from his comrade, the commander of the Mammonism Armed Forces, Jung Woo-hyuk, looked back and asked, "What are you talking about?" The next moment, standing up, Jung Woo-hyuk threw his hand behind his head and, sighing, asked, "How could they act so recklessly? What are our losses?" To which he was told, "At the moment, we've lost 10. Upon learning of the casualties, Jung Woo-hyuk thought, 10 people is quite a significant number, and then asked, "How many damn scoundrels have invaded our territory?" To which his subordinate awkwardly replied, "Well, just one." Hearing the shocking news, Jung Woo-hyuk clenched his teeth and muttered to himself, "What nonsense! Are you saying we're suffering these losses because of a single player? If this gets back to higher-ups, I'll have to write an explanatory letter, and my bonus will be cut for the rest of the year." When Jung Woo-hyuk cursed, "Next month is my second son's first birthday, but everything is going wrong," the subordinate asked, "Commander, what should we do then?" Jung Woo-hyuk retorted, "What a stupid question. Without a doubt, one of our competitors sent him here. In that case, we must pit against him someone who can deal with high months and for all." The next moment, the best player hired by the leader of the Mammonism Guild, Hanjo, appeared in the tent and said, "I heard about what happened to you. Has the time finally come for your humble servant to enter the arena?" Fixing his gaze on Hanzo, who asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you need help from someone as insignificant as me?" Jung Woo-hyuk thought, "I completely forgot that this fool clings to his stupid concepts. Damn it, this time he's dressed up as a ninja." While the subject was pondering, this person would at least play like a normal, competent player. Feeling nervous upon meeting Hanzo, Jung Woo-hyuk thought, "If I don't play along with his concept, he won't even take a step. That's why he's so hard to deal with." After which the swordsman said, "No, I mean, Lord Hanzo, I think your moment to shine has finally arrived. Your strength is very important to us." Hearing that his help was needed, Hanzo pressed his hand to his chest and said, "Entrust the solution to this problem to your humble servant. Here's the opportunity to repay you for giving me a roof over my head." Continuing his speech before the commander and his men, Hendo added, "I'll take care of it in an instant." But before he could finish, he instantly doubled over, and then a voice asked, "Why did he suddenly curl up in a ball?" Approaching the ninja from the armed forces, he asked, "Mr. Hanzo, what happened to you?" To which the latter, waving his hands, replied, "Nothing special." The next moment, standing up and brushing the dust off his knees, Hanzo added, "It's just an old wound reminding me of itself, one inflicted by that man from the past. And this time, I also remembered my own old wounds." Bowing his head, Hanzo added to himself, "I, a guy named Hanzo, managed to secure a spot in the top 100 in LS, but I couldn't make it into the top 20 because I mistakenly chose the most important spirit companion after creating a new character. By winning victory after victory, I was able to achieve everything I have today. And yet, Hanzo had another reason to rise to the next level, the God of Battle, a rare fighter who appeared in real fantasy like a comet and immediately rose to second place in the ranking." Recalling a moment from their last encounter where he had lost the battle, Hanzo thought to himself, "I also fought him in the arena, but I was completely crushed. And then one day, the God of Battle suddenly vanished like a mirage, and we never crossed paths again." Clenching his hand into a fist and pressing it to his chest, Hanzo said, "However, I know that he is definitely somewhere here in the vastness of the game, the last savior." Heading for the tent's exit, Hanjo said, "God of Battle, I would very much like to face him in battle at least one more time. If fate truly exists, then we will surely meet again." Witnessing this rambling, a soldier whispered, "What did he say?" I was the only one who didn't understand a thing. To which John Uhak remarked, "No, I didn't get the meaning of his words either." Still standing at the tent entrance, Hanzo said, "My memories are still fresh, as if our battle took place only yesterday. On that day, the same bright moon shone in the sky, a beautiful moonlit night to die in." Peering out onto the street and seeing that it was now a clear day, the soldier thought, "This idiot is too obsessed with his own delusions. When will he stop indulging in such nonsense?" Meanwhile, in John Woo-hyuk's mind, a voice echoed, "My children, look at the effort your father puts into earning a living." Having finished his business, Hanzo received a notification. "You have successfully set the fire trap." As soon as the target enters the trap, the most powerful flame ignites, causing significant damage. Enemies affected by the flames have a very low chance of escaping the trap without acquiring the burn status. Climbing a tree and waiting for the victim to arrive, Hanzo said, "The trap is set. Now all that's left is to wait." Looking around, Hanzo added, "Even though I'm fulfilling the terms of the contract, I still feel a bit uneasy about having to take out newbies. But as soon as I finish this job, my contract with the Mammonism Guild will be over." Then, noticing movement in the thicket, he exclaimed in surprise, "Those people!" Emerging from behind the bushes, Kim Jong-hoon said, "So, if I'm to take your word for it, bro, I need to go that way to reach the herd of deer. Sure, deer are deer, but I'm much more interested in whether anyone else from the Bloodthirsty Guild will show up on our path. I want to collect as many items as possible." Seeing Kim Jong-hoon step onto the magic circle, Hanzo thought to himself, "It looks like he's the intruder. Excellent, you're heading in the right direction. Just take one more step, a single step forward," after which Kim Jong-hoon was engulfed in flames. Seeing that his trap had worked, Hanzo thought to himself, "Perfect," and then leaped from the tree to finish off the intruder. Lifting his head to look at the boy who had fallen into the trap, Hanjo exclaimed, "Although you're probably holding a grudge against me, I'll have to finish you off anyway." But before Hanjo could finish, he received a notification. The fire trap had been forcibly extinguished. Lifting his head after the trap was deactivated, Kim Jong-hoon said in astonishment, "Wow, I'm really surprised." Receiving the notification, unlock skill activated, fire trap removed, abnormal burn status reset, successful destruction. Kim Jong-hoon added in amazement, "So, the first 10-star skill in the history of the game works like this." Frozen in place after what he saw, Hanzo, unable to move, heard, "Wow, that's pretty cool." Later, coming to his senses after what had happened, Hanzo said, "All right, I've taken this turn of events into account. I'll take advantage of the fact that he's exposed his back and land my signature move." Shouting the special skill Divine Whirlwind, Hanzo received a notification. Divine Whirlwind increases agility by 20%. After striking and seeing that the blow hadn't reached his opponent, Hanzo thought to himself, "What nonsense, he dodged the attack." The next moment, feeling the sword fly out of his hands, Hanzo thought to himself, "He just disarmed me. There's only one person capable of executing this technique so flawlessly." Confused by the turn of events and staring at Kim Jong-hoon, Hanzo exclaimed, "It can't be him, are you God?" But before he could finish, he took a blow to the jaw. After dealing with the attacker, Kim Jong-hoon said, "That was an unexpected attack. I was genuinely scared out of my wits. If I didn't have high stamina, I'd be dead by now." Hearing his friend's words, Kang Jin-ho said, "Bro, that's not all. We've just managed to uncover 2 effects of the 10-star skill, and now we know that the unlock skill has 3 abilities in total. It appraises unidentified items, removes traps, and dispels anomalous statuses." After listening to Kang Jin-ho's explanation, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in amazement, "I see. All of this is so amazing and impressive." Hearing this, the poor boy retorted, "You're just having fun with this situation, aren't you? Why did such a dimwit end up being the owner of a 10-star skill, by the way? An anomalous status should trigger under any circumstances. Does the unlock skill? Unlock is capable of removing any anomalous status?" Continuing his thoughts, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, "Hey, this game does have a conscience after all, and yet there must be some limitations." After that, Kim Jong-hoon, seeing that Hanzo had gotten to his feet, said, "Wow, you got back on your feet sooner than I thought." Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's words, Hanzo said, "I have no intention of spoiling a beautiful fight, so I calmly admit my defeat. You have won. The loser has no choice but to die. I never could have imagined that this day would ever come." Resting his hand on his head, Hanzo said thoughtfully, "I could never have imagined, even in my wildest dreams, that one day I, Hanzo, would be defeated twice by the same person." Hearing this, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? We've actually only met you for the first time today." Hearing what Hanzo said, Kang Jin-ho thought to himself, "You really are the god of battle. You don't live in the past, do you? Is that what it means to be a great man? Has the guild which thirsts for blood gathered only such strange individuals, or what?" Lowering his head and sighing heavily after deep thought, Hanzo said, "All right, I'll take part, but before I die, I have one request for you." Hearing that Hanjo had a request, Kim Jong-hoon asked what it was, after which he received a notification. "You have received a friend request from the devastating god of battle. Do you wish to accept?" After sending the request, Hanjo joyfully exclaimed, "Add me as a friend. Won't you agree to be my friend?" Upon learning the nature of the request, Kim Jong-hoon drew his sword and, with an awkward smile, finished off Hanzo. Having dealt with the dragon, the leader of the Mammonism Guild, Mammon, exclaimed with satisfaction, "Those vile creatures, we've finally managed to deal with them." As he began collecting items from the dragon, Mammon heard the leader say, "No matter which way you look, it seems there's been a disturbance in Lyson." After which he asked, "Where exactly? In our guild, or on the territory of the Bloodthirsty?" Hearing the answer, on the territory of the Bloodthirsty, Mammon, examining the stone, exclaimed in displeasure, "Why isn't there any basilisk blood or something like that? What kind of nonsense has popped up again?" Tossing the useless resource behind him, Mammon added, "Surely someone has invaded the territory of the Bloodthirsty ones? It's enough to simply send Hanzo against the intruder. Why all the fuss? He lost." Upon hearing the disheartening news, the leader of the Mammonism Guild looked at his subordinate and asked in surprise, "You say this top-tier player lost?" Opening the system window to check the details, the subordinate said, "He just recently logged out of the game and sent a message to our email. Please read it yourself." After receiving the letter from Hanzo, Mamon read, "Finally here in a private message, I managed to run into my friend from the past, a meeting with whom had been the goal of my life." As he read the message, Mamon realized, that's exactly why, starting right now, I'm going to hit the road to follow him. I'll pay the next installment of the debt later, so in any case, don't look for me. Frowning in displeasure, Mamon asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" To which he heard, "Well, to be honest, I don't really understand it either." The next moment, throwing his hand behind his head, Mamon said, "This nutcase is obsessed with his own ideas, though he's very talented. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Who's in charge of those who thirst for blood?" Commander John Woohake replied, Having received the necessary information, Mammon said, first contact him and tell them to move in groups of 10. To which he replied, and what should we do if there's an area we can't cover? Mammon added, nevertheless, it's better than a total rout. Pointing his finger ahead, Mammon added, a hidden quest should appear any minute now, which is why we need to focus on collecting coins. But everything's going haywire because of some petty little thing, it's annoying. Increase the number of people in the city, and if an elderly person is spotted whom no one has ever seen among the NPCs, have them? Yes, sir, came the reply. After sending his subordinate on the errand, Mammon pulled out his weapon, which had quite a few special effects, and said, I wonder how much longer I'll have to waste my manpower on this worthless city for beginners. Continuing his musings, Mammon said, I also obtained this weapon thanks to a hidden quest at the antique market. I can't wait for the next item. That offender is in one of the top 10 guilds. Is there at least some information about him? To which the subordinate replied, he's a man who's quite skilled with several types of weapons, that's all. Outraged by the answer, Mammon asked discontentedly, do you even realize what nonsense you just said? The next moment, waving his hand, Mamoon added, all right, we've passed by. Even if the elder is found, you can only trade with him once. I understand the situation. You are free to go. The subject hadn't even had time to leave when he heard, oh, and one more thing. Tell Jong Uhak to write an explanatory letter, and that his bonus will be reduced. Then he thought, my friend, I apologize in advance for not being able to protect you. At the same time, putting his hand to his ear, Jong Uhak said, my ear is itchy. After which his subject asked, Commander, are you all right? After landing the final blow, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. You have defeated the leader of the deer herd. You have successfully obtained the quest item, the leader's antler. Return to the farmer to receive your reward. Level up. Bonus points awarded. Stretching contentedly after defeating the enemy, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, done. He felt a bit sad that it had all ended so quickly, after which Kang Jin-ho said, good work, now let's head back to town. We need to collect the quest reward. To which he replied, you think it's time to go back? The next moment, recalling a scene from the hunt where he had grabbed an enemy and said, hand over the coins and die. Kim Jong-hoon remarked, by the way, at some point the scoundrels among those thirsting for blood started moving in groups. Perhaps they'd been given a similar order from above. Continuing to reflect on the changes in the enemy's behavior, Kim Jong-hoon added, this creates a minor difficulty. Knocking a few people down won't be a big problem. To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, however, if the rest of them all come at us together, it'll be tough to handle them. After hearing his friend's comment, Kim Jong-hoon cheerfully asked, so does that mean we're heading out now to complete the hidden quest? To which he heard, where do you think you're going? There are actually specific conditions for this NPC to appear. There have been cases where the elder hasn't shown up for over a week. After learning about these restrictions, Kim Jong-hoon asked, interesting, so what are we going to do during this time? Wait day and night for the quest to appear in the starting city? To which Kang Jin-ho replied, if we had to do something like that, I wouldn't have mentioned this quest in the first place. Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho added, in 4 hours and 27 minutes, we'll go to the right spot, which is next to the church if we head 5 o'clock from the central square. Pointing his finger at Kim Jong-hoon, who was sitting in front of him, Kang Jin-ho added, until then, all that's required of you is to work hard to level up, and nothing else. After listening to the stories from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon said, well, that's great. If you're not lying, then you could say I've already hit the jackpot. And by the way, since we're on the subject of quests, I have a question. Aren't there any story-based or main quests in this game? Folding his hands in front of him after hearing the question, Kang Jin-ho asked, why wouldn't there be any here? Hearing Kang Jin-ho add, the person standing in front of you will give you the quests you're interested in, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in surprise. Why are you only telling me this now? In response to Kim Jong-hoon's question, Kang Jin-ho said, most of the main quests in The Last Savior are given by a kindred spirit. Let me give you a quick rundown or you'll wear me out. Citing examples of various situations for obtaining quests, Kang Jin-ho said, for convenience, let's call the quest main. But this has nothing to do with the game's plot because most of them provide items that help the user's development. Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho added, that's exactly why every player goes out of their way to raise the affinity level with their soulmate. Because if they get close to their soulmate, they can get something quite beneficial for themselves, right? After hearing Kang Jin-ho's story, Kim Jong-hoon thought, well, this game certainly can't be called a romance simulator, but what on earth is going on here? Then he heard, and one more thing, in any case, you won't be getting a quest from me. Hearing this remark and freezing in surprise, Kim Jong-hoon heard, it's not that I don't want to give you quests, but that I can't. Your level isn't high enough yet. When you reach level 10, you'll be able to get the main quest from me. Upon learning the reason he couldn't receive quests, Kim Jong-hoon pressed his hand to his face and said disappointedly, I see, so that's what it means. After that, he stopped groaning and said, then let's go level up. There might be some hidden detail in this 10-star skill, so we need to keep exploring it. Heading in the indicated direction, Kim Jong-hoon remarked, it's so quiet. It seems like there's not a soul here. I guess once we're outside the city limits, everyone's running around like headless chickens chasing rabbits and squirrels. Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's thoughts, Kang Jin-ho said, well, you're right. There aren't any valuable items here that players could collect, nor any mobs. Show me the items you bought at the general store. Hearing his kindred spirit's request, Kim Jong-hoon reached into his inventory, thought about what exactly he was going to do here, and took out 3 acorns from his supplies and some water from the fountain in the town square. Seeing that Kim Jong-hoon had retrieved the items, Kang Jin-ho said, great, take out 1 acorn and place it under that tree. Kim Jong-hoon then tossed the acorn forward and asked, like this? The acorn hadn't even hit the ground before a giant squirrel snatched it up. Seeing this, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in confusion, what? After swallowing the acorn and stopping near the boys, the hidden monster, the squirrel tyrant, roared loudly. Gritting his teeth after the monster appeared, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in disbelief, why is the squirrel so big? Many times larger than a dog. To which Kang Jin-ho replied, although the description includes the word hidden, with your current stats, it'll be tough to defeat this little monster. It's used cheater tricks to block your level up progress, so you'll have to put in a lot of effort to catch it. After hearing Kang Jin-ho's explanation, Kim Jong-hoon grabbed his sword and exclaimed, and I was wondering why, after defeating a level 35 goblin, I could only level up by 1. Swinging his sword and preparing to attack the monster, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, you dared to interfere with my training? That's the same as signing your own death warrant. Get lost, squirrel. After defeating the monster, Kim Jong-un received a notification. Level increased. You have reached level 5. Bonus status granted. Skill points awarded. He also received an item with the description, Acorn of the Tyrant Squirrel. Classification, material. Rating, rare. The acorns of the tyrant squirrel, which dwells in the forest near Laysan, are sold at high prices to merchants who collect items. Kim Jong-un said in surprise, a hidden item or something? For some reason, it doesn't impress me at all. Seeing that Kim Jong-un had received an item from the boss, Kang Jin-ho said, this isn't the end yet. Plant the acorn you're holding in your hand in the ground and water it with the water from the fountain in your inventory. Following Kang Jin-ho's instructions, Kim Jong-un took a glass and began to pour water on the acorn. As soon as enough water hit the acorn, a tree instantly grew, and after the sudden growth, Kim Jong-un exclaimed in confusion, what is this? Also, seeing that a tree had grown from the acorn, Kang Jin-ho said, wonderful, everything is going smoothly. See that hollow in the trunk? Stick your hand in there. Following Kang Jin-ho's advice, Kim Jong-un stuck his hand in and received a notification. Hidden dungeon found, giant squirrel's nest. Dungeon rating, heroic/legendary. Level restriction, level 5 and below. Upon first entering the dungeon, experience points, and the drop rate for items obtained from monsters are increased by 100%. The chance of boss monsters appearing is increased by 200%. After activating the dungeon, Kang Jin-ho asked, are you ready to sweep away all the hidden items in your path? The reclusive protagonist replied, listen, heavenly demon. Drawing attention to himself and smiling joyfully, Kim Jong-un said, when I read martial arts novels, I liked the villains from the demonic clans much more than the guys from the righteous sects. Long live the heavenly demon. Hip hip hooray. After that, a voice rang out, maybe we should go now. As they made their way through the dungeon, Kang Jin-ho said, among the dungeons, there are some whose ratings are determined randomly. Although the monsters don't change when the rating increases, much stronger creatures may appear in exchange. After that, notifications appeared. Attempted invasion of the Great Squirrel's Nest dungeon. Dungeon rating assessment in progress. As Kang Jin-ho spoke, it was common knowledge that in LS, everything has a 6-tier rating system. In reality, however, there are 3 additional ratings above the legendary tier. They are quite rare. Kim Jong-un raised his hand and said to the teacher, I have a question. Ask away, student, came the reply. After granting him the floor, Kang Jin-ho folded his hands in front of him and asked, I heard there are 3 ratings that occupy the top tier. So, besides the epic and mythical ratings, what other rating exists? To which Kang Jin-ho replied, I don't know either. Surprised by Kim Jong-un's answer, Kang Jin-ho added, until recently, I thought it all ended at the mythic rank. But while completing a hidden quest, I came across a clue suggesting the existence of an even higher rank. Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho said, so I followed the clue and entered a certain dungeon, whereupon I heard, you've entered? And then what? When asked by Kim Jong-un, Kang Jin-ho replied, at that moment, my physical body ascended to heaven, and my soul was dragged here as an NPC with 0 stars. To which I replied, that really does sound very sad, but one way or another, if you don't want to die suddenly, you have to constantly take care of your health. Then Kim Jong-un said, oh, it seems the system has decided. So what rating awaits us? The next moment, seeing how the dungeon had rated them, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, are you trying to joke with me now? In all my 10 years of playing this game, I've only managed to see that legendary dungeon, maybe once or twice, see the legendary dungeon. What on earth were the developers of this lousy game thinking? Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un remarked, bro, calm down. Hearing Kim Jong-un add, come to think of it, in this situation, ending up in a legendary rated dungeon isn't a good thing. Kang Jin-ho asked, why do you think that? Putting his hand to his lips, Kim Jong-un said thoughtfully, the stronger the monster, the higher the probability of failing the dungeon raid. After listening to Kim Jong-un's assumption, Kang Jin-ho said, in reality, situations like this happen quite often. For example, a team was formed to conquer a dungeon of a rare rating, but because the dungeon was reclassified as unique, every single one of them was wiped out. After telling this story and giving a sly smile, Kang Jin-ho added, but still, you're going to go into the dungeon anyway, aren't you? Hearing the question from his friend, Kim Jong-un cheerfully replied, of course I'll go there, even if I have to sell my soul to the devil. Let's hurry up and go to the dungeon. To which he heard, all right, let's go. Once inside the dungeon, Kang Jin-ho asked, by the way, doesn't it seem strange to you that the notification window said you were the first person to enter the dungeon, and not me, who already knew about its existence? After hearing his friend's question, Kim Jong-un said in surprise, so that's it. They credited me with bonuses for the first dungeon run then. Realizing what had just happened, Kim Jong-un said, wait, it's all because in this time loop you weren't able to enter this dungeon. Hearing what Kim Jong-un had just figured out, Kang Jin-ho said with a smile, bingo, and there are 2 reasons for that. As they continued deeper into the cave, Kang Jin-ho added, first, there's a level restriction, level 5 and below. In this time loop, I cleared the other dungeons first, so my level is much higher than 5. Kim Jong-un then asked, why didn't you come here first? Why did you go to the other dungeons instead? The next moment, covering his mouth with his hand, Kim Jong-un asked, was the reward better there? Or did you decide to respawn as the best strategic leader, anticipating the endings of all the NPCs? Did you really decide on purpose to clear the better dungeon at this stage? Hearing Kang Jin-ho say, don't spout nonsense with such confidence, of course there's another reason, Kim Jong-un smiled slyly and said, I see someone here is feeling a bit embarrassed, after which Kang Jin-ho added, and this one too. Before Kang Jin-ho could finish his sentence, Kim Jong-un, sensing something unusual, cried out in fear. What's going on? Looking in the direction of the giant monster heading toward them, Kim Jong-un added, why is that squirrel so huge? Darting out of the way of the giant squirrel heading straight for him, Kim Jong-un shouted, are you out of your mind? Are you serious? Standing aside and smiling happily, Kang Jin-ho said, let me explain the second reason. If the dungeon had been rated higher than unique upon opening, I wouldn't have been confident I could clear it. Hearing this, he replied, you're crazy. You have to warn people about things like that in advance. Watching the giant squirrel heading their way, Kim Jong-un received a notification. A defensive charge can deal additional damage proportional to the opponent's defense and health points. After reviewing the system warning, Kim Jong-un thought, that looks disgusting. What kind of squirrel is that? It's a real wild boar right in front of me. You can't call it anything else. It's fast and has no trouble maneuvering, but it lacks the power to inflict serious damage. Folding his hands in front of him, Kang Jin-ho said with a smile, "If you clear the dungeon without taking a single hit from an opponent, you'll be awarded the title of Flawless Dungeon Clear. So how will you handle this task?" Hearing this intriguing information from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon grabbed his sword and said, "You're actually asking me that, bro?" The next moment, leaving his hiding spot and charging at the enemy, Kim Jong-hoon added, "Of course I have to handle this." After which he received a notification. The Tyrant Squirrel is using the aggressive throw skill. Attack power and agility increase, defense decreases. As he approached the enemy, Kim Jong-hoon thought, "Because of the defense ram, I can't strike from behind or at the legs." The next moment, tossing his sword aside and drawing a small dagger, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, "The spot I'm aiming for is right here." Colliding with the giant squirrel and striking the intended spot, Kim Jong-hoon mentally declared, "The throat of this monster." After dealing damage and throwing the tyrannical squirrel off balance, Kim Jong-hoon lunged at the monster again and, shouting, "You're finished!" finished it off. After defeating the monster and receiving a notification that his level had risen, Kim Jong-hoon, catching his breath, said, "It was tough, but a lot of fun. We had to launch an attack right from the start." Kang Jin-ho then asked, "Are you okay? If you keep this up, you'll burn yourself out before you even realize it." Ignoring Kang Jin-ho's warning, Kim Jong-hoon said with a joyful smile, "Maybe we should try going 3 levels deeper. It seems I've almost completely figured out the essence of navigating this dungeon." Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's request, Kang Jin-ho thought with a displeased expression, "That can't be." A short while later, looking at the pile of items he'd gathered from the squirrels, Kang Jin-ho thought, in such a short amount of time he managed to deal with such a crowd of tyrannical squirrels. There really is a human standing before me. At the same time, looking at his pile of acorns, Kim Jong-hoon said, "No, why are only acorns dropping? What am I supposed to do with them? Maybe acorn flour." Without taking his eyes off the items he'd gathered, Kim Jong-hoon asked, "Isn't the effect that increases the drop rate supposed to be active right now? Then why the hell are only acorns dropping?" Kim Jong-hoon hadn't even finished his complaint when, seeing a chest in front of him, he asked, "What is this?" To which Kang Jin-ho replied, "A treasure chest. I thought you only got one after clearing a dungeon with a legendary rating. It's a huge rarity." Continuing his musings, Kang Jin-ho added, "In any case, a chest rating is just an upper limit, so there's no guarantee that a rare chest will drop a rare item, and the probability is very low." But before he could finish, Kim Jong-hoon interrupted him, saying, "How cool. Maybe we should try to open it. I'm burning up with impatience." Later, when Kang Jin-ho added, "Since when did the meaning of the word cool change? Did something just hit you in the head?" Kim Jong-hoon felt a tremor and exclaimed in confusion, "What's going on?" Not understanding what was happening, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in confusion, "Why did the walls suddenly start shaking? Is there an earthquake?" After that, Kang Jin-ho grabbed his hand, pulled him along, and shouted, "First, let's hide. We need to figure out what's going on." Seeing a giant monster nearby, Kim Jong-hoon thought, "It's definitely a squirrel in front of us, not a hippopotamus." Also, upon seeing the colossal monster nearby, Kang Jin-ho said, "Just as I suspected, that creature is a mutated entity. It's many times stronger than a dungeon boss. It's a hidden mob from the legendary dungeon, whose appearance is usually a great rarity. But why did it come out right now?" Peering out from their hiding spot at the monster that had appeared before them, Kim Jong-hoon said, "If this is a hidden mob, then there must be a good reward for it. In that case, there's nothing wrong with it crossing our path." Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's words, Kang Jin-ho said, "Maybe in other games things work exactly like that, but here it's different. This creature is more like a trap, which is why there won't be any loot dropped. Instead, the player is awarded a large number of points, allowing them to level up immediately, and if they manage to win the battle one-on-one, you'll be awarded a title. What will you do? Will you try to defeat this creature?" Receiving the question from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Given this turn of events, I must of course defeat it. I can't stand long preliminaries." Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's words, Kang Jin-ho said, "All right, then I'll point out that monster's weak spot. Check the inventory now." But before he could finish, Kim Jong-hoon said, "I'll launch a head-on attack." Upon learning of Kim Jong-hoon's plans, Kang Jin-ho thought, "This guy has finally lost his mind," and then exclaimed, "What are you talking about? If you attack head-on, I can say with 99% certainty that you'll die." After listening to the remarks from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon glanced at the giant squirrel and said, "Of course, it's much better to grow slowly, exploiting the weaknesses of the opponents you point out, but I want to do things a little differently." With a sly smile, Kim Jong-hoon added, "Even if I take fatal damage, it doesn't bother me much, because I only want to play games for fun." Resigning himself to Kim Jong-hoon's decision, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, "Fine, let's do it your way this time." After which he thought, the more I watch him, the more absurd his actions seem to me. Then Kim Jong-hoon grabbed his kindred spirit and, shaking him, shouted, "Brother Jin-ho, look over there, what's going on?" Outraged by Kim Jong-hoon's actions, Kang Jin-ho said, "You scoundrel, I'm actually offended. How many more times do I have to tell you what's there?" Then, turning his head to the side and seeing a squirrel with a chest and a necklace, he added in surprise, "Tant." Seeing a rather valuable item on the monster's chest, Kang Jin-ho said right there, "Carpe entertainment. That's certainly wonderful. But first, I think we should change our tactics a bit." After hearing Kang Jin-ho's comment, Kim Jong-hoon, licking his blade, exclaimed, "Okay, I much prefer the idea of smashing that legendary chest to fighting the monster one-on-one. Entertainment? No, I didn't hear what you said about that monster's weakness." Hearing the question, Kang Jin-ho replied, "It's very simple. There's a gluttonous mob right in front of you. You still have all the acorns you've collected so far? Take them out of your inventory and throw them at that squirrel." After that, Kim Jong-hoon threw all the acorns at the mob. After doing everything as instructed, Kim Jong-hoon asked, "So where exactly is that monster's weak spot? Is it really its back?" To which he heard, "Look closely." Peering intently at the monster's behavior, Kim Jong-hoon realized exactly where the monster's weak spot was and thought in amazement, "I must be losing my mind. What a fool I am." Hearing Kim Jong-hoon speak with his head bowed, his brother Kang Jin-ho asked with a sly smile, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and strike its weak spot. Just look, the monster's rear end is practically begging for your attack." Unable to withstand this pressure, Kim Jong-hoon grabbed Kang Jin-ho and exclaimed, "What kind of person are you? You're driving me crazy." To which Kang Jin-ho replied, hey, the squirrel's about to finish all the acorns and disappear. Then your legendary chest will be in trouble. The next moment, shifting his gaze to the squirrel, Kang Jin-ho said, look, the squirrel's about to leave. Seeing Kim Jong-hoon rush toward the monster, shouting curses, Kang Jin-ho called after him, Mr. Carp, hurry up! Heeding Kang Jin-ho's instruction, Kim Jong-hoon rushed toward the mutant squirrel and cried out, I'm sorry. Attacking the giant monster's weak spot, Kim Jong-hoon cried out, forgive me, a sinner. I have done very wrong. After the attack, he received a notification. Perfect attack on weak spot. The mutated squirrel tyrant has been defeated with a single blow. Level up. Bonus points awarded. You have been granted the title of Discoverer of the Legendary Dungeon. Kim Jong-hoon, shedding tears, said, forgive me, little squirrel. Seeing his friend's reaction, Kang Jin-ho asked, why are you so sad? A squirrel is just a piece of computer data, my friend. If you're so upset, light a candle for her soul. Hearing the remark from his soulmate, Kim Jong-hoon, wiping away his tears, said, bro, you're the real devil. Replace my soulmate. I don't want to play this game with this madman anymore. To which he replied, you're the madman. That's what you're calling yourself right now. The next moment, hearing Kang Jin-ho say, by the way, we still need the chest. Kim Jong-hoon, joyfully heading toward the reward, exclaimed, oh, it's definitely the chest. Approaching the legendary chest, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, bro, there's a lock on this chest. Hearing this, he added, that complicates things. Usually to open a lock like this, you need a key of the same rank. After a moment's discussion about opening the chest, Kim Jong-hoon asked, bro, we're both thinking the same thing, right? To which Kang Jin-ho replied, yeah, that's true, but no. Actions like that are pure fraud. Ignoring Kang Jin-ho's remark, Kim Jong-hoon placed his hand on the chest and said, well, I don't know, but it's worth at least trying to unlock it. After activating the skill, notifications began appearing before the guys. Unlocking skill activated, processing of the legendary rated chest complete, chest successfully opened. After successfully opening the chest, Kang Jin-ho said discontentedly, can you really always count on luck in this damn game? There's no such thing as a 100% chance of unlocking. Nothing is more absurd. The balance is just going to hell. To which Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed indignantly, wait, but there's nothing a 10-star skill can't handle. We all heard that perfectly well. The next moment, Kang Jin-ho said, all right, never mind. First, open that scroll. Hearing this, he began with the rarity rating, rare. Let's see what's inside. And an item appeared before the guys with the notification, unknown leather armor, rating required. Seeing what he'd managed to get his hands on, Kang Jin-ho said thoughtfully, the armor is actually pretty good, but since unrated items drop in the dungeon for evaluation, it wouldn't hurt to have something with a high rating. If you don't have a trump card up your sleeve, nothing will work out. What are you planning to do? Hearing Kang Jin-ho's question, Kim Jong-hoon replied, you know, the main character isn't called the main character for nothing. Immediately after speaking, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, unlock, without warning. Hearing this, Kang Jin-ho said, my veins are trembling. Yeah, absorb everything you see. Later, you'll probably even go so far as to unlock the last savior system itself. No sooner had Kang Jin-ho finished voicing his dissatisfaction than a notification appeared. 10-star unlock skill functions have been added. Skill information is being updated. Would you like to spend mana to appraise an unknown item? After that, he thought, so you're saying it worked again. Upon seeing the notification, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, what is this? Hearing the information update, he opened the status window. Following his friend's advice, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, oh, something new has appeared. Hearing Kim Jong-hoon say, wait, isn't it absurd that you need mana points to use a skill? Kang Jin-ho replied, is there any skill that doesn't require payment? In any case, once you get a profession later, the mana point issues will be resolved. Also, upon hearing Kang Jin-ho say, until then, just use the free chance provided once a day. You should try appraising the armor. Kim Jong-hoon, shifting uncomfortably, said, all right. Upon receiving the notification, do you wish to spend mana points to appraise an unknown item? Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, unlock. After unlocking the item and seeing its stats, Kim Jong-hoon said in amazement, armor with a rare rating, that's actually a pretty good piece. To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, Carpe, I'm really curious how long your luck will hold out. After receiving the armor, Kim Jong-hoon joyfully exclaimed, well, now it's time to unlock the legendary chest. And upon seeing the result, he said in surprise, what is this? Also, upon taking a closer look at the item inside the chest, Kang Jin-ho said, an egg. After which he added, it's completely unknown who might be inside. I'm really afraid of running into another trap item. After listening to Kim Jong-hoon's indignation, Kang Jin-ho said that what the egg actually is would only become clear after it was appraised. Hearing this remark, Kim Jong-hoon, who was sitting by the chest, said, if I take into account my remaining mana points, even if I appraise it, I'll only get something with a rare rating. And then thought, better to fail, better to fail. After activating the evaluation and seeing the notification, evaluation successfully completed, Tamias the magical squirrel's egg, Kim Jong-hoon said, you can trigger hatching using the acorn attribute. It says here that the squirrel's hatching can be triggered using the acorn attribute. Continuing to examine the egg's description, Kim Jong-hoon added, bro, the dash after the word rare means this is the lowest rating, which will eventually increase. That's right, he heard. Exactly. Magical squirrels are also popular in games because of their usefulness and appeal. Even if you switch to a hidden Peter, a divine beast in the future, for now, the magical squirrel is a decent substitute. After listening to his kindred spirit and taking the egg in his hands, Kim Jong-hoon said, so it turns out I need to get as many acorns as possible right now. Moving forward with the egg in his hands, Kim Jong-hoon added, come on, let's get this sorted out quickly because we still have a long way to go. Hearing this, Kang Jin-ho, who was standing behind him, folded his arms and thought discontentedly, seriously, who is he? Whatever he sets his mind to, everything goes like clockwork. After a while, having found another tyrant squirrel and swinging his dagger, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, another acorn on the way. As he continued to destroy the monsters, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, forgive me, but I really want to get that acorn. It doesn't matter if I did something shameful. How can I express what's going on in my heart? Meanwhile, Kang Jin-ho, who was watching all this, shouted, You crazy idiot, stop it, you're scaring me. When the squirrel's body fell to the ground, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. You have defeated the dungeon boss, the giant squirrel. You have cleared the dungeon without taking a single hit. You are awarded the title, the one who dodges blows. Your level has been raised. You have reached level 10. Congratulations, you can now receive quests from the spirit of the dungeon. You have fully completed the raid to the dungeon. Having obtained the items he needed, Kim Jong-hoon looked at his hand, where the acorns were, and said, well, all the attributes turned out to be acorns. Looking at the colors of the acorns he had obtained, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, blueberry, orange, strawberry, which should I choose? Maybe pistachio. Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's musings, Kang Jin-ho said, if you can't decide, how about getting a profession first, and then slowly thinking through your choice? By completing all the quests of your kindred spirit, you'll be able to choose from 3 professions that suit you. The next moment, seeing that Kim Jong-hoon's expression had suddenly changed, Kang Jin-ho remarked, why do you have such a strange look on your face? Are you doubting me again? After looking over the list of professions he could choose from, Kim Jong-hoon said, man, you really are an incredible kindred spirit. Hearing Kim Jong-hoon as he looked through the list, which included professions like farmer, fisherman, and woodcutter, say, as expected, a solid foundation is important in any endeavor, since that was the meaning behind the choices presented, wasn't it? Kang Jin-ho bowed before him and said, I apologize. Lifting his head after apologizing, Kang Jin-ho added, the profession of a player tends to be chosen in proportion to the rank of the kindred spirit. But as you know, my rank is 0, so your list of professions has its limitations. Throwing his hand behind his head, Kang Jin-ho added, you can also get quests from other NPCs or take up another profession by earning achievements. Kim Jong-hoon then asked, or... Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's question, Kang Jin-ho replied, take the fastest quest available starting at level 45. To which Kim Jong-hoon retorted, and you, I see, have finally lost your mind. The next moment, imagining himself as a fisherman or farmer, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, are you suggesting I level up by digging in a garden and fishing? I don't want to. I won't do that. Find me another kindred spirit. To which he replied, calm down. I'll provide you with good items. But first, let's focus on the hidden quest, which is just around the corner. Let's put whatever we can get our hands on into our inventory and hit the road. Heeding his spirit companion's advice, Kim Jong-hoon set off for the starting city of Laysan. There, Kim Jong-hoon accidentally overheard a player's conversation. So, I got the jackal pelt you asked for. To which the NPC replied, wow, thank you. You are truly a messenger of God. The next quest is a pack of wolves on the outskirts of the forest. After overhearing this conversation, Kim Jong-hoon thought, a kindred spirit is God and the players are God's messengers, and then asked, bro, didn't you say that if we manage to meet the elder, we can get something from him? Is that right? Upon receiving the question from Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho replied, yes, that's right. They'll give you some junk from the flea market, and sometimes you get something incredibly valuable, huh? No sooner had Kang Jin-ho said this than he happened to notice the elder nearby and shouted, Carpe, over there on the corner of the church, the old man, the elder. Hearing the shouts and noticing the player nearby, the old man said, listen, friend, would you like to trade my old things for yours? After receiving a system notification, the hidden NPC, the old man, offered you a deal. Do you want to accept the hidden quest barter? Kim Jong-hoon ran up to the old man and shouted, of course I do! Noticing the elder's appearance, others who were interested rushed toward Kim Jong-hoon and began shouting, isn't he over there? Damn it, someone's already standing in front of him. Hey, you there, sir, wait a minute. You can't just accept quests on a whim here. Hearing the shouts of the crowd rushing toward the elder, Kang Jin-ho said with a smile on his face, it's just those scoundrels from the Mammonism Guild. You're too late, you idiots. Carpe before they get to us. Let's grab the reward and get out of here. No sooner had Kang Jin-ho said this than Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in confusion, what's up, bro? I can't accept the quest, which instantly wiped the smile off his kindred spirit's face. Seeing the notification, are you sure you want to decline? Hidden quest, barter canceled. Kang Jin-ho shouted, what nonsense, you say it's canceled? The quest is canceled? In my experience, nothing like this has ever happened. To which Kim Jong-hoon shouted, I'm accepting the quest, I'm telling you I agree, what's the problem? At that very moment, a new quest icon appeared above the elder and he said, you don't have a god you worship, do you? After that, a notification appeared. You have discovered a hidden quest. Change of profession from the elder, descendant of the king of summoner. After offering Kim Jong-hoon the new task, the elder asked, would you mind if we move to another place to talk? Frozen in shock at what he'd heard, Kang Jin-ho thought, this is some kind of nonsense. Are you saying that something like that was hidden behind the elder's mask? After which he replied, I'll gladly follow you. Having received an answer to his question, the elder said, excellent, I'm pleased with your answer. In that case, let's go. Then he shouted, catch that scoundrel. If we fail this quest, our heads will roll. But before the crowd could run up to the elder, they saw only a bright light. Finding himself in a different location, Kang Jin-ho whispered, Carpe, from now on, only talk about yourself. When you talk to yourself among other users, they might think you're muttering to yourself or streaming, but NPCs aren't capable of drawing such conclusions. Understood, he replied. Glancing at the young man he had invited over, the elder said, welcome, stranger, my name is Drek Stein. You may call me Drek. I greet you on behalf of the Akram Empire. After hearing this from the elder, you were probably wondering why I was pretending to be an elder, and where I spent the coins I collected. Since you've already passed the first stage of selection, I'll satisfy your curiosity. Kim Jong-hoon asked what the first stage of selection was, after which someone said, but you don't have a god you serve. Also, listening to the elder's story, who added that these damned gods seduce strangers with sweet temptations, called the power of Kang Jin-ho. Kang Jin-ho looked at Carpe and thought, he's talking about beings like me. It's funny, there must be an NPC hostile toward kindred spirits. Feeling a certain unease about what had happened, Kang Jin-ho added in his mind, so it turns out such characters existed in Laysan. It seems that even in the information I've accumulated over 10 years, there are far more gaps than I could have imagined. Folding his hands in front of him, Drek Stein, sitting at the table, said, you must be a benefactor. Do not succumb to the temptations of these evil beings. After receiving a question from the elder, Kim Jong-hoon said, excuse me for interrupting you mid-sentence, but I have a kindred spirit, a god whom I serve. Hearing what the young man had just said, the elder jumped to his feet, looked into the system, and exclaimed, it can't be. I checked everything thoroughly. Wait a second. After checking his information even more carefully, Dreckstein looked back and said, a demon has latched onto you. Don't worry. As soon as you pass the test, I'll assign you a very good shaman. Hearing this, Kong Jin-ho, whom the NPC hadn't heard, exclaimed, no, just listen to this old man. If I have 0 stars, then even for a kindred spirit, then it can't be counted. Kim Jong-hoon thought, so if I have 0 stars, no one will treat you as a kindred spirit. Isn't that for the best? The next moment, a notification appeared before Kim Jong-hoon. Do you want to take the exam for the hidden quest, Descendant of the Spell King? Restriction. The player must complete it without a kindred spirit. Dreckstein asked, in any case, I think you're well qualified, so do you agree to join us? After accepting the quest, Kim Jong-hoon saw a storyline that told of the Spell King, who, 800 years ago, first united the scattered territories of the continent and became the first emperor to found the ancient Akram Empire. His efforts brought peace to the continent, but not for long, as something no one expected invaded the empire. Hearing Dreckstein add, they are a bunch of false gods, beings you call kindred spirits, Kim Jong-hoon froze in his tracks in surprise. Following Dreckstein, Kim Jong-hoon thought, the kindred spirits that players believe in so strongly are actually aggressors. After that, Dreckstein added, the country was torn apart. Many people died, but it wasn't just Akram that suffered. Continuing the storyline of the quest, Dreckstein added that after a long, bloody battle, the Spellcaster King finally sealed all the kindred spirits within his heart, but he passed away, leaving some preparations for future generations. Hundreds of years have passed, and now the seal has begun to slowly crumble. Recalling the history of his empire, Dreckstein added that the spiritual essence of those dishonest ones invaded the continent, and little by little they changed history, soon becoming beings revered by people as gods. Those hideous creatures are trying to devour this continent once again. Continuing the story, Dreckstein added, by using outsiders, so-called false messengers of the gods, I therefore ask you, stranger, to help us. Having finished his account of Akram's history, Dreckstein, seeing that the conditions of the second stage had already been met, exclaimed in shock, are you saying that the second stage has already been completed? Watching Kim Jong-hoon in bewilderment, Dreckstein exclaimed, who the hell are you? After which Kim Jong-hoon thought, I never would have thought that beating up those who thirst for blood in order to seize coins would be so beneficial. Resting his hand on his chin and recalling Hanzo, Kim Jong-hoon added to himself that, as for the second point of this stage, he thought that the strange ninja, who definitely had more than one kindred spirit, had helped him here. Well, background events like these absolutely don't match the level of a city for beginners. Accepting the fact that all of this is reality, Dreckstein said, could it be that, as the prophecy said, he is the very hero who must save the world? So now follow me. The third and final stage of the selection will take place elsewhere. After moving to another location, Dreckstein said, there was a decisive reason why the empire fell under the onslaught of the invaders. It happened because of the betrayal of some leaders. Walking alongside Kim Jong-hoon, Dreckstein added, after that bitter defeat, the king realized that those who would become his successors must possess a steadfast will that remains unshaken in the face of those creatures' temptations. Later, upon hearing from Dreckstein, hero, step onto the magic circle. From this moment on, I will tell you about the final stage of the selection you must undergo. Kim Jong-hoon began to stretch and said, right, then wondered, since when did he start considering me a hero? No sooner had Kim Jong-hoon finished his thoughts than he received a notification. The ancient magic circle has been activated. The forgotten ancient magic of the capital of vases has been activated. After that, Dreckstein said, time limit, 1 minute. If you can hold out, you'll pass. I wish you luck. Looking back at Kang Jin-ho, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, bro, don't you think all this is a little unusual? To which he replied, it seems so. After all, the capital of vases has 9 stars, the highest difficulty. Hearing this, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, 9 stars? Even if the difficulty were cursed, that's way too high. Does this game even have a conscience? The next moment, seeing the notification with a considerable number of debuffs piled onto Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho said, wow, this could be considered the most intense debuff bombardment, called the 7 Deadly Sins, a complete deception, and this is the final test. The next moment, raising his head, Kang Jin-ho added, even in this balanced place, everyone survives as best they can. Make it work, or else disappear. After that, he noticed that the notification window was beginning to shatter. Less than a minute later, the debuffs dissipated and new notifications appeared. 10-star unlocking skill activated. All anomalous statuses eliminated. Quest, change of profession from the elder completed. You completed the quest many times faster than the allotted time. Rewards will be adjusted. Seeing yet another notification that read, hidden class, descendant of the Summoner King will be changed to Lord Summoner. Hidden class rating, Lord Summoner. Mythical. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the trial, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise. It's all over already. Of course, that's better for me, but why so fast? After receiving another notification stating, you have completed the class change process and become a Lord Summoner. Professional skills have been added. You can check the information in the window. You are the first to obtain a Mythic class and are granted the title Mythic, Kang Jin-ho said. In the 10 years I've spent in the game, I've never once managed to obtain a Mythic rank class. Hearing Kang Jin-ho add, and it just fell into your lap on a silver platter on your first try? I'm simply speechless, Kim Jong-hoon said joyfully. I must have been someone like General Lee Sun-sin in a past life. To which his kindred spirit remarked, that idiot is here too and he only has 8 stars. Finishing the conversation and looking away, Kim Jong-hoon thought, first I want to check the skills of my new profession. Let's see what's there. But before he could do so, he turned back to Dreckstein, who exclaimed in amazement, incredible, the king of spellcasters. Falling to his knees and beginning to embrace Kim Jong-hoon, Dreckstein exclaimed, now we have a new lord, the master of Akram. To which Kim Jong-hoon, trying to extricate himself from the old man's embrace, shouted, I understand. Stop it already. Get up from your knees, please. Heeding the request, Dreckstein stood up and handing the box to Kim Jong-hoon said, open the box. Following the instruction, Kim Jong-hoon opened it and exclaimed in surprise, wow, it's that. Seeing the boy's joyful reaction, Dreckstein said, a magical weapon used by the king. It resembles gloves in shape, but functions like a wizard's staff. My mission was to deliver the items the Sorcerer King left for his heir. Putting on the gift, Kim Jong-un exclaimed joyfully, "Legendary rating. I can't believe my eyes. I want to try them out in action as soon as possible." To which Dreckstein replied, "I like your enthusiasm, but the time has not yet come. To face a powerful enemy, you must prepare well." After activating the quest for the Sorcerer King's relic, Dreckstein said, "While you're out searching, I'll continue my research here." What kind of research? When asked by Kim Jong-un, Dreckstein replied, "I'm studying the coins that belong to the foreigners. This is the only clue linking the foreigners to the false gods." "I see," he replied. Having gathered enough information, Kim Jong-un adjusted the glove on his hand and said, "Drek, for some reason, I feel like I can help you with your research." Lying on the bed in his apartment, a young man scrolled through videos and said, "Lately, all the streams are boring. There's nothing new." Suddenly noticing something that caught his attention, the young man said, "Wait, this is the quest related to the antlers of the deer herd's leader." Throwing his arm behind his head and starting to watch the video, the guy added, "Some newbie must have filmed and posted a video like this. I feel sorry for you, buddy, so be it. I'll boost your view count." After watching for a few minutes and seeing some completely unexpected footage, the viewer exclaimed that this was all some kind of nonsense. Jumping up from his seat and moving closer to the phone, the guy added in shock, "I'll deal with those bloodthirsty people myself and figure out who he even is." Also, when I reached the part with the elder who sells unique items, the viewer said that there's also an NPC like that in the game, and that this is the first time I've seen him too. Wait a second, what just popped up there? Are you saying that I'm looking at a video of a hidden quest? In utter disappointment, Kim Jong-un said, "Following your instructions, I edited and uploaded the video." The next moment, shifting his attention to the crowd from which the voices were coming, "I'm buying coins. Hey, maybe show a little business ethics." He exclaimed, "Actually, I was the first to see that noob. What nonsense. I was the first to make the deal." Kim Jong-un shouted, "But 400,000 views? What's going on here, and why is this happening? Everyone seems to have gone crazy." Suddenly spotting a member of the Mammonism Guild, someone in the crowd shouted, "There's that scoundrel from Mammonism. Hey, where are you going? Catch him." Watching what was happening in the game, Kang Jin-ho said, "You still don't get it? It's all because of the video you uploaded, my Carpe. In just one morning, you became a superstar. What do you think about getting serious about streaming?" To which Kim Jong-un replied, "Back off. I can't even string two words together properly. What the hell is streaming?" The next moment, after glancing at the comments under the video, Kim Jong-un added, "I only did that to get Drake some coins, and at the same time to knock the Mammonism Guild off their high horse." After Kim Jong-un's remark, "And by the way, bro, everything was fine with you yesterday. Nothing special happened," Kang Jin-ho replied, "With me, well, how should I put it? A day earlier, upon seeing the timer for the forced logout from the game, Kang Jin-ho said, 'Time flew by so fast, Carpe, there are only 30 minutes left.' Also, upon seeing the timer, Kim Jong-un said, 'Of the maximum 10 hours in the game, 9 have already passed. My first day in the game ended so quickly. It was so intense.' To which he heard, 'Yeah, that's right, that's right.' The next moment, drawing attention to himself, Kang Jin-ho said, 'By the way, I've been wondering, what will happen to me when you leave the game? I'm not responsible for several players. Like other kindred spirits, I have only you.' Later, hearing Kim Jong-un's demand, Kang Jin-ho cried out in fear, 'Get rid of the access time limit using the unlocking skill. Please stay with me. What if I regress into the past in this damn game too? And then your mythical class will weep.' After listening to the whining of his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-un said, 'I don't think anything like that will happen.' To which he heard, 'How can you remain so unshakable? What a cursed game.' The next, recalling yesterday's moment, Kang Jin-ho said, 'Fortunately, after you left the game, my existence wasn't erased, and on top of that, I didn't regress again.' Folding his hands in front of him, Kang Jin-ho added discontentedly, 'But I was thrown back into my room.' Hearing this, Kim Jong-un exclaimed in surprise, 'What do you mean, your room?' Hearing the words of his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-un asked, 'Still, I'm glad your location turned out to be not as strange as we thought.' To which he replied, 'Well, you're absolutely right. If I got bored, I could just read something, and the bed is so soft. So I'm completely satisfied with everything.' The next moment, noticing the square ahead, Kim Jong-un added, 'Look, it seems like more and more people are gathering in the square. Come on, let's stop our chatter and get to work.' To which he heard, 'Is that what you think?' After leaving the starting city and finding themselves in the forest, Kim Jong-un said, 'Such silence, and there's no sign of those thirsting for blood anywhere.' Kang Jin-ho then thought, 'They've gone into hiding along with Mammonism. Perhaps something else happened here while we were away.' Stopping suddenly, Kang Jin-ho said, 'Great, I think we've gone far enough into the depths of the forest. Open the status window.' Kim Jong-un then said, 'Open the status window.' And after glancing at the stats, added, 'I can't even get the words out. This is the status window of someone who changed professions.' Hearing that, even I felt a slight pang of conscience. I think we went a little too far. Continuing to look at the stats, Kang Jin-ho added, 'The total of all stats has increased to 159, with an average of about 32. If you're going to keep streaming, you should hide all your personal information. Otherwise, the kids will cry.' To which Kim Jong-un replied, 'All right, I'll hide everything.' Stretching out his hand and saying, 'Now open the skill window,' Kim Jong-un received a notification. Skill, Magical Engineering, Elemental Mastery, Elemental Arrow, Penetrating Strike. He said in surprise, 'This is the first time I've seen a skill like this. It must be directly related to the profession. I'll try clicking on it once.' After activating the skill and seeing the notification, 'There are items with the Magic Engineering skill in your inventory.' Kim Jong-un thought, 'There's something in my inventory.' Deciding to look into his inventory to find out what reacts to the skill, and seeing several flickering items, Kim Jong-un said in surprise, 'The acorns are glowing.' Upon receiving the notification asking if he wanted to synthesize the acorns into magical materials using magical energy, Kim Jong-un exclaimed, 'Synthesize magical materials. What does that mean?' He checked the system window. Glancing at the system window with the skill description, Kang Jin-ho said, 'I see. It's some kind of crafting skill. The King Summoner must have been just as skilled in alchemy. You've managed to acquire a truly valuable skill.' Glancing at his hand, Kim Jong-un heard, 'As soon as rumors of this spread, all the guilds in LS will line up before you to recruit you.' To which he replied, 'I'm not interested in that at all. When it comes to a hidden class, it's much more interesting to develop on my own.' After listening to Kim Jong-un's story, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, 'As expected, you really do know your stuff, and you're no slouch either.' Soon after, Kim Jong-hoon noticed 2 bright cubes in front of him and a notification. There are materials in your inventory that can be synthesized. Do you wish to synthesize them? After reviewing the system prompt, Kim Jong-hoon said, I just need to place the components here. The interface is so simple that you can operate it intuitively. Maybe I should start by putting just 2 items inside. After taking 2 items and placing them in the synthesis slots, Kim Jong-hoon said, let's put the acorns of fire and ice inside. The next moment, seeing that the synthesis start button had turned green, Kim Jong-hoon thought, so that's how the synthesis process works. I have 8 acorns, in that case the number of combinations. Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's thoughts, Kang Jin-ho said, so it increases to 28. After which he saw Kim Jong-hoon smash the system window and exclaim, first of all, I got this profession to narrow down the attribute options for my pet. But what am I supposed to do if, on the contrary, there are now even more of them? After venting his frustration, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, wait, is that really it? Arranging the acorns in a row in front of him and saying, I'll put this one here, and that one over there. Kim Jong-hoon, having finished arranging them, received a notification. Do you wish to synthesize? Hearing Kim Jong-hoon say, it seems everything is correct, Kang Jin-ho, who was standing aside, thought, don't contradictions usually arise between the properties of attributes? How can you mix them like this? Feeling deeply troubled by what was happening, Kang Jin-ho thought to himself, I must stop him. But despite all his 10 years of experience with regressions, he knew absolutely nothing about the unlocking skill, the Lord Summoner, or magical engineering. If he had no idea what his plan would lead to, then something was definitely in store for him. Lost, envisioning the worst-case scenario in his mind, Kang Jin-ho cried out in fear, not this. The next moment, placing his hand on Kim Jong-hoon's shoulder, Kang Jin-ho said, Carp, I think you're doing something wrong. First, slow down and put down just 2. What will you do if, in case of failure, you lose all your acorns? To which he replied, sorry, bro. As a result, reaching out to the created item, Kim Jong-hoon received another notification. Primordial Fragment, Epic Tier, Magic Material, Attribute Stone. It all began with the foundation of all existence. A fragment in the shape of an acorn containing the energy of the beginning. Also, hearing Kim Jong-hoon ask, so now we'll find out what the result will be, bro. Kang Jin-ho awkwardly replied, why are you even asking if you're handling everything perfectly on your own anyway? Also, hearing this from his kindred spirit, our Carpe had really grown up. A big boy like him didn't need help from some nobody. Kim Jong-hoon looked around and asked in surprise, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? After all, it's from you that I learned everything. Hearing this from his friend, without your help, I wouldn't have been able to get into the dungeon or get an epic tier acorn, and it was the same with the hidden quest. It was only thanks to you that I managed to get a mythic tier profession. Kang Jin-ho covered his mouth with his hands and joyfully exclaimed, you rascal, you are such a rascal. After fulfilling all the conditions and activating the trigger to hatch the egg, Kim Jong-hoon saw a magical squirrel cub before him. When the animal began to hug him, Kim Jong-hoon said happily, just look at this little one. How cute. To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, if you ignore the black fur, the animal looks like the most ordinary, charming squirrel. The next moment, noticing a notification next to him that read, choose a name for your pet, Kim Jong-hoon said, we definitely need to decide on a name. Hearing this, Kang Jin-ho said, don't waste time looking for something with a special meaning. Just pick something simple. Lately, the animal has been repeating QQ. What do you think of the name QQ? After listening to the suggestion, Kim Jong-hoon stroked the animal and thought, glancing at the nickname Jin-ho, I thought he was skilled at this. My big mistake. I'd better reject his recommendation and said, I've decided on the name Chornish. After naming his pet, Kim Jong-hoon picked it up and exclaimed, Chornish, stay with me forever. To which Kim Jong-hoon remarked, enough playing around with it. Let's get going. Didn't you say you wanted to test your combat skills? Hearing the question from his spirit companion, Kim Jong-hoon asked in surprise, what? Doesn't my stay in the beginner's city end after reaching the 10th level? In response to Kim Jong-hoon's question, Kang Jin-ho said, the moment your 10th level is confirmed, you'll be able to receive a quest from your kindred spirit, and you'll also be granted the right to leave Laysan. Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho added that if you inform the leader of Kedlak at City Hall of your intention to leave, he will send you to the mainland. Continuing the conversation, Kang Jin-ho added, but lately the trend has been to stay in Laysan a little longer, rather than mindlessly hitting the road. To which he heard a response. Without taking his eyes off Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho asked, are you still asking? Isn't all of this done because there's so much worth experiencing? Hearing the remark from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon thought of the player's absolute mastery of the sword and the magical skills he had acquired. Realizing the meaning behind his kindred spirit's words, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed with a gleam in his eyes, true, very wise words, heavenly demon. Reaching out his hand, Kang Jin-ho noted that the quests on the mainland are difficult. So there are both those who stay and use their skills in Laysan, and those who set out on a long journey to reach the end of the stage. Specifically for the players who remain here, a mob boss was designed separately. After listening to Kang Jin-ho, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, if it's a mob boss, then it'll be perfect for my final exam. Hearing his friend's exclamation, Kang Jin-ho said, then let's head to the Cave of Horror in Laysan, home of the so-called hellish monster. Making their way through the thicket to the cave, Kang Jin-ho said, so we're here. Seeing the place on the horizon toward which they had been striding so confidently, Kang Jin-ho added, there it is, the cave of the hellish monster. As he approached the crowd and heard the attacking players shouting, group up to catch the hellish monster. Its core is worth a fortune. Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, there are a lot of people here. To which Kang Jin-ho replied, this is the second spot on the list where users gather outside the city. After listening to his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon rubbed his nose and asked, and the first one then? Where is it? To which he heard, you've already been there. It's a place connected to the antlers of the leader of the deer herd. Despite all the shouts from the crowd, Kim Jong-hoon happened to hear someone nearby say, hey, did you watch the video uploaded to the channel yesterday that made it into the top 10? Turning his gaze, Kim Jong-hoon saw 2 guys talking. You mean the quest related to bartering? Of course I watched it, but when I went to the place shown in the video, I didn't see any NPCs. I guess the location changes every time. By the way, that player is also a newbie, right? As he continued listening to the guy's talk, even if that's what's going to get him teamed up with his dream partners, you'd think the guy who single-handedly took care of those bloodthirsty ones would get in the same boat with us. Shut up, you fool. You can try it, Kim Jong-hoon thought. How this annoys me. Noticing the dissatisfied Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho approached him and exclaimed, I see you're a very famous person. Please join my team, at least once. Hearing his brother, he retorted, What's with you pain in the neck? How many times do I have to say I don't want to become a local celebrity? Later, upon approaching the entrance, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. Cave of the Hellish Monster. Do you wish to enter? Upon entering, after forming a team, the difficulty level is adjusted. Before you lies a special dungeon. The time taken to clear it is recorded here. Seeing the notification, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in surprise, A dungeon to clear against the clock? To which he heard, Yeah, look over there. Hearing Kang Jin-ho's instruction, this is the system where records are updated on this stone. Come over and open the stats. Kim Jong-hoon approached the stone. After opening the stats, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, The interface is pretty simple. Everything is easy and intuitive. And what do the question marks at the top of the list mean? He asked. That means access to the profile is blocked, Kang Jin-ho replied. If a player decides to hide their information, it will be marked that way. After listening to the explanation, Kim Jong-hoon asked, Wow, so that player is none other than Mr. Heavenly Demon? Just look at this record. To which Kang Jin-ho replied confidently, You really do have a sharp mind. It's been half a year since Kang Jin-ho said that, and no one has managed to knock me off the top spot, though the one who took second place seems like a very promising player, Kim Jong-hoon thought. The champion of the gods? I've heard that name somewhere before. Soon a voice rang out from the crowd. Someone's coming out of the cave. It looks like a player has cleared the dungeon. Leaving the dungeon, one of the players said, Finally, we've caught that little dog. Minsu, Jongsu, and Kwangsu. We've come for your souls again. Hearing one of the trio exclaim, I wonder if we made it onto the top list. Go check quickly, Kim Jong-hoon thought. Just some familiar faces. After checking the list, one of the trio shouted, We're 17th. Let's hurry to the city for the reward and head to the mainland. Hearing the exclamation, Kim Jong-hoon asked, I see that a reward is given for making it onto the top list. To which he heard, Yes, but it's not very good. I think the list on that stone is more important. If you set a decent record, you'll be able to easily join the Muram Grandmasters Guild in the future. The next moment, hearing, Well, even if you're not interested in something like that, as a player with pure intentions to become famous, you'll want to take on the challenge because these records are eternal. Kim Jong-hoon said, Interesting. Approaching the cave and receiving the notification. Do you wish to enter the cave of the hellish monster? Kim Jong-hoon shouted, Confirm entry. Once inside the cave, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. The hellish monster will be summoned in 3 minutes. Prepare for battle. Seeing the countdown, Kim Jong-hoon said, A timer means there's nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. This place is perfect for a boss battle. Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's remark, Kang Jin-ho added, Yeah, it's the perfect place to test our abilities. By the way, you can take one more item for your weapon. Those cheater gloves. How long is this RA going to keep surprising me with its balance? Hearing this, his brother said, You said earlier that we'd test it together, so why are you leaving me behind again? When the time came, a mob appeared in front of the guys. Upon seeing it, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, What a fool, why is it so huge? Smiling as he looked at the boss, Kang Jin-ho said, It's a hellish monster, a mob with the fire attribute. Do you get what I mean? To which Kim Jong-hoon replied, Got it. Get ready, Chornish. It's your turn. Calling his pet, Kim Jong-hoon added a magical spell to his weapon, using the ice attribute. Upon receiving a notification that the weapon had acquired the attribute, Kim Jong-hoon used another skill, a devastating strike. Watching the countdown timer before the battle began, Kim Jong-hoon immediately launched an attack on the monster. As he approached the hellish monster, Kim Jong-hoon read its movements, dodged the attack, and remarked, By the way, you're too slow. Meanwhile, watching the battle, Kang Jin-ho thought, If I add various items and title effects to Karp's agility, it will only be a matter of time before he starts figuring out how to act without my advice. Even if I'm powerless now, I'll feel even weaker later. Enraged by the missed attack from Kim Jong-hoon, the monster used the Hellfire Breath skill. Noticing the monster's intentions, Kim Jong-hoon, preparing for a counterattack, said, Hey dog, by attacking right in front of my nose, you're begging me to finish you off faster. The next moment, leaping from his spot and jumping onto the mob, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, If that's what you want, I'll send you straight to God in heaven right now. After landing a single blow and receiving the victory notification, Kim Jong-hoon said disappointedly, Damn, I beat him too quickly. Standing near the cave entrance, one of the players mused, I can't seem to get a team together today. Maybe I should just head back to town. The next, continuing his thoughts, the guy added that it was clear at first glance that he was a newbie. They should go in with him and use him as cannon fodder. After which he noticed the other's surprise. Hearing the crowd shout, No, aren't those numbers absurd? What are the developers even doing? Have they forgotten how to work? A bug was reported in just one dungeon of the hellish monster. What kind of nonsense is going on here? The guy pushed his way forward and said, There's a bug in Lassie. Excuse me, I'll go through. Why all the commotion? When the boss fight ended, Kang Jin-ho said discontentedly, You scoundrel, are you some kind of wild beast or something? How can you strike your opponent the moment he shows weakness? Hearing the remark, Kim Jong-hoon replied awkwardly, I told you, it was a slip-up. I planned to test other skills as well. I didn't expect him to die so quickly. The next moment, upon seeing the hide of the Hellhound and the core of the Hellfire, Kim Jong-hoon added, Just items. There won't be any equipment. After his complaint, hearing that the hellish monster doesn't drop equipment and rarely drops anything at all, Kim Jong-hoon said, I see. Then I'll collect what's there first. Hey, Blackie, where did you run off to? Seeing how Chornish jumped off his shoulder and began digging in the ground, Kang Jin-ho said, It seems the little guy figured it out right away. Not understanding what was happening, Kim Jong-hoon asked, What does that mean? To which he heard, You still don't get it? After which, upon seeing the chest, he exclaimed, That's it. When the chest of potions opened, Kang Jin-ho said, That's right, here's the Easter egg. After receiving quite a few different potions and using some of them, Kim Jong-hoon said, Tasty? To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, Master Carpe, if you've all drunk it, let's hit the road. We've got a ton of stuff to do. Having completely emptied the potion bottle, Kim Jong-hoon said, Hey bro, listen, what if... Hearing the long pause and sensing his friend's anxious thoughts, Kang Jin-ho said fearfully, You scoundrel, there really isn't anything else here. In any case, my answer will be no. Not taking his kindred spirit at his word, Kim Jong-un exclaimed, "Where does such confidence come from? Come on, let's dig up all the ground in front of us. Forward, Blackie." To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Isn't that complete madness? Stop fooling around. Let's get out of here." Returning to Laysan and walking through the city streets, Kim Jong-un remarked, "If we hadn't come here, it would always be this noisy." Walking alongside his friend, Kang Jin-ho said, "The harsher the reality, the more lively the game must be, and the ultimate escape is a game that perfectly satisfies the desire to flee from reality." Continuing his conversation with Kim Jong-un, Kang Jin-ho added, "It's not for nothing that the number of users exceeds 500 million. Hearing the words of his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-un said, "At the beginning, everyone was excited about this game, and now it seems to me that it has become more understandable. A place where people, society, and life exist, not just a game space where monsters are hunted with swords and magic, the so-called other world of Lhasa." However, as soon as you set foot on the mainland, the story changes immediately. In most areas, character activities are permitted, but when players from all over the world gather, even the slightest carelessness cannot be allowed. I think I've explained everything in general. Now let's go to the leader, Kedlak. Hearing from our kindred spirit, we're here. Leader Kedlak will send us to the mainland. Kim Jong-un spoke up, "I have a question." When Kang Jin-ho said, "Ask away, cadet," Kim Jong-un, looking at the crowd, said, "Will we definitely be able to go to the mainland this year?" Seeing Kim Jong-un's dissatisfaction, Kang Jin-ho added, "Don't be upset, there are no special procedures, so we'll be able to travel to the mainland in about 5 minutes." To which the heavenly demon replied, "Damn, time is money." Meanwhile, standing somewhere near Kim Jong-un was a guy who said, "Hey, have you heard the latest news? Today is the release day for the Kindred Spirit app." Intrigued by the conversation and listening in, Kim Jong-un heard, "Install it right away as soon as you log out of the game. If you miss the notification from Kindred Spirit, you'll shed plenty of tears." Hearing Kim Jong-un mention the Kindred Spirit app, Kang Jin-ho said, "Kindred Spirit isn't capable of notifying the user about every quest that appears?" Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho added, "After all, compared to the number of users, the number of spirit companions is far too small. For example, under the wing of the popular 6-star spirit companion Percival, there are about 137,000 users." Speaking about the app, Kang Jin-ho added, "That is precisely why the aforementioned app was created." Continuing his explanation, Kang Jin-ho added that if you link your Lassie account to your phone, you'll be able to receive notifications when a quest appears, or when a spirit companion is searching for a user. After explaining everything to Kim Jong-un, Kang Jin-ho added, "I think I've explained everything clearly," to which he heard, "One thing is clear to me. This app won't do you any good." Seeing a new face before him, the leader of Laysan, Kedlak, said, "Oh, please come in. Are you planning to leave Laysan?" The next moment, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders, he added, "If you leave our city, it will be very difficult to return. Is that okay with you?" To which Kim Jong-un replied, "What can you do?" No sooner had the young man answered than Kedlak, staring at him, exclaimed, "Wait a minute, you're the very hero who defeated the hellish monster, aren't you?" To which Kim Jong-un exclaimed, "Wow, what a terrifying expression." Throwing the reward for defeating the boss into Kim Jong-un's hands, Kedlak exclaimed, "I can't send a hero who worked so hard for the good of our city away empty-handed. Please accept my small gift." The next moment, after activating the portal and handing Kim Jong-un a letter, the man added, "I would like to talk with you longer, but there are people waiting their turn, so I must end our conversation." When the passage opened completely, Kedlak added, "Now that the portal is open, you can travel to the mainland city of Luan." As he headed toward the portal, whistling cheerfully, Kim Jong-un heard someone call after him, "May the gods bless your journey ahead." Upon arriving in Luan, Kim Jong-un shielded his eyes from the sun and exclaimed, "Wow, this is a whole different level." To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Luan is truly massive. It's no wonder it's one of the top 3 cities in Lhasa." Looking around, Kang Jin-ho added, "Since the population density is high, there are plenty of hidden quests, sights, and delicious food here." The next moment, slinging his arm around Kim Jong-un's shoulder, Kang Jin-ho added, "Oh yeah, Luan is especially famous for its seafood dishes. I knew you'd be interested, so I prepared a whole collection." Interrupting his friend and giving him a stern look, Kim Jong-un said, "Wait, it seems we still have an unfinished conversation." To which Kang Jin-ho replied, "Our memory is also excellent." Interrupting Kang Jin-ho, Kim Jong-un said, "Now that you're here, don't play dumb. I'm talking about special skills. You yourself said that ordinary skills can be acquired naturally in various ways during the game, while special skills can only be learned through a kindred spirit." Continuing the conversation, Kim Jong-un exclaimed, "If the connection between temperament and a kindred spirit is the most important factor here, then that's exactly our story." Watching Kim Jong-un's behavior, Kang Jin-ho thought, "Damn, this is so embarrassing I want to bury my head in the sand. Maybe just slip away quietly." At the same time, rolling around on the ground, Kim Jong-un shouted, "We get along perfectly and our affinity is at max. Give me a skill. I want a special skill." Bowing his head and sighing heavily, Kang Jin-ho said, "Of course I can give it to you, but..." Stopping his tantrum and getting up from the ground, Kim Jong-un asked, "But what?" Feeling his own futility in this matter, Kang Jin-ho said, "This special skill will have exactly the same rank as that of a kindred spirit." To which he replied, "Now I'm not very surprised." The next moment, pointing at himself, Kang Jin-ho added, "Besides, skills are usually determined by the profession of the spirit companion. In which field do you see me working?" Hearing the question, Kim Jong-un replied, "An unemployed man who traded his life for Lhasa and, even after dying, remained here as a kindred spirit." Hearing this, he said, "I see you understand everything perfectly, though these words hurt me a little." Having finally come to terms with it, Kang Jin-ho said, "Sure, let's try, but don't count on getting anything worthwhile." To which he replied, "Okay, I'm looking forward to the 0-star skill the unemployed man will give me." After acquiring a new skill and receiving quite a few notifications, Kim Jong-un remarked in surprise, "Repetition. What kind of skill is that?" After looking over the notifications, Kang Jin-ho said, "In all my 10 years of gaming experience, I've never once seen the number 33 in the stats. It's a complete mess. And what the hell does this skill have to do with me?" Kim Jong-un added, "It really doesn't make any sense." Later, having a sudden epiphany, Kim Jong-un clenched his teeth and thought, could it really all be because of Kang Jin-ho's regression? As he began reviewing the notification again, Kang Jin-ho said, "The LS system is too toxic. It's twisted the events involving me. So you're suggesting we go all the way to the end? Do you think Karpa will do everything for you?" To which Kim Jong-hoon replied, "Calm down. Let's check the skill description first." Seeing repeat 0 stars in the description, Kim Jong-hoon said discontentedly, "Is that all?" After hearing that, he added, "It seems so," and then said, "It's a shame I can't shoot this window." Bowing his head, Kim Jong-hoon asked, "Why is the explanation so brief? Which specific repeat can be performed?" To which Kang Jin-jo replied, "From this moment on, we'll have to figure that out. First, let's catch the first mob and test the skill." "All right," came the reply. "We need to try it this way. At least we'll understand something." Finding himself on the coast of Luana and spotting the first mob, Kim Jong-hoon struck it with a lightning bolt. Holding his arm out in front of him and directing the spell at the mob, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. "You have defeated Marin. Level up. Bonus points awarded." Recalling his efforts to test the skill, Kim Jong-hoon said, "I've leveled it up to 12, but I still haven't found a single clue." Continuing his musings, Kim Jong-hoon added, "I've tried every possible way to use the skill, but nothing worked. What a fool I am." Continuing to complain, Kim Jong-hoon added, "I really don't have any more ideas." To which Kang Jin-ho replied, "It's no big deal. This is just the beginning. There's no point in rushing. Let's just keep working on the quest for now." After reviewing the conditions of the quest he had to complete, Kim Jong-hoon said, "I'm sure that in this quest too, we first have to find an NPC, but how am I supposed to find one in such a huge city with only his name to go on?" As he began the mission, Kim Jong-hoon grabbed various people and shouted, "What's your name?" To which they replied, "How dare you?" After several failed attempts, Kang Jin-ho said, "You'll have to pay a price for that mythical rating," and asked, "So what's your verdict? Don't you want to complete this quest?" When asked by his companion, Kim Jong-hoon replied confidently, "On the contrary, my desire to complete it has only grown stronger. I think something interesting awaits me, so I'll put all my effort into the search. Wait, NPC? I'll find you soon." After some time, the search was successful and Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. New information had been updated, and Gaesa's location was now displayed on the minimap. Lost in thought, Kim Jong-hoon recalled visiting a hotel where the owner had said, "You mean the gravedigger? He should be at the cemetery beyond the western gate." To which he replied, "Why have you already told me everything?" Recalling that conversation, Kim Jong-hoon said, "They gave me the information I needed so easily. Where has all the beauty of an exhausting search gone?" To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Why, an easy solution to a problem is a good thing. Those who try to complicate their lives from the very beginning are like perverts. There's a portal near the eastern gate. Let's use it to get at the opposite end of the city." Using the portal and ending up near the cemetery by the western gate, Kim Jong-hoon, upon seeing a house, said, "That must be Gaeus' home." Knocking on the door and peering inside, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Sorry to bother you," and then, sensing a scent, thought, "The aroma of lemon." Peering down from the second floor at the guest, Gaeus said, "The smell is too strong, yes, but I hope you understand. It's the only way to get rid of the stench of the bodies." Continuing to smile at the visitor, the gravedigger Gaeus asked, "What brought you to such a creepy place?" Hearing the gravedigger's question, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Well," and then thought, "I suppose I should say this. I don't think I can just ask him directly to give me information about the legacy of the King of Summoners." Not hearing the reason for his arrival, Gaeus said, "Do you need my help?" Then, noticing the pattern on Kim Jong-hoon's gloves, he exclaimed, "Good heavens." Clutching his face in surprise, the gravedigger added, "I can't believe my eyes. These gloves." Falling to his knees and bowing to the young man, Gaeus added, "A resident of the Akram Empire, Gaeus, greets the descendant of the Summoner King. You should have at least sent word of your arrival." Upon receiving the notification that the quest had been completed and a sequel would soon appear, Kim Jong-hoon thought, "It's too easy. The quests complete themselves. I don't even have to do anything." At the same time, Gaeus continued his monotonous NPC speech, saying, "I am very glad that I can finally give the descendant of our ruler the relic that has been passed down in my family from generation to generation." Hearing from Gaeus that the relic left by the King of Darkness was hidden nearby, I asked exactly where. Upon receiving the question from the King of Darkness's heir, the gravedigger replied, "In the center of the cemetery, at a place called Luana's Pit." At first, Luan's Pit was a place that did not exist, and the inhabitants of Akram secretly guarded the king's relic there. But about 150 years ago, a city named Luan was suddenly built, and the local lord designated this place as a cemetery. From that moment on, a problem arose. The king's relic contained powerful mana, and as corpses began to pile up around it, the dead began to rage. Standing aside and listening to the story, Kang Jin-ho thought that the first relic he had received at the starting location was the Enigma, and most likely the next relic would be of a similar level. Continuing his story, Gaeus added, "We, who possess no power, had no way to fight. So we settled here as gravediggers to watch over this place, but at some point, the energy of destruction became so strong that entering the ruins became practically impossible." Without taking his eyes off Kim Jong-hoon, the gravekeeper added, "However, with the help of a few ingredients, I can create an artifact that will protect you from the energy of destruction." Recalling the merman's scale and the sea core, Gaeus added, "The sea, which is known as a symbol of purification. Please bring the necessary ingredients from there." Upon hearing the task he had been assigned, Kim Jong-hoon thought, "I haven't acquired the gatherer skill yet, so I have no choice but to rely on the drop rate." Finishing his thoughts, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Understood. I'll definitely get the necessary ingredients." Starting the task and leaving Gaeus' house, Kim Jong-hoon said, "First, I'll check the reward I received and open my inventory." After opening his inventory, Kim Jong-hoon saw a notification. New item, a mid-tier skill pack. This is a set of cards that can be used to obtain skills ranging from 2 to 8 stars. Not for sale. Upon seeing the package, Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Just what you'd expect from a walking bundle of luck. They gave him skills as a reward. Skills are usually obtained upon leveling up. When changing professions, you can receive 1 skill pack for every 5 levels." Looking at the delighted Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho added, "It's all random, from which skills appear to whether they can be traded or not. Of course, non-tradable ones are more common. That's why if you manage to get, say, the truth skill, which is tradable, the price will skyrocket instantly." The next moment, with a sly smile, Kang Jin-ho added, "Anyway, there are 5 cards inside the package they gave you, but you can only choose 1. His expression changing instantly, Kim Jong-un said indignantly, "I'd already managed to forget what kind of damn game this is." Smiling slyly again and taking the cards in his hands, Kim Jong-un said, "Well then, let's get started with the lottery, whether it's real or not." After which Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Seriously, doesn't he know what a normal reaction is?" Throwing the cards down in front of him, Kim Jong-un shouted, "Lay out the cards!" And now all that was left was to make a choice. Clenching his hand into a fist, Kim Jong-un added, "The main thing is to avoid skills with 2 or 3 stars on the left. Second, I choose you." Having made his choice, Kim Jong-un saw the notification. "Congratulations! You have received a card with the 2-star skill Lightning Arrow." Falling to his knees and bowing his head after the failure, Kim Jong-un cried out in disappointment, "Just not 2 stars." Seeing the result of his master's choice, Kang Jin-ho remarked, "It turns out there are days when he reacts appropriately. After all, he's got plenty of humanity in him." Hearing Kim Jong-un say, "This is nonsense. Is there really no second chance?" Kang Jin-ho replied, "Of course it's over the moment you draw a card. The other 4 cards disappear, but for some reason, those remained in place." Seeing the notification, "Skill activated. Do you want to repeat?" Kang Jin-ho said in surprise. So that means it worked. The skill activates in situations like this. Also upon seeing how it worked, Kim Jong-un said, "In a situation like this, an operator should definitely show up and give the rule breaker a beating." To which Kang Jin-ho replied, "Although the company's staff are monitoring, there are no operators among them who have the right to directly intervene in the game." Hearing this remark, Kim Jong-un said, "Strange, and yet the game continues to function." To which Kang Jin-ho added, "Well, for 10 years it has developed perfectly on its own without anyone's interference." The next moment, raising a finger, Kang Jin-ho added, "In any case, you're about to throw away a lost chance." Walking past his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-un said, "In any case, only the essence of the skill hidden behind the cards changes, whether a reshuffle occurs or how many times a repeat can be used." With a crazy grin before the test began, Kim Jong-un added, "Right now, I'll figure it all out step by step." After calling out second card from the right and failing, Kim Jong-un shouted, "Redo," and drawing another bad skill said, "It seems the skills themselves don't change, and neither does their placement." At that moment, standing behind Kim Jong-un, a kindred spirit said, "In that case, just keep drawing cards until something worthwhile comes up." Using the redo again, Kim Jong-un said, "That's what I'll do. I'll choose this card." After making his choice, the card shone brightly and a notification appeared. "You have obtained a card with the 7-star skill, Sacred Sacrifice." Seeing this, Kim Jong-un exclaimed, "7 stars! A 7-star card! I'm going crazy. This is the first time I've seen a 7-star skill. I'm going nuts." After which Kang Jin-ho, pushing the guy away, said, "I get it. Step back." Ignoring the request to stop, Kang Jin-ho, examining the skill, said, "This is no joke. The Sacrifice Festival skill?" To which he replied, "Something valuable has happened to me." Hearing Kim Jong-un's question, Kang Jin-ho replied, "Of course it's not for nothing. The 7-star skill, Sacred Sacrifice, is also known as the Sacred Grenade, and it is the strongest skill when dealing cards in the series of holiness attributes. The higher the total MP, the greater the damage. And if the skill is used on an immoral or demonic mob, the damage will be colossal. In exchange, using it once leaves only 1% of HP and MP, and stats are reduced by 300%. Continuing to explain the skill, Kang Jin-ho added that the penalties for a single use were too severe, and there was something else he had heard about. When Kang Jin-ho said, "Unfortunately, this is a one-time skill that will be removed after use," Kim Jong-un slumped in shock. Glancing at the system window, Kang Jin-ho added, "Nevertheless, it's in high demand, so if you list it on the auction, this skill will go under the hammer instantly, and a sale is indeed possible. Well, let's try opening the bidding." Hearing Kang Jin-ho say, "I think about 5 million won will be quite enough," Kim Jong-un thought happily, "I'm so glad that Kang Jin-ho has become my kindred spirit." The next moment, clutching his head, Kim Jong-un added, "Wait, but if we count that amount in chicken sets, how many would that be? A number the students at the academy couldn't even dream of." A short while after that, so now let's go make some money, the two guys found themselves in front of an auction house in the commercial district near the eastern gates of Luan. Seeing the large building before him, Kim Jong-un exclaimed in amazement, "An auction house, 5 million won." To which he heard, "Calm down." Still marveling at what was happening, Kim Jong-un said, "I was having a hard time because I didn't have any money in my gaming wallet, but everything worked out pretty well thanks to you. Now I can enjoy this luxury." Hearing Kim Jong-un's words, Kang Jin-ho rubbed his shoulder and said, "Indeed, financial issues can be a stumbling block for a university student, so let's strike while the iron is hot." Continuing his thoughts, Kang Jin-ho added, "From now on, you don't have to worry about money anymore. The only thing you need to do is focus on the game." Moving forward, Kang Jin-ho added, "First of all, we need to buy a gaming capsule. Do you have any free space at home where we could put it? Given its size, it's better to get your parents' permission first." Hearing the remarks of his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-un said, "But I've lived on my own almost the entire time since middle school. My parents are passionate about volunteering abroad, and now they're being sent somewhere in East Timor." Upon learning the conditions, Kang Jin-ho said, "All right, if you have no objections, then it's settled." After which he wondered if his unconventional thinking might be genetic. Upon entering the building, Kang Jin-ho said, "Talks, let's go. But first, let's register your account at the auction house, and then we'll get to buying the capsule." Seeing the player in front of her, the auction house employee said, "Visitor number 137. I'm ready to help you with your inquiry." Glancing at the system section, the girl added, "Here you can register your account details to use the auction house's services. I'll help you with the registration." Expressing his desire for assistance, Kim Jong-un heard, "Please place your hand on the sphere in front of you." As long as there is a system of transactions between users in the game, there will inevitably be monetary transactions. LS directly manages brokerage operations to prevent fraud between users. Hearing the girl's instructions, Kim Jong-un said, "I've always wondered if I could earn enough money to pay for my subscription by selling something, so this is how it works." A short time later, the girl said, "Registration is complete. From now on, you can list items for auction." Upon hearing that it was complete, Kim Jong-un asked Kang Jin-ho, "Does this make any sense? I don't have any achievements anyway." To which he replied, "Well, for an ordinary user, the idea would be so-so." Suddenly, the girl said, "Download complete. Your rank is, oh my god, congratulations. You've been assigned the black rank." Not realizing just how lucky he was, Kim Jong-un asked, "What's a rank?" Players are divided into 6 ranks: black, diamond, platinum, gold, silver, and bronze. This concept is similar to a credit rating, so it can be viewed as a kind of special ranking. The criteria for evaluation are based on how significant an impact the player has made in the LS. Upon hearing the results, Kang Jin-ho said with a sly smile, "The crystal ball has calculated your significant progress under the so-called mythical rating. I'm sure there aren't even 5 people in the country with a rank like this." After the ranking was announced, the girl said, "All registration procedures are complete. From now on, you can use any branch of the central office. May I send all additional information to your email?" Hearing the girl's request, Kim Jong-hoon replied, "Please do send it," and then thought to himself, "I've made such a huge contribution to the game, it's hard to wrap my head around it." Bowing her head before the player, the girl said, "It was an honor for me to work with the architect of LS's new history. Please enjoy our game for a long time to come." After listening to the NPC's wishes, Kim Jong-hoon, heading toward the exit, thought, "It's no wonder they call LS another world." Walking down the street, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Heavenly demon, whatever the case may be, no one gave me a game capsule for free just because I have a black rank. You're right about that." Turning to his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon added awkwardly, "It's very expensive. I don't have that kind of money." Hearing his friend's hesitation, Kang Jin-ho said with a smile, "Right now, your kindred spirit will give you a quest related to a treasure hunt. As soon as you find the hiding place, take as much as you need at the moment." Arriving at the location Kang Jin-ho had indicated and adjusting his cap, Kim Jong-hoon said, "It must be here." Approaching the right compartment and seeing a remote control with a keypad, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Code 163. Noticing the bag in front of him and reaching for it, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, "You've got to be kidding me. You're keeping something like this here?" Peering inside and seeing a considerable amount of money, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in astonishment, "Isn't Kang Jin-ho completely insane?" Walking over to the restroom to examine the contents of the bag, Kim Jong-hoon said, "This is some kind of nonsense. The more I look, the more absurd the situation seems to me." Reaching a little deeper and feeling a gold bar, Kim Jong-hoon added in surprise, "There's even gold in here." At that very moment, Kim Jong-hoon recalled his conversation with Kang Jin-ho, during which he had asked, "Are you saying you hid a pile of money? And in the locker room of a sports center, no less? Why on earth would you do that when there's a high chance everything will get stolen?" After hearing these remarks, Kang Jin-ho looked away and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You'll never find a better place to store valuables than a sports center. If you buy a long-term membership, there's no risk that someone will track your accounts and pocket my money. Do as I say, the most important thing is to get equipment. You need to buy a capsule. The branch of the Last Savior in Korea, a store that sells game capsules." Glancing at his phone, Shin Bong-hyun, a sales manager for premium goods, thought to himself that for the 3rd day in a row, there had been no end to the visitors. And it was all because of that damned Apollo test drive. Seeing Kim Jong-hoon in a cap and heavy clothing outside the store, Shin Bong-hyun thought, "What a bunch of losers. Why do they keep gathering here? There's no doubt I won't make a single penny off him. I need to get rid of him as soon as possible." Approaching the customer, Shin Bong-hyun said, "I'm sorry, but the event related to the Apollo test drive has ended." Continuing his explanation, Shin Bong-hyun added, "If you want to test drive the car, how about coming tomorrow?" Then he thought to himself, "If you're as broke as a church mouse, you'd better stay home." Hearing the manager's remark, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, "I'm not interested in the Apollo, I came to buy the Artemis." Upon learning the reason Kim Jong-hoon had come to the store, Shin Bong-hyun said in surprise, "Excuse me, what did you say you were going to buy?" A short while later, after finishing the check and seeing the results, Shin Bong-hyun exclaimed in shock, "Your account balance is in the red. I checked your account balance." Smiling happily after the check was complete, Kim Jong-hoon said, "You can deliver and install everything today, right? I'll pay in cash right now." The Artemis gaming capsule is a relative of the Apollo gaming capsule, which boasts the best specifications among LS gaming machines. The build quality and performance are the same, but there is one difference. Artemis is the brainchild of LS developers, and only 3 units are available for sale in Korea. Seeing that Carpe was back in the game, Kang Jin-ho said, "You're here. Everything went smoothly," to which he replied, "Yes." After catching up with Chornish, Kim Jong-hoon added, "Can you believe it? They delivered and installed the gaming capsule in less than an hour. How have you been?" After listening to his friend, Kang Jin-ho said, "Why ask about that? In any case, I'm a creature that doesn't exist. The beast has been by my side the whole time since you left." To which he replied, "Why did he act that way?" Continuing the conversation, Kang Jin-ho said, "How am I supposed to know? Anyway, the main thing is that the summon works properly without any glitches." To which he replied, "You're right on the money." Starting to stretch, Kim Jong-hoon added, "All right, I think it's time to wrap up our chatter. From this moment on, let's get back to the quest. Today, I plan to finally get my hands on the relic of the Summoner King." Upon arriving at Jess's home, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Gaius, I brought everything you asked for." To which the gravedigger replied, "Wow, you must have worked hard. You managed to bring not only Marmon's scale, but also the Secor. Just what one would expect from an heir." Feeling a bit awkward, Kim Jong-hoon said, "I just got lucky," and then thought to himself, the Secor isn't exactly a remarkable item, but it was a lucky coincidence. Seeing that his pet had puffed out his cheeks, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, "Hey Chornish, what do you have in your mouth? My goodness, my walking lucky charm has saved me." Watching as Blackie turned something over in his mouth, Kim Jong-hoon said happily, "You've helped me a lot, so I'll buy you an acorn right now." While Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Isn't that little rascal about to throw up?" After receiving all the materials, Gaya said, "Then I'll start crafting the artifact right away. It won't take more than 30 minutes. Kim Jong-hoon asked, "Understood. While you're preparing, is there anything I can help with?" To which Gaius replied, "The pit is nearby. Air, please check if there are any anomalies around." Accepting the new task, Kim Jong-hoon headed to the pit, where, shouting "Fire Arrow," he destroyed several mobs. Upon completing the battle and receiving the notification, "You have completed the research, the quest is done," Kim Jong-hoon said, "I destroyed 5 skeletons with a single attack." The next moment, glancing at Kang Jin-ho, Carpe added, "By the way, that the pit was very large, more like a crater from an explosion." Seeing that he had reached level 14, Kim Jong-hoon said, "There's just one more level to go to get another skill pack. In that case, you can head to the dungeon after mastering one more skill." "Bro, why are you looking so gloomy?" Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's question, Kang Jin-ho said regarding the last quest, "Didn't it look like they deliberately led you out of the house?" After listening to his friend's speculation, Kim Jong-hoon asked in surprise, seriously, is that what you heard? Either way, I don't like any of this. Let's go back to the house first. On their way back to Gias's house, Kim Jong-hoon spotted a game character and exclaimed in surprise, it's Vakanka. Returning to the young man she had met in the forest, Vakanka called out, hello, could you help me get my bearings, Mr. Adventurer? To which Kim Jong-hoon replied, sure. As they chatted amiably, Vakanka said, I'm currently hunting the dead. Have you happened to see any mobs nearby? To which Carpe replied, I have. You need to go over there to the cemetery. Having received the information she needed, the girl smiled and said in a sinister tone, very well. Thank you for providing me with such valuable information. Staying behind Carp and smiling broadly, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, oh, so you're a scoundrel. So, girls are your type, huh? To which Kim Jong-hoon replied, no, that's not it. I just feel uneasy somehow. Recalling the moment when the Bacante had walked past him, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, wait a minute, I'm uneasy. I clearly sensed a lemon scent coming from that woman and... Recalling also the hints of iron emanating from the girl, Kim Jong-hoon mentally added, the smell of blood. Immediately after rushing toward the gravedigger's hut, Kim Jong-hoon shouted a curse, so that was what it was. Walking alongside Kim Jong-hoon toward the cemetery, Kang Jin-ho shouted, what's wrong? What happened? To which his brother replied, it's all about the smell. Upon arriving at the gravedigger's hut and opening the door, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, Gaius! And saw his body on the ground. Staying behind while Carpe ran to the old man, Kang Jin-ho said, now I understand why you were sent on that pointless quest. That's just how the game's script unfolds. Lifting the gravedigger into his arms, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, Gaze, come to your senses. Breathing heavily, the gravedigger added, those scoundrels have noticed my existence. The next moment, reaching out to Kim Jong-hoon, Gaius added, this is the last thing I can do for you. Please fulfill Akram's will. Taking the items from the gravedigger's hands, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. Fragment of the Crystal Sphere of Purification. Category, Quest. Akram's Mark. Category, Exclusive Quest. After Gaius's death, a new quest appeared, the King's Legacy. Akram's hostile forces have attacked. You must return the relic before they destroy it. Success. You will obtain the relic and the chance to receive another. Failure. Deactivation of the main branch. The Akram quest disappears. Standing behind and watching what was happening, Kang Jin-ho said, it seems to me that you're getting too worked up. Don't forget that this is just a game. Just one of the events in the story branch. Don't be so upset. Hearing this, Kim Jong-hoon said indignantly, of course I understand everything, but that doesn't change the fact that I'm very angry. How dare they touch my relic? After hearing this, Kang Jin-ho said, oh, is that what it's about? Well then, everything's fine. I was just worrying for nothing. Later, after leaving Gaius's house and arriving at the crater, Kim Jong-hoon said, we've returned to the pit again. There were no traces of it on the ground when we were clearing the area. Continuing his thoughts, Kim Jong-hoon added, I see they're even kindly letting us know that the enemy is already inside. After receiving the notification, he added, there's also a warning here. We'd be in big trouble if we'd rushed headlong into the abyss. After reviewing the conditions for entering the dungeon in the crater, Kim Jong-hoon said confidently, I confirm entry. Finding himself in a completely different place, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, we're here. After which he received a notification. This space is filled with the energy of death. Monsters with attributes of corruption, demonism, and immortality are significantly strengthened. After receiving a couple more notifications stating that visibility was limited due to an unknown aura, and that stats were drastically reduced, Kim Jong-hoon clutched his head, and gritting his teeth thought, debuff. The next moment, clutching a shard of the crystal sphere of purification in his hand, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, but thanks to this item, the situation is more or less bearable. Without it, I'd be completely screwed. Once everything was settled, Kang Jin-ho remarked, even though you've already read the quest information, I'll repeat it anyway. If you die, it's all over, so under no circumstances act rashly. To which Kim Jong-hoon replied, of course. The next moment, glancing at his profile window, Kim Jong-hoon said, whoa, my stats have dropped significantly. The penalty turned out to be pretty hefty. Should I invest my bonus stats into my stats? Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's thoughts, Kang Jin-ho said, that's not a bad idea. Maybe you could tell me about your plan in more detail, since our Mr. Casual always does whatever first comes to mind. Also, after hearing from Kang Jin-ho, first of all, buddy, let's start by hunting some mobs. Carpe replied discontentedly, no, why is your tone so sarcastic? Fine, let's go. After walking to the cave and hearing a strange noise nearby, Kim Jong-hoon said in surprise, what's that sound? Turning his head toward the source of the sound and seeing a skeleton glowing red there, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. Monster appearance. Enhanced skeleton. Noticing the mob, Kang Jin-ho said, the red light means its level is higher than yours. Carp replied, great, let's get into battle. The next moment, without hesitation, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, fire arrow, and attacked the enhanced skeleton with a magical attack. Seeing that the enemy remained unscathed, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in surprise, that shield. It blocked the attack. Then kneeling down and placing his hand on the ground, Kim Jong-hoon thought, in that case, close combat is much better. Leaping to his feet and heading toward the enemy, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, this is better. As soon as Kim Jong-hoon began to approach the skeleton, several arrows fell in front of him, forcing him to stop and exclaim, what the? Lifting his head and seeing several more skeleton archers, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, so now you've decided to attack all at once, you scoundrels. At the same time, hiding behind a rock, Kang Jin-ho shouted, one attacks, the other defends. It's a perfect balance of luck. You skeletal devils don't mess with Carpe. Hearing the words of encouragement that weren't meant for him, Kim Jong-hoon turned around and shouted, hey bro, whose side are you on anyway? The next moment, remembering Vakanka, Kim Jong-hoon thought, damn, there's not much time left, and I have no idea what that bitch who snuck into the dungeon first has managed to do. Finishing his thoughts and coming up with an idea, Carpe exclaimed, bro, can you destroy individual parts in Lassie, like horns or monster equipment? Hearing his friend say, well, or something like a shield, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed in surprise, well, of course you can. Having received the necessary information and prepared for the attack, Carpe exclaimed, okay, if the body is weak, we should focus on the brain. I'm investing 20 bonus stats into mana. After boosting his stats, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, fire arrow, and directed the attack straight at the reinforced skeleton. After the attack, seeing the skeleton's surprise and the broken shield, Carp chuckled slyly. Having destroyed the obstacle and preparing for the next attack, Carp said, I don't know who you are, the one who designed this dungeon, but I apologize in advance, I have very little time. After dealing with the mobs and reaching level 15, Kim Jong-hoon said, from 1 star to 7, the intermediate class grants skills ranging from 2 to 8 stars. The advanced class goes beyond that. Before Karpa could finish, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed, hold your tongue. The upper class consists of skills ranging from 4 to 8 stars. They're not going to be handed out so easily here. Star skills, to which a groan echoed. The developers are really making life difficult for users. No matter how good a player you are, you still won't see this skill. After shuffling the cards again and preparing to choose the best one, Kim Jong-hoon smiled and said, well, here it is. The moment of glory has arrived for a repeat. Pulling out the Thunder Summon card, Kang Jin-ho said, it's an electricity-based skill. I think it's a pretty good one. You can even paralyze your opponent. To which Carpe exclaimed, then let's test it right now. Turning his head to the timer, which showed just over an hour remaining, Kim Jong-hoon said, well, let's see how much time I have left. Marching further to clear the dungeon, Kim Jong-hoon added, we need to advance slowly. Also recalling Vakanka, who was likely in this location, Kim Jong-hoon added, I think the enemy is already waiting for us, armed to the teeth. Continuing to walk toward the boa room, Kim Jong-hoon asked, bro, aren't we currently on a quest to capture an intruder? To which he heard, that's right. After receiving a reply from his spirit companion, Kim Jong-hoon thoughtfully added, and what if the intruder is another player who also has their own spirit companion? Recalling the Bacante, Kang Jin-ho said, that's interesting. I don't think that's the case because among the NPCs, there are also those who have been chosen by a kindred spirit. To which he heard, so the Bacante is an NPC who has her own kindred spirit. Continuing the conversation, Kang Jin-ho said, surely it would be difficult for the so-called player to find the right moment to attack. To which he heard, who would just sit around and wait for such an important event to unfold? He added, in that case, we can breathe a sigh of relief because I was already starting to worry that information about the Summoner King had fallen into the hands of users. The next moment, Kim Jong-hoon added in a private message, there are so many crazy idiots out there that it's better to keep this information hidden as much as possible for now, in any case, until later. Before he could finish his sentence, and upon hearing Kim Jong-hoon ask, why are you staring so intently? Which made Kang Jin-ho's face contort, he thought, the perfect project for a casual player who doesn't listen to others at all. No matter his skills or weapons, he still won't be able to hide his true self. Continuing to walk toward the wall that was already nearby, Kang Jin-ho said, one way or another, this is a very important quest, so don't die and finish everything properly. Approaching the last room and beginning to open it, Kim Jong-hoon said, bro, judging by the slightly ajar door, to which he heard, without a doubt, the one we're looking for is in there, and added, then let's continue the game's storyline. Once inside the room, Kim Jong-hoon heard Vakanka say in surprise, oh my, you arrived earlier than I expected, Mr. Hero. As she began to rise from her seat, Bacante added, I'm very impatient, so I plan to wait a little longer, and then just smash everything to hell and leave. Nevertheless, I'm glad you weren't late. Hearing Bacante's words, Kim Jong-hoon thought, so that's what that timer meant. It turns out the coffin this girl is sitting on is a box containing the relic of the King of Summoners. Jumping down from the coffin, Vakanka said, to be honest, I feel a little bad about destroying everything here, even though I don't know what's inside, but without a doubt, it's something very valuable. Hearing Vakanka's remark and smiling slyly, Kim Jong-hoon said, that's exactly why you adjusted your plan. Smiling back, Vakanka said, we should maintain good manners. I should get permission from the owner and then take one thing. The next moment, when the notification appeared that the frenzied Vakanka was switching to combat mode, the girl said, you will give me the key that opens that coffin. Seeing the bloody notification of the mode change, Kim Jong-hoon said in confusion, the status window is so red that its mere appearance could scare anyone. Noticing this as well, Kang Jin-ho added, such a vivid color means there's a difference of more than 35 levels between you. Be extra careful. If you let your guard down for even a second, it'll all be over. After hearing all the warnings from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon immediately rushed into battle against Vakanka. Crossing swords in their first clash, Vakanka smiled slyly and said, you wouldn't think you'd be so nimble. The next moment, pressing the boy down during the clash, Vakanka broke his sword, and a notification appeared. The heroic rank green-skinned killer's sword has sustained critical damage, cannot be used without repair. Seeing this notification and glancing at his empty hand, Kim Jong-hoon thought in confusion, are you kidding me? Are you saying I'm left without a weapon? The next moment, looking at Vakanka, Kim Jong-hoon asked, bro, did they really create that NPC to catch her? She's a real monster. Upon receiving the question, Kang Jin-ho replied, it's quite a challenge. At the initial stage, it's impossible to handle such an opponent. Later, drawing Kim Jong-hoon's attention to the tomb, Kang Jin-ho said, look there, in the middle of the coffin. Don't you think that hole fits perfectly with the key received from Gaius? Continuing his thoughts, Kang Jin-ho added, the key to completing this quest is not defeating the boss, but returning the relic. In other words, you must somehow gain access to the coffin. After listening to his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon asked, so, we need to get closer to the coffin, right? In response to Kim Jong-hoon's question, Kang Jin-ho said, so now you've at least got a little grasp of the situation. Without taking his eyes off the Bacante, Kang Jin-ho added, then first and foremost, you must lure her out. Upon hearing the condition for the mission's successful completion, Kim Jong-hoon summoned the Black One and asked, what are you doing? Watching Vakanka, who stood aside and waited for her opponent to act, Kang Jin-ho asked, bro, I have a question. To which he sharply replied, no, I won't. Realizing that his warning had been ignored and hearing that you can also harm that monster, can't you? Kang Jin-ho said fearfully, are you serious? Assuming a fighting stance, Kim Jong-hoon added, and if, instead of following your plan, I just beat her up, wouldn't I get a much more substantial reward in that case? Seeing Kim Jong-hoon rush into battle against the Bacchanal, Kang Jin-ho shouted, hey, why are you taking the long way around instead of the direct path? Hey, you scoundrel, do as I say. What a stupid casual player. Using all his buffs during the attack, Kim Jong-hoon thought, I'm going to use every buff I have at my disposal. It's do or die. Seeing Kim Jong-hoon's determination as he rapidly closed in on her, the Bacante said in surprise, what's with that look? I don't like it. The next moment, preparing for battle, Vakanka shouted, "You worthless wretch left without a weapon, running straight into my arms again. What a futile attempt." No sooner had Vakanka finished shouting than, noticing a fist before her, she thought in confusion, "What is this? Why do I see the renegade's fist right before my eyes this time?" After receiving a notification that his bonus stats had been activated, increasing the player's agility by 30, Kim Jong-hoon struck Vakanka. Feeling her body go limp, Vakanka said in surprise, "You worthless worm, how dare you touch my body?" After landing the blow and hearing the girl's exclamation, Kim Jong-hoon thought, so I can't knock her weapon out of her hand in this situation. Beginning to rain blows down on Vakante more actively, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, first and foremost, I must land as many strikes as possible. Having suffered considerable damage from Kim Jong-hoon's precise strikes, Vakanka cried out, "Oh, you little rat." Recovering from the stun and lunging at Kim Jong-hoon, Vakanka shouted, "I'll finish you off by tearing you into tiny pieces," to which Carpe shouted, "Come on, go ahead." The next moment, using the fire arrow skill, Kim Jong-hoon directed it toward Vakanka. Upon the collision, realizing the attack had missed, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, "What do you mean my attack isn't working?" Glancing at Vakanka's magic shield, Kang Jin-ho said, a 5-star automatic magic shield is a skill exclusive to priests. The defensive skill in front of you, in the literal sense of the word, activates automatically through magic. Though at first glance it may look like a trick that blocks everything, it has its weaknesses. Folding his hands in front of him, Kang Jin-ho added, 4 to 5 stars provide half protection, 6 stars and above offer no protection at all. It's only natural that class skills don't provide complete protection. In other words, if we're dealing with a 3-star skill or lower, it's worth the risk. After hearing Kang Jin-ho's words, Carpe thought, my elemental arrow skill also recharges in 5 seconds. Should I just insert the key into the lock instead of needlessly risking my life? After pondering this and making his final decision, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, no, I can't miss out on the fun. I'll do it the way I planned first. Seeing another fire arrow flying in her direction, Vakanka exclaimed, you're wasting your time. After casting a spell at the boss, Kim Jong-hoon thought, now the countdown begins. 5 seconds needed to restore the shield, 4 seconds. The next moment, using the additional options of the Enigma, Kim Jong-hoon fired an ice arrow at Vakanka. Noticing Kim Jong-hoon's intentions, Vakanka laughed condescendingly and exclaimed, what kind of idiot are you? Did you really think you could fool my dragon's eye with a smokescreen strategy? At the same time, watching the battlefield from the sidelines, Kang Jin-ho thought, if you look closely, you can see an item around her neck. It's really annoying that we can see our opponent's equipment and skills. Getting into the swing of things and launching an attack, Vakanka shouted, what a disaster. You don't have any more spells you could use, do you? Continuing to close in rapidly on Kim Jong-hoon, Vakanka added, Mr. Rat. After Vakanka's cocky words, Kim Jong-hoon smiled slyly and exclaimed, what nonsense are you talking about? I actually have a trump card up my sleeve. Finishing the countdown, Kim Jong-hoon activated the Summon Thunder skill, which had 8 stars and struck Vakanka. Hearing the joyful shouts of his pet who had helped him in the battle against Vakanka, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, wonderful, Blackie. When we get back, I'll buy you a bunch of acorns. Freezing in place after being struck by the thunderbolt, Vakanka thought, everything's fine. The shield will regenerate before the lightning strikes again, so the damage will be exactly 50%. Turning her gaze to Karta, Vakanka thought, his level is low and my stamina is high, so I'll definitely be able to hold out for these 5 seconds. After which she heard, can you withstand my attack? Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's voice, Vakanka saw that he was already standing right in front of her and thought in confusion, how did he manage to get right in front of me so fast? The next moment, seeing a bomb above her, Vakanka thought, this is the most powerful explosive skill that burns all of the user's HP and MP and converts them into damage. Hearing Vakanka say, wait, Kim Jong-hoon joyfully exclaimed, don't worry, I'll send you to heaven with a single blow. After hitting Vakanka with his skill, Kim Jong-hoon shouted, hallelujah, my sister, and received a notification. Vakanka has been defeated. You have defeated the Invincible. You have been awarded the title of the Invincible Do Not Exist. Collapsing to the ground after the battle ended, Kim Jong-hoon said, I really did defeat her. Right now, for 10 minutes, my stats have dropped by a third and I can't use my active skills. Hearing Carp's whining, Kang Jin-ho said, great job. Check what items dropped. Got it, he replied. I defeated the boss by risking my life, so I hope there's something valuable among the dropped items. After reviewing the stats of the dropped items, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in amazement, the stats on both items are incredible. To which the war priest replied, it's a pretty popular profession. Hearing from Kang Jin-ho that exclusive items are rare, so if you put one up for auction, it will sell for a hefty sum. To which Carpe, holding the necklace in his hands, remarked, and this is the very same necklace that hung around that Bacante's neck. With a sly smile, Kang Jin-ho said, that's a wonderful item in your hands. A versatile item that can be used in all battles. Just look at those options alone. Interrupting Kang Jin-ho, Carpe said, hold on a sec, bro. Unexpectedly, the necklace in the skill window lit up. Whoa, there really is something there. After reviewing the item's stats, Karp added, I'm sure the necklace can also be used with the Dragon's Eye selection. Seeing that enchanting it was impossible, Karp said discontentedly, damn, that's why everything was going so smoothly. Also upon seeing the enchantment conditions, Kang Jin-ho said, Adrian? And upon hearing that he was a strong opponent, added, and he's got strength to spare, plus he's a regressor. Hearing this from his comrade, the king of water spirits, Bom Kim Jong-hoon, smiled slyly and said, so boss? Continuing to explain the situation, Kang Jin-ho noted, an insurmountable chasm. Starting a battle like this right now would be madness. There's nothing we can do. We'll have to postpone the upgrade for later. When Kang Jin-ho said, maybe we should check the rewards from the main quest, Karp took out a key and used it to open the tomb. After removing the lock and beginning to open the tomb, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed excitedly, there's definitely something inside. After opening the tomb and seeing several strange items inside, Kim Jong-hoon said, and these are indeed called relics. Taking one of the items from the tomb, Kim Jong-hoon thought, nevertheless, if we dig deeper, we might find something worthwhile. First, let's check the skill card. After acquiring a new skill, Carpe exclaimed in surprise, a 9-star skill? How unexpected. I'm so grateful. The skill window is impressive, bro. Look, 9 stars. It really isn't a fluke. Standing behind Carpe, Kang Jin-ho said, damn, the balance is terrible. What kind of developers created this game? Some people slave away and get crumbs, while others just coast along and everything falls into their laps. What scoundrels? I'm speechless. Just pure frustration. At the same time, ignoring his friend's discontent, Kim Jong-hoon pondered. The description mentioned a doll. It must be about her. While the guys were examining the rewards, something unusual began to happen behind them. Noticing a notification that read, the next quest is unlocked, Kang Jin-ho instantly turned around and shouted, Carpe, look behind you. Along with the announcement, the quest event God of Madness began. The Bacante, who had risen to her feet, said, so you are the scoundrel who killed the apostle in this body. Fixing her gaze on Kim Jong-hoon, Bacante said, there is nothing worse than the realization that the place where I awoke after so many years of sleep is this tomb. You, one of the surviving inhabitants of Akram. Hearing Bacante's question, Kim Jong-hoon asked, and if that is indeed the case, what will you do? Stamping her foot loudly, Vakanka said angrily, for the first time in a long time, the current world has descended into complete chaos. The next moment, waving her arm, Vakanka added, that is precisely why wouldn't it be right for you to take responsibility for what you've done? Watching what was happening, Kim Jong-hoon thought, this divine level is not something ordinary players could possibly handle. Bowing his head and letting a tear fall, Karp thought to himself, because of this stupid situation, I used an offensive arrow strike, so I won't be able to enjoy the fight, and there's still a deadly danger hanging over my head. I really screwed up. The next moment, raising his head, Kim Jong-hoon added confidently, at least I finished the quest, so if I die here, all my efforts won't be in vain. At the same time, preparing to settle the score with Karpe, Vakanka shouted, how ridiculous that you managed to relax when facing me one-on-one. Directing her devastating attack at Kim Jong-hoon, Vakanka shouted, now your time has come. Get ready to die. At that very moment, a notification appeared. The Soul Stone is responding to the intense energy of a kindred spirit, and energy began to fill the doll. As soon as the filling process was complete, a female knight appeared on the battlefield and protected Kim Jong-hoon from Vakanka's attack. Seeing that her destructive attack had just been blocked, Vakanka exclaimed in confusion, who the hell are you? Receiving the question from her enemy, the female knight replied, I see no need to introduce myself to such a lowly deity. Immediately after speaking, the female knight closed the distance and struck Vakanka. Having suffered damage and fallen to the ground, Vakanka cried out in confusion. What nonsense! Are you saying that Akram still possesses such power? Living out her final seconds, Vakanka added, and I thought today would be the end for the scum of Akram. I must have made a huge mistake. Bending over Vakanka, whom she had just defeated, the female knight said, you have no right to speak of Akram with your filthy mouth. Disappear. At that very moment, Kim Jong-hong simply stood behind her, watching the sudden turn of events. Having dealt with the enemy, the female knight raised her head and glanced at Karpe, who was standing behind her. Surveying the female knight's appearance, Kim Jong-hoon thought, a blonde with blue hair, she's actually quite pretty. Just as Karp was pondering the girl's appearance, he heard, my name is the king's first sword, the summoner, the shining Statinia. And he exclaimed in surprise, what? Also hearing from Statinia, following Akram's will, I have opened my eyes. Karpe added in surprise, no, wait, what is this unexpected turn of events? Looking at Kim Jong-hoon, Statinia said, I'll ask you just one question. Hearing Statinia's words and stumbling to his knees, Karpe exclaimed in confusion, oh my god, maybe we shouldn't. Just a second. Without taking her eyes off the bewildered boy, Statinia asked, you are my master, aren't you? After receiving Statinia's question, Karpe exclaimed in shock, but isn't what's happening here complete madness? Listen, ma'am, if I get caught plagiarizing, what will you order me to do? The next moment, realizing some inconsistencies and pressing his hand to his lips, Karpa asked, by the way, what did you say your name is? Pressing her hand to her chest, the female knight said, my name is Brilliant Statinia. A long name can cause delays and emergencies, so just call me Tina, my lord. While Chornish was peacefully dozing, she added, and please feel free to address me informally. After learning more from Tina, Karpe asked, Tina, I want to ask just one thing. So you're a doll created by the Spellcaster King. In other words, a homunculus? Is that correct? Receiving the question from her new lord, Tina replied, you are absolutely right. Beginning to recount her story, Tina added, the Spellcasting King created 7 dolls, into each of which he imbued a fragment of his essence. Continuing her story, Statinia added, we were the Sorcerer King's closest aides, helping him right up until the final battle with the kindred spirits. After briefly recounting the story of their origins, Tina added, and I, Statinia, am the first homunculus created among them. After listening to the girl's stories, Kim Jong-hoon said thoughtfully, so that's how it really is, to which Tina replied, exactly. At the same time, standing apart from the events, Kang Jin-ho thought, Lord Summoner, I couldn't even imagine that such a title would include the ability to summon. Continuing his musings, Kang Jin-ho said, and the boy is gradually becoming all-powerful. But suddenly, noticing a piercing gaze on him, he exclaimed, what? Noticing Tina's penetrating eyes on him, Kang Jin-ho asked in confusion, why are you staring at me like that? Upon hearing the question, Tina pointed at Kang Jin-ho and said, my lord, I've been burning with curiosity lately. Could you please tell me what the hell is going on with you? Clutching his head after hearing the question, Kang Jin-ho thought, she called me a devil? Why are all these NPCs unanimously saying that I'm some kind of demon? Instantly grabbing her sword, Tina added, he looks weak. An unchanging deity remains an unchanging deity. You don't mind if I deal with him, do you? Meanwhile, Kang Jin-ho muttered in disappointment, they called me the best regressive player, a devil. Karpe, cutting him off, exclaimed, don't stand there for a second. I'll explain everything right now. After listening to her lord's story, Tina said, now I understand everything. An incredible accident happened to him, and when he came to, he was already in the shell of the unchanging deity. Hearing that the girl had understood everything correctly, Karpe, reassuring Kang Jin-ho, said, well, to summarize what was said earlier, that's exactly how it is. Still weeping after the insult, Kang Jin-ho heard, I have offended the military advisor who assists my lord both physically and morally. Bowing her head before Kang Jin-ho to offer an apology, Tina added, please forgive me, military advisor. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, Kang Jin-ho said cheerfully, that sounds good. Karpe, sighing with relief, thought to himself, it's so easy to get through to him. Later, after completing the quest and seeing the countdown timer, Karp said, well, the connection time is up. I'll check the other quests tomorrow. To which he heard, then go back to your room and get some rest. See you tomorrow. After the connection was severed and he found himself in his room, Kang Jin-ho said, as expected, I'm back in my room again. Looking around, Kang Jin-ho added, every time I end up here, I just can't seem to adapt to the situation. What's the logic in this anyway? Turning his head toward the raven perched on his shoulder, Kang Jin-ho added, you're a real mystery yourself. I can't explain why you're following me around. At that very moment, upon seeing the intriguing interior, Tina exclaimed in amazement, so, military advisor, am I really in your private office right now? Truly an unusual place. Hearing Tina's question and stumbling to his feet, Kang Jin-ho exclaimed in shock, what nonsense? And how did you end up here? After the shocked exclamations, Tina said, I have no idea why I'm here. To which he replied, when you talk like that, you scare me even more. Coming to his senses and getting back on his feet, Kang Jin-ho said, this is madness. Why does everyone walk into a stranger's room as if it were their own home? I'm simply speechless. No sooner had Kang Jin-ho thought this than he saw a notification. The number of family members has increased. From this moment on, the room feature will be unlocked. You are the room administrator. He exclaimed in surprise, what the hell is this? The next morning, upon arriving at the Karpa dungeon, he heard shouts. It's time for the raid. We'll wait for the priest and then head out. I'm looking for level 20 priests. Hurry up, everyone. I'm selling a shield. Standing behind the large crowd gathered near the dungeon, Kim Jong-hoon thought in surprise. There are suddenly so many people here. Later, finding his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon said, bro, I'm back. To which the reply came, good, but you're late today. The next moment, turning his head back, Kang Jin-ho added cheerfully, I've been waiting for you. To which he heard, I don't like the look on your face. After a while, as they approached the dungeon and received an invitation, Karp said, oh, so that's what's changed. Moving away from the crowd, Karp said, as I understand it, since I managed to successfully complete my quest, this place has become just an ordinary dungeon. As they continued walking toward a secluded spot, Kim Jong-hong added, by the way, you said you were unexpectedly appointed as the room administrator. Now you have your own living space. When asked about the topic he'd been eager to share, Kang Jin-ho said, yeah, this is the first I've heard of anything like that. Later, upon arriving at a clearing where there was no one else around, Kang Jin-ho said, there's not a soul here. I think this spot suits us. Open the status window. I need to show you something. Following Kang Jin-ho's instructions, he pressed the room button and exclaimed in surprise, whoa, what's this? Turns out there were hidden conditions. After reviewing the conditions for opening the room, Karpa added in surprise, it's impressive that you didn't get a perk like this back in the day. Hearing this remark, Kang Jin-ho said, if I had fulfilled the conditions one by one, sooner or later I would have achieved the desired result. You scoundrel, you're a real monster. Fulfilling all the conditions at once is beyond comprehension. Seeing that he could visit the room, Kim Jong-hoon said, look, it's better to see it once than to hear about it 100 times. After hearing the advice from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon said, all right, I'll confirm the teleportation, and then found himself in front of a large estate. Looking around after the teleportation, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in amazement, this is insane, and you call this a room? Hearing his friend's astonished exclamations, Kang Jin-ho said confidently, cool, right? It's enough to make you jealous, isn't it? Now I understand why you had such a smug look on your face. Suddenly noticing that Chonish and Tina were busy, Kim Jong-hoon added, well, of course I'm surprised by the size of the estate. It looks like it came straight out of a manhwa. But the fact that even Chonish and Tina are farming in the garden is beyond my imagination. To which Tina retorted, what farming? Glancing at Tina, Kang Jin-ho asked in surprise, what are the two of you doing there? To which Tina exclaimed, you're here, Lord. Standing up, Tina added, it seems Chonish wants to have his own tree, so I decided to help him with that. Turning her attention to Chornish, who was watering the garden beds, Tina added that fostering friendly relationships among family members is also one of the key aspects of maintaining a healthy atmosphere at home. Upon learning the reason, Carpe awkwardly said, well, the main thing is that you like it yourselves. After which Kang Jin-ho added, right now planting is limited to acorns, but later, when the room gets bigger, we'll be able to grow something more interesting. Now let's take a look at the other areas. As she saw Carp off, Tina mentioned the training center and research center, where family members can improve their skills and experience, the vegetable garden and orchard, where one can obtain various magical and basic materials, and the mine, where one can obtain ore and other resources. Continuing the tour for Kim Jong-hoon, Tina added, there are many different places here. Upon reaching the most interesting spot on the entire estate, Tina added, as for the door right in front of you. Opening the door to the workshop, Tina added, I think this is what will interest you the most. As he began examining the tools, Karp thought, this workshop is amazing, while Kang Jin-ho said, since we've come all this way, how about we make something? Hearing his friend's suggestion, Karp asked in surprise, what can we do? To which Kang Jin-ho replied, well, the profession of a summoner can be classified as that of a creator, though in my opinion, it's just another scam. The only drawback, Kang Jin-ho continued, is that the difficulty level is very high. You'll understand better once you see it with your own eyes. Karp froze in surprise. After giving Karpe the material for forging, Kang Jin-ho said, first, try to create something using your magical engineering skill, since there are currently no registered blueprints. Only the most basic items will come off the machine. After receiving the notification, you selected the creation of a chainmail sabaton. Production will begin in 5 seconds. As the countdown began, Karp exclaimed in surprise, what exactly is about to start? Watching the countdown, the boy cried out in confusion, no, wait! First explain what I need to do. Hit the center or something? Still not understanding the task and having received the notification that production was starting, Karp shouted, damn it, it's all white flames, I'll just hit it. Seeing that the material was damaged, Kim Jong-hoon thought in confusion, could it be that what I was just doing was a game of catch the rhythm? After continuing to fail in his forging attempts, Karpe exclaimed, please, just once, I have to hit the rhythm. Soon after, Karpe saw a notification appear before him. Excellent, you have successfully created a magical Saban rating. You have created your first piece of equipment. Receiving a new title as a reward, Kim Jong-hoon joyfully exclaimed, awesome. Meanwhile, clapping his hands behind him, Kang Jin-ho thought, So rhythm isn't his forte after all. There is justice in this world. Succumbing to the temptation of his first success, Carpe said, "Great! If I manage to do it once, I'll try to create other pieces of equipment too." Before Carp could even start forging, he received a notification. Over 90% of the process had been completed perfectly, and in addition to production, rune engraving was possible. Surprised by this, Carpe asked, "Engraving runes?" To which Kang Jin-ho replied in shock, "What nonsense. The Lord Summoner has yet another personal skill." Upon seeing the notification about the engraving, Tina joyfully exclaimed, "Lord, please just follow me." Heading to the laboratory, Tina said, "The King Summoner has achieved outstanding accomplishments in many fields, but he has only one professional specialty, and that is rune engraving." After placing the item, Karpa received a notification. When you place the crafted equipment on the workbench, rune engraving begins. Use the magic pencil to engrave the runes. The effect of the completed rune activates randomly. Seeing the system instructions, Kim Jong-hoon thought, "I wonder what they want from me this time. Is that it?" Leaning on the workbench in front of Kim Jong-hoon, Tina exclaimed, "Lord, now I'll explain the process of engraving runes to you," to which Karp replied, "Thank you, Tina." As she began the process, Tina said, "First, you must add the magical solution you received as a reward for opening the workshop. The solution is created magically by melting magical materials in specific proportions, and the higher the purity of the ingredients, the closer it is to a silvery color." Explaining everything in detail, Tina added, "Draw the solution from the glass using the pencil. Repeat this action several times until the pencil is filled with the solution." Taking the magical pencil in his hands, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed in amazement, "It's a feather pen, so I'll need to use it." Standing behind him, Tina exclaimed cheerfully, "If you go even a millimeter over the line, the item will be destroyed, but I'm sure you can handle it." At the same time, feeling intense pressure, Carpe said, "First the game was about rhythm, and now a calligraphy exam. How amusing." After a while, having successfully created the rune, Kim Jong-hoon said, "Since the production tasks are easy compared to other quests, they give me bonuses. Great. Thanks to this, my rating has gone up, and additional options have been added. That's the advantage of 8 stars." Rejoicing over the successfully created item, Carpe said, "But where are we going again?" Hearing this, he went into my room and noticed, "I can enter it too." Hearing the question from Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho said, "Well, of course," after which Carpe remarked, "So it turns out this game has everything except your resurrection." Continuing to walk forward, Kang Jin-ho said, "When the room's function unlocked, something happened to my own room. I think you should see this." Upon reaching the room, Kang Jin-ho and Kim Jong-hoon froze in surprise and exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Looking at the full immersion capsule in the room of his kindred spirit, Carpe added in surprise, "Why is this thing in your room?" As he began to examine the capsule, Kim Jong-hoon said, "The capsule suddenly appeared here, bro. Maybe it's possible to connect it." To which he replied, "Right now it's impossible to establish a connection, but I have a hunch that as the room's functionality grows, we'll be able to connect the capsule to the network." Then Karpa added, "There's logic in what you're saying. Open the status window." After reading the status window, Karp thought, "I decided to check just in case." But as expected, there wasn't a word about the capsule. Then Kang Jin-ho said, "Let me tell you something funny." Drawing everyone's attention, Kang Jin-ho pointed to the capsule and said, "There's internet access there." After which Carpe exclaimed in surprise, "Seriously?" The next moment, upon hearing from his friend that only internet platforms related to LS were available, Karp said, "I see." Continuing to share information, Kang Jin-ho added, "So now we've come to the most important part. You said you wanted to stream, right? You've already uploaded the video from the cave of the hellish monster." When asked, Karp replied, "Well, I edited and uploaded everything worth watching, carefully hiding my face." To which he heard, "Good job, now check the views." Opening his video on the platform and seeing the results, Carpe exclaimed in surprise, "Why so many views? What's with the email address? And what's wrong with the cryptocurrency window?" Staring at the screen in confusion, Kim Jong-hoon added anxiously, "What on earth is going on?" Seeing his friend's reaction, Kang Jin-ho said, "100 comments like that and voila. All the possibilities of management open up before you. Most famous streamers actively use management services. It helps with everything you need, from search engine optimization of posts to video editing." After listening to Kang Jin-ho's explanation, Karp said, "It really is a pretty good service, and on top of that, it saves a ton of time. Should I learn how to use it?" Hearing the uncertainty in Karp's words, Kang Jin-ho cheerfully said, "What are you talking about? I can handle all of this myself, my silly follower." Shielding his eyes from the radiance of his kindred spirit, Karp exclaimed, "I believe in your powers, heavenly boy." The next moment, having reconsidered a bit, Carpe asked, "Wait, in what sense will you handle everything?" To which Kang Jin-ho replied, "The internet is accessible, so after you leave the game, I can calmly handle issues related to streams." Continuing to elaborate, Kang Jin-ho added, "Carpe, the only thing you need to do is handle the tasks well, and I, for my part, will do everything possible to help. Remember our first meeting?" Hearing these warm words, Kim Cheon-hoon said, "Bro, I totally get that you're helping me, but is it worth putting so much effort into this? Anyway, just trust me, Carpe." Delighted by the offer of help, Karp gave Kang Jin-ho a tight hug and exclaimed, "Brother!" At that very moment, Kang Jin-ho imagined the worst-case scenario. Carpe leaving the game and saying, "I'm sick of this game. Goodbye," while he himself, kneeling and in tears, cried out, "Please don't go." After running through this scenario, Kang Jin-ho thought, "Of course, if you suddenly quit the game, all the effort we've put in will be wasted, and then I'll be stuck as a ghost in this damn game forever." Sometime after inspecting the room, Kang Jin-ho and Carpe moved to the city of Luang. Wandering the streets, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, "I've sent the items to auction, restocked the potions, and finished repairing the green leather killer, so I think we can continue the quest." Seeing the quest restrictions in front of him, Karp exclaimed, "I can't continue." "But why?" To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, "It's all too obvious." Pointing a finger at Karpa, Kang Jin-ho added indignantly, "Only after reaching level 35 could you attack Minata, but you took her down while you were still at level 17. Have some conscience, for heaven's sake. After listening to the remark, Carp said, so it turns out I need to level up 8 times before the next quest. Then I think I should fill in the gaps in my inventory. To which he heard, good idea. Where shall we start? Thinking about their needs, Carp said, the only skill I can use right now is Elemental Arrow. I need one more offensive skill. Hearing his friend's words, Kang Jin-ho said, the course is set. In that case, there's only one answer. We're moving on to the Sea Cave quest. Upon arriving at the location, Kang Jin-ho said, the Sea Cave quest is the most important one in Luwani because it offers great rewards for completion. It's very popular among users, but the skills you get are usually of the lowest quality. Of course, it's a mandatory quest that's a great help for newbies, but there's one strange condition. After listening to the stories, Carpe, who had purchased a basic outfit without any additional effects, asked, which one? Continuing to talk about the quest, Kang Jin-ho said, to complete this quest, you need a group of at least 2 people, and both must be players. No NPCs allowed. Frowning in dissatisfaction, Kim Jong-hoon said, isn't this a total ripoff? I'm speechless. This damn game only cares about the trending experts. It needs to look out for those who are lagging behind too. Hearing his friend's words, Carp thought, so I need to team up with another player, but aren't I currently on opposite sides of the barricades with everyone else because of the story of the Sorcerer King? Why can't I stop worrying about how Tina will react to this? 800 years ago, the King Summoner became the first Emperor of Dresh, who founded the Akram Empire, and the kindred spirit who destroyed Akram is the so-called player's assistant. Continuing his musings, Karpa added in his mind that, if the story is to be believed, Tina is the one who took direct part in that fake battle with the gods. As he replayed the sequence of events in his mind, Karpa thought to himself, in that case, what will happen if another kindred spirit recognizes Tina? Hearing Karpa's thoughts, Tina peeked out from her pocket and said, Lord, I want to tell you that you're worrying for nothing. To which Karpa replied, really? Without taking her eyes off the boy, Tina added, the 7 dolls, including me, were made at the very end of the battle, and since a secret and swift attack was carried out on the enemy camp, I think there simply aren't any among the fake gods who remember my face. Sighing with relief, Kim Jong-hoon said, there you go. If everything's fine with you, then I can breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, pressing his hand to his face, Karp thought to himself, the problem is that I have to raise this powerful cheater from level 1, but there's no other choice. At that very moment, joining the conversation, Kang Jin-ho asked, by the way, I see you've switched to non-combat mode. To which he replied, that's right, it allows me to triple my recovery speed. After that, Karp remarked, I think we've discussed everything, now let's head toward the cave. Once we reached the spot where the announcement was echoing, gathering the team, I'll go on a quest with you for just 15 coins. Kang Jin-ho remarked, well, any famous place would look like this. To which Karpa added, there really are people packed in here like sardines in a can. Starting to look around, Kim Jong-hoon said, the NPC must be somewhere nearby. Turning his head back and seeing a little girl surrounded by players, Kim Jong-hoon added in surprise, is that it? Standing in the large crowd, the little girl cried out, find my pendant, adventurer. I'll give you the precious cards I've collected. Hearing the girl's request and accepting the quest, Karpa said, I'll do it. After which he heard the messenger of the gods say, help me. Having accepted the Sea Cave mission, Kim Jong-hoon said thoughtfully, no matter how you look at it, she looks like the most ordinary NPC. Continuing to look at the little girl who was gazing at him joyfully, Karpa added, but why do some users call her the angel Luana, while others call her a demon? Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's musings, Kang Jin-ho said, you're curious to find out. Also, glancing at the little girl, the kindred spirit, NPC, added that the quality of the reward she gives can be either top tier or terrible. After the explanation, seeing the entry restrictions and failing to use the unlock feature, Karp said, well, it's time to find a partner. Staring at the system window, Karp added, I was wondering if the entry restrictions would be lifted. I guess the dungeon isn't included in the list of things that can be unlocked. Maybe my skill isn't that all-powerful. At the same time, standing nearby and watching Karpe, Kang Jin-ho thought, who knows when we'll head to some other dungeon? We'll have to check again then. Resigning himself to the turn of events, Karp said, nothing to be done. I'll have to go look for a partner to enter the dungeon. Skills don't matter. I'd prefer someone with whom I can coolly complete the quest, and then easily go our separate ways. Will I be able to find such a person? In the midst of his thoughts, hearing someone behind him say, are you looking for a partner, god of battle? Karpe instantly turned around. Seeing Hanzo behind him, Karpe exclaimed in surprise, you heard that? Finally, we've met again. Greetings. Waving his arms energetically after the greeting, Hanzo said, what a fateful meeting. I never expected we'd meet like this. Continuing his speech, Hanzo added, it seems our bond, which originated in a past life, won't be so easily broken. At the same time, looking at the system window, Kim Jong-hoon said, perhaps there's a more or less tolerant companion in the community. Listening to the conversation, Karpe added, if we are so strongly bound by fate, then if you need help, I am ready to offer my full support. Ignoring Hanzo's words, Karpe turned to the passerby and said, sir, would you like to become my companion? To which the man replied, excuse me, what? Realizing he was being ignored, Hanzo suddenly exclaimed, listen, god of battle! To which Karpe replied in surprise, pardon? The next moment, realizing the situation, Karpe added, it was you who addressed me. Who are you, and why do you keep pretending we're acquainted? You're the very same one thirsting for blood. Folding his hands in front of him after Hanzo's remark, he said, that's right. I suppose you've finally remembered me. It's worth clarifying that I'm now as free as the wind, since I've severed all ties with that guild of assassins. After listening to Hanzo, Karpe said, judging by your tone, you're clearly not here for revenge. You're saying you'll help me. Is that right? It seems you've decided to take on that quest related to finding the item. Spreading his arms, Hanzo added, isn't it better to work with someone you know than to try to find common ground with a stranger? Hearing this, Karp wondered, aren't you just trying to tag along with me unilaterally? Resting his head on his hand, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, although if you look closely, he's not a bad choice for a companion. Continuing to observe Hanzo, Karpa thought to himself, his playstyle is neat, and in a way, it's thanks to him that I was able to become a summoner lord. Deciding to accept Hanzo's offer, Karpa said, alright, let's do the quest together. To which Hanzo replied, you really agree? Having received consent to cooperate, Hanzo exclaimed, wait a moment, I'll register the quest and be right back. Then ran over to the girl, to which Karp replied, alright, well, maybe I'll try distributing my skill points while he's gone. After distributing the extra points, Carpe sighed with relief and said, "It looks pretty good," to which Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Under no circumstances should you show your status window to other players." Hearing the advice from his kindred spirit, Carpe said, "I put the bonus points into agility and mana, but I still have 37 points left. Maybe I should try investing them in Dresh's doll spells now." Hearing Carpe's plan, Kang Jin-ho said, "Having passive buff skills never hurts, especially when it comes to 9 stars. Just look at the numbers, it's a crazy boost." To which Carpe added, "With the remaining points, I want to master magical engineering and elemental mastery." Hurrying back to Carpe, Hanzo exclaimed, "God of Battle, thank you for waiting for me. If you're ready, let's form a team." To which he replied, "All right." The next moment, Carpe received a notification stating, "The God of Battle's Victor invites you to join." The team window displayed information such as the current MP and HP status of group members and deviations from the norm. Class information was displayed as the most basic detail. After reviewing the information, Carp thought, "This scoundrel was an archer. I'm going crazy over this damn concept. It's unclear what kind of character he is." Delighted that he had teamed up with Kim Jong-hoon, Carpe joyfully shouted, "Forward!" and sang a song. Once inside the sea cave, Hanzo said, "God of Battle, how well are you acquainted with what a sea cave is?" To which Carpe replied, "Not very well. It's my first time here after all." Resting his hand on his chin and clearing his throat, Hanzo said, "In that case, I'll explain to you what's going on here." Recalling the game's plot, Hanzo said, "The monsters that appear here can be considered improved versions of those found along the coast. A large shellfish with a hard shell, a mermaid intoxicated by magic, a giant carnivorous turtle, and others." Continuing his story, Hanzo added, "However, unlike the beach, the monsters here attack first, and there are traps you won't find on the coast, so be careful." No sooner had Hanzo finished speaking than Carpe, spotting the monsters, exclaimed, "Just look at that scoundrel. Just when we mentioned the devil, here he is, right on cue." Looking at the 3 large shells with hard carapaces, Carpe added, "They appeared immediately after the explanatory speech ended." Taking out the amulet, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, "Not only did they conveniently appear on the horizon, but I also got the chance to test the dragon's eye." Seeing the dragon eye's information, Carpe thought in surprise, "Isn't this the basic information that's usually displayed in the status window?" Also seeing who had stood in their way, Hanzo said, "Just shells? Let me deal with this trash." To which Carpe replied, "Well, fine." Preparing for the attack, Hanzo shouted the victorious ninja summon of Snow White, after which Carpe exclaimed, "Just how far has this idiot's concept gone?" A few seconds after the loud shouts, a wind fox, a heroic rank pet, appeared in the cave. Then, pointing in the direction of the attack, Hanzo shouted, "Snow White, air cannon!" Watching the battle between Hanzo and the monsters, Carp thought to himself, turning the shells upside down will completely neutralize the opponent's attack. When the large shells were flipped onto their backs to prevent resistance, Carp said, "That worked out pretty well." Having completed all the preparatory stages and taking up his weapon, Hanzo shouted, "The thunder sword of the invincible ninja." After assessing his comrade's skills, Carpe said, "You destroyed the enemy in an instant. You're a good fighter, Hanzo." To which Hanzo replied, "You're exaggerating. I'm eagerly awaiting your battle with the next opponent." Hearing his comrade's words, Carp shouted, "Chornish, Call of Thunder, Lightning Arrow." When the enemies were defeated, Carpe, stretching his arm, said, "Great job, Chornish, you're a champ." To which Hanzo remarked, "God of Battle? I never would have thought you had a pet too. And what's that peeking out of your pocket? Is that a God of Battle doll? Have you switched careers to become a puppeteer? How cute." When asked, Carpe replied awkwardly, "A puppeteer? Something like that." Then thought it better to keep quiet, since who knows how things might turn out. I don't think there's any need to go into details, by the way, and since our last meeting, why does he keep calling me the God of Battle? Moving forward, Hanzo said, "There's a fork in the road. We could just go right." To which I replied, "And what's on the left?" He answered, "Of course the dungeon boss is hiding there." Upon learning that it was on the left, Kim Jong-hoon said, "In that case, shouldn't we go there first? The reward will be pretty good." Hearing the suggestion, Carpe Hanzo nervously said, "That's a very slippery creature. Our goal is to find the pendant, so we don't necessarily have to waste our strength on the boss." While Carpe wondered, what's going on? Why did he suddenly get so nervous? Joining the conversation, Kang Jin-ho said, "Actually, his reaction is quite reasonable. The boss here is a disgusting creature in many ways. Let's not stick our necks out this time. Just the thought of fighting him makes it hard for Carp to breathe." Hearing Kang Jin-ho's request, Carpe slyly replied, "On the contrary, it seems like it'll be a lot of fun." To which the crazy fool retorted, "Well, can't we just hold back the horses for once?" Marching forward joyfully, Carpe said, "Come on, let's see what's inside and move on." While Hanzo, catching up to him, shouted, "God of Battle, wait!" Not understanding his companion's fear, Carpe said, "No, what kind of boss is this if he's causing such a reaction in everyone?" To which Hanzo, frightened, exclaimed, "Please speak more quietly." Hearing a rustle nearby, Carpe said in surprise, "What's that? I think I heard some rustling." To which Hanzo cried out in fear, "He's here! He's here!" Immediately after Hanzo's frightened cry, the boss monster, a giant slasher who had sensed the players, appeared near them. Seeing the boss monster heading toward them, Hanzo and Kang Jin-ho, hiding behind Carpe's back, screamed in fear. While the giant slayer was heading toward Kim Jong-hoon, he stood firmly in place, wondering what had caused his companion's reaction to the boss. The next moment, Tina, who had been sitting in Carp's pocket, returned to her normal size and stepped in to protect Kim Jong-hoon. Shielding Carpe with her body, Tina exclaimed, "As long as I exist, this creature won't come within a step of the Lord." After which Kim Jong-hoon joyfully said, "Thank you, Tina. Today you're as reliable as ever." The next moment, casting a dissatisfied glance at his companions, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, I wouldn't say he's that huge, so why are they so scared? Watching Kang Jin-ho, who was covering his face with his hands and saying, I close my eyes. Really, I close them. I can't see a thing. Carp wondered what their problem even was. Later, upon hearing, Lord, the monster's outer armor is very sturdy, Carpa said, Thanks for the info, Tina. In that case, it's time for a truly appropriate strategy, activating the Dragon's Eye. After reviewing the information from the Dragon's Eye, Carp thought, skills only for the boss. Something like an automatic magic shield like Mandela's. Also, upon seeing the skills possessed by the Giant Slayer, Carpe added, because of the lightning petrification skill, I'll have to put in a little effort. As he examined the monster, Kim Jong-hoon thought, right now I don't have any weapons capable of delivering an instant piercing strike or similar skills, so this information won't help me at all. Getting to his feet and preparing for battle, Carp thought, well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll just try to land a solid hit on him first. Extending his arm forward and shouting, lightning bolt, Kim Jong-hoon launched his first attack on the boss. When the attack hit its target, Kim Jong-hoon wondered to himself, I wonder how much damage I managed to deal. Glancing at the stats window and seeing that the boss had lost only 1% of his health, Karpa looked at the monster again. The next moment, summoning his pet, Kim Jong-hoon said, Blackie, Call of Thunder, after which the beast attacked the boss. Seeing that Blackie's attack had taken away 2% of the boss's health, Karp thought, oh, there it is, and then shouted to Tina, Tina, how long can you hold out? Receiving the question from her lord, Tina confidently replied, I can fight all day long as I'm here, this beast won't get close to you, my lord. Hearing Tina's reply, Kim Jong-hoon leapt to his feet and shouted, excellent! I'm counting on you, Tina. First and foremost, we need to reduce its health to 30%. As he approached the boss monster, Karpi shouted, I'm investing 15 bonus points into mana. After increasing his mana by 15 points, Karpe used the lightning bolt skill. Over the course of a long battle against the dungeon boss, Karpe, with the help of Tina and Chornish, reduced the Slayer's health to 33. Seeing that the boss monster was targeting Karpe, Tina blocked its movement and shouted, you bastard, your opponent is right here. Peering through his fingers at Karpe, Kang Chin-ho said, I have absolutely no idea what you're up to, but it seems everything is going smoothly. To which Karpe replied, now it's time for the finishing touch. Turning his gaze to the girl fighting alongside him, Karpe exclaimed, Tina, is there a spot on the upper part of that beast's shell that can be easily pierced with a sword? Looking up, Tina said, the previous attacks have created a small gap in the upper part of the giant slasher's armor, so I think you can definitely strike that spot, Lord. Having received the information he needed, Karp said, excellent, thank you for the information, and summoned the green-skinned killer. Grabbing his sword, Kim Jong-hoon quickly headed toward the monster to put his plan into action. Jumping onto a ledge in the rock and looking at the boss, Karp thought, this is the very gap Tina was talking about. The next moment, lunging at the monster, Karp shouted, take that, you scoundrel! Now I'll show you where the crabs spend the winter. Driving his sword into the giant slasher's back, Karp quickly began retreating, sliding down the boss's back. Quickly descending to the ground, Karp shouted, so that's what the outer oil coating means. I'm investing 5 bonus stats into mana and summoning Chonish. Having finished all preparations, Kim Jong-hoon launched a joint attack with Konish, shouting the summoning incantation, Thunderbolt Arrow. Seeing that the boss was defeated, Kang Jin-ho said, you used your sword as a lightning rod. Not a bad idea. To which Karpe replied, fortunately, I had mastered the elements perfectly before entering the dungeon. Continuing the conversation, Kang Jin-ho said, you're right, well done. Then let's take all the loot that dropped and move on. To which Karpe replied, Chonish will take care of everything. Turning his head toward Chornish, Karpa asked, is that right? And then saw his pet skillfully salute. Seeing his pet's actions, Kang Jin-ho thought in shock, Chornish salutes so professionally. When did he even have time to learn that? At that moment, turning to his other companion, Karpa said, I think we're done here. Hanzo, are you alright? Kneeling with his head bowed, Hanzo said, I'm sorry for appearing before you in such a disheveled state. To which he heard, don't worry, everything's fine. Hearing these reassuring words, Hanzo said, I think it's time to reveal the truth. I'm from the US, and when I was a child, I was bitten by a tarantula. Wiping the tears from his face, Hanzo added, fortunately the venom itself wasn't too strong, but I discovered I'm allergic to it. Karpe then asked, you're from the US, a tarantula? When Hanzo added, I ended up in the emergency room and they barely managed to save me, but ever since that incident, my body freezes up at the sight of insects. Karpe asked, so it's something like a trauma. Upon learning the truth, Karp said, I'm sorry. If I'd known about your tragedy, I would have left here alone. To which he heard you say, what are you talking about? Holding out his hand, Hanzo exclaimed, a true knight never abandons a comrade. Hearing this, Karpe said, if the concept dominates the mind, it seems even trauma can be overcome. Well done, Hanzo. After receiving the girl's pendant, Karpe said, so it looks like the quest is complete. Let's leave the dungeon already. Hanzo, after all the stress you've been through, you need some rest too. Hearing this, Karpe and Hanzo said, thank you for your help. Listen, God of Battle, actually, I'd like to ask you one more question. No sooner had he said this than he felt a hand on his shoulder and heard, you know, Hanzo. When he asked what exactly he'd heard, the voice replied, you don't have to say anything, because I already know everything. Smiling happily, Karpa added, don't be ashamed that you're tied to your concept. I'm rooting for you. We're parting ways now, but I'm sure we'll cross paths again. That is, we'll see each other if the chance arises. Seeing Karpe head toward the exit, Hanzo shouted, no, wait, God of Battle! While Karpa waved goodbye and called out, well then, goodbye. Reaching out his hand toward Kim Jong-hoon, Hanzo exclaimed, you still haven't added me to your friends list. Leaving the cave, Karp joyfully exclaimed, oh great messenger of God, thank you. From the reward for reaching level 20 to the reward for completing the quest, I now have 2 skill slots to unlock. Smiling happily, Karpe folded his hands in front of him and added, I think I'm a very remarkable person. To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, was it really necessary to go so deep into the forest just to unlock some measly skill pack? Upon hearing Kang Jin-ho's question, Karpe shot him a disgruntled look and said, bro, what kind of person are you? The more people there are, the higher the chance of getting exposed. To which he replied, I see you've become a conspiracy theorist from head to toe. Upon reaching a secluded spot in the forest, Karp said, I think this place should do. Sitting down on a rock, Kim Jong-hoon added, I'm starting to get a little tired of the elemental arrow, so I hope there's some new attack skill in the pack. Let's check the items that dropped after defeating the boss first, and then open the skill packs. Before Karpe could finish, he saw the pack of cards in his pet's mouth, and exclaimed in surprise, Chornish, where did you find that? Glancing at the description of the pack Chornish had brought, Karpe said, this skill pack, if an unusual skill appears, I'll be able to master it too. To which he heard, that's entirely possible. Continuing to talk about the pack, Kang Jin-ho added, I'll just clarify one detail. In the game, skills can be used not only by players, but also by NPCs. Mentioning the features, Kang Jin-ho added, moreover, they also receive rewards, but not every 5 levels, only every 10. Presenting a table, Kang Jin-ho explained that users receive a lower tier skill pack every 5 levels up to, and including level 50. The game also provides about 8 random chances, meaning that most users can obtain a total of 10 to 12 skills. Explaining the system, Kang Jin-ho said that users who have reached level 50 will be able to undergo a second status change, and from that point on, A mid-tier skill pack will appear, dropping every 10 levels. After hearing this, Carpe asked if that meant there was a third status change as well, to which he was told that about 6 months had passed since the release of the LS, so he thought this update should be coming out soon. Pointing to himself, Kang Jin-ho cheerfully added, "For reference, the third status upgrade will be available at level 150. Hearing this, Carp wondered what the final level of this game even was, and whether it was actually possible to complete it. Pointing to himself again, Kang Jin-ho said, "Not that I'm bragging, but my personal record is the 4th status upgrade." At that very moment, Tina joined the conversation and said, "Before I lost my power, I also reached the 4th status upgrade, Lord." After listening to the bragging, Carp thought, what's the point of talking to you guys? Let's drop this topic. Let's check Blackbird's inventory. Seeing the item description, Carpe asked, "Just to clarify, the plus sign in the rating just means it's a little better, but that doesn't really matter." Continuing to examine the loot, Carp said, "A sword? I already have one like that. And the stats are, well, it's a bit of a mixed bag. By the way, the options aren't bad. Maybe I should sell it." Hearing Carp's thoughts, Kan Chin-ho said, "The idea is certainly good, but what about giving the sword to a member of your family?" Glancing into her pocket and realizing that her pet and family members also needed items, she said, "Well, I really like your suggestion. Let's do it your way." Tina said, "It really is a beautiful sword." After receiving the new weapon and adjusting it to her size, Tina said happily, "It can also be made smaller." After brandishing the weapon a few times, Tina exclaimed joyfully, "My lord, it is a great honor for me to receive such a gift from you. In the future, I will continue to glorify the name of my sovereign to fully repay your kindness." Handing the sword to Carpe, he clasped his hands and said, "You have long awaited the time to turn to the heavens. God, Jesus, Buddha, and all the other gods in the world, and especially the deities of the afterlife. Please hear me." Standing nearby, Kang Jin-ho said in surprise, "I think you're the only user who approaches unlocking skill packs with such diligence." After receiving 2 4-star and 1 6-star skill, Carpe said disappointedly, "There's no escaping the draw in the mountain. It's all white flames." Seeing Carp's sadness, Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Wait, are you saying a 6-star skill dropped from a lower tier skill pack? I've been playing this game for 10 years, but I've never had anything like that. What an injustice." After a moment, Carp perked up and said, "Well, let's check the skills I've already mastered. Open the status window, here it is, the light at the end of the tunnel, my little ones." Watching Carpe, Kang Jin-ho thought to himself, raising his acceleration and rapid strike to level 5. He left the remaining 20 points just in case, all because that meticulous kid is a pretty good strategist. Finishing his thoughts, Kang Jin-ho said, "You've already reached level 20. Just 5 more to go and you'll be able to unlock the next quest scenario related to your profession. Let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Level up and gather materials to expand the room." Hearing the suggestion from his kindred spirit, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed happily, "Exactly, we definitely need to upgrade the room." Looking at the system window, Carp said, "I've gathered almost all the necessary materials except for 1, but where on earth can we even get that?" Hearing Carp's worried words, Kang Jin-ho said, "I have a hunch. It looks like we need to catch a specific mob." After suggesting the idea, Kang Jin-ho added, "The bark of an old tree soaked by the sea at the end of Luan Beach is a hunting ground called the Sea Forest." Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho added, "Monsters called Trents live there, but I think what we need is found on a field boss named the Elder Trent." Hearing the story, Carpe exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, I'm so excited." To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, "The main problem is that we won't be alone there. Don't forget that even if you defeat the boss and pocket the loot, this is a game where player killing is allowed." With a sly smile, Kang Jin-ho added, "There are definitely a bunch of people here who don't think ahead and don't know what to do." To which Carpe replied, "I see, but why are you saying all this while staring intently at me?" Glancing at the portal, Kang Jin-ho said, "First, let's teleport to the village and prepare everything we need for the raid. If you're going hunting alone, you have to be armed to the teeth." Upon arriving at Chef Mike's, Carpe heard, "Adventurer, if you gather sea mushrooms in the eastern forest, I'll reward you without hesitation." After approaching the guard Luan, Kim Jong-hoon heard, "Sometimes trenches appear near the settlement, so I'm concerned about the safety of the locals. Can you help me?" After accepting the mission, Carpe said, "It looks like this place is full of trenches. I see a lot of quests related to them." To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Exactly. That's why the sea forest will be full of people." Then Carpe added, "I'm sure everyone's trying to take down the boss." As they continued on their mission, Carp said, "I see that luck also plays a major role here." The guys hadn't gotten far when they heard a voice from behind. "Long time no see, descendant of the Summoner King." Carpe instantly turned around and exclaimed, "Drek!" Approaching Carpe and taking his hand, Drek said, "I'm glad to see you're in good spirits." At the same time, standing aside, Kang Jin-ho thought angrily, "What's going on? Why did this old man show up here?" After greeting Kang Jin-ho, Drek said, "First, let's move to another place. There are too many eyes and ears here." After a while, upon arriving at a secluded spot, Carp said, "This is the very place where I passed my first trial for changing professions." Hearing the surprise in Kim Jong-hoon's voice, Drek said, "I'll now tell you the reason we moved here." The next moment, turning his head toward Kim Jong-hoon, Drek added, "But first, may I tell you something else?" Approaching Carpe and immediately falling to his knees, Drek bowed his head and said, "Akram's humble servant requests an audience with the first sword of the King Summoner." Hearing his subject's request, Carpe thought to himself, "I see. King Dresh, the sorcerer, is the founder of the country, and Tina, who was his right-hand woman, is surely a legend as well." Seeing Tina before him in all her beauty, Drek exclaimed in amazement, "I can't believe I've seen the legend of the Akram Empire with my own eyes." Clasping his hands over his face, Drek added, "Even if my soul were to fly straight to heaven right now, I would have no regrets. I need to use a memory spell to preserve this moment in my memory forever." At that very moment, Carpe, noticing Tina, who felt disgust and saw herself as an object of ridicule, said, "Drek, do you realize you're putting us in a very awkward position right now? Look, Tina doesn't appreciate your attitude." Realizing he had gone too far, Drek calmed down and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Your servant behaved too frivolously. Anyway, I came to you to deliver something to the descendant of the King of Summoners." Seeing the gift box in front of him, which appears as a reward for reaching the 20th level, Carpe said in surprise, "A reward for reaching the 20th level? Hearing his surprise, Kang Jin-ho said, it's a kind of bonus system. The idea is that for every 20 levels, a reward is given, a so-called gift level. At first, the reward is delivered through a spirit guide, but since you didn't receive your profession from a spirit guide, the NPC must have come personally to give it to you. Upon learning the details, Karp said cheerfully, I see. I suppose there'll be something of a mythological rank here as well. Hearing Kim Jong-hoon's question, Kang Jin-ho replied, I'm not sure, but in any case, the reward is unlikely to be anything mediocre. Unable to resist the temptation, Karpa said, well, okay, let's put the jokes aside and open the box. After opening the box, Kim Jong-hoon received a notification. You have received 10 special small HP potions of Akram and 5 special small MP potions of Akram. Akrama's enchanted garment, wearing restriction, recognition by Akrama, a heroic tier mantle for players recognized by Akrama's secret society, imbued with a spell that aids in the circulation of magic. FB radar, a handy tool, a unique ancient radar restored by Akrama's scientists after extensive research. When used, it displays the boss's location, or the time until its appearance. The blueprints for crafting the FB radar have been obtained. The method for creating the FB radar is recorded in the magic engineering skill. Upon seeing the rewards, Kang Jin-ho remarked, these special potions are slightly more effective than their basic versions, and outerwear is a piece of equipment considered on par with items like necklaces or rings. All of this is quite difficult to obtain. You could say you've gotten very lucky. The next moment, noticing the last item, Kang Jin-ho added, on top of everything else, the radar in your hands is an item that can be used in boss raids. If other users find out about this, they'll probably go into a frenzy. Sighing with a smile on his face, Kim Jong-hoon said, well, that's their own problem. Starting to clown around in front of Kang Jin-ho, Karpe added, my problem is that I'm too good. To which someone replied, even if you're telling the truth, it's too annoying. And where did you get that hat and bow tie? Standing aside and smiling happily, Drek said, I see you've taken a liking to my gifts. What a relief. Well, I have other business to attend to, so I must leave you now. Hearing this from Drek, I'll stay in this city for a while, so please come back if you need anything. Karpe said, by the way, do you already know about Gaius's death? Hearing the question, Drek replied, yes, I've heard that he was ambushed. No matter how you look at it, they must have noticed that the descendant of the king of summoners had appeared. After listening to Drek's story, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, but surely only the inhabitants of Akram knew the truth that I am the king of summoners. The next moment, Karpa said, wait, but Drek? To which came the reply, your guess is absolutely correct. There is a traitor within the secret society of Akram. As they walked through the city, Karp said, I now have a supply of potions, so there's no need to stop by the general store. At the same time, walking alongside him, Kang Jin-ho added, great, we've saved some time. In that case, how about we go hunt the Elder Trent? Hearing Kang Jin-ho's suggestion, Karpe, recalling the Bacchanal, said, the raid mob is very strong. True, he replied. It's certainly strong, but not as strong as the frenzied Bacchanal. Are you afraid? After asking the question, Kang Jin-ho added, as you well know, in PS raids, only up to 4 players can participate on a team. If the roster exceeds that number, you need to form a core, but the conditions are quite cumbersome. Recalling the conditions for creating a core, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, no matter how you look at it, isn't this just a scheme to collect users' gold? Finishing his thoughts, Karp asked, so does that mean I can go on a solo raid only if I prove I can handle on my own what usually requires a party of 4? Basically, I'm fine with that. I just wish there was a healer. For now, there's no way to fill that gap, so I'll have to rely on potions for a while. Sighing in disappointment, Karpe added, I'd like to move forward with ease. Is there any way to improve the DD? Smiling cheerfully after hearing the question, Kang Jin-ho said, not without that, it's as easy as pie. Hearing his friend say, come on, follow me, Karpa said in surprise, hey bro, wait, where are you going? You need to explain what's going on first. A short while later, upon arriving at the streets of Luan's business district, Kang Jin-ho said, we're almost there, we just need to turn right at that intersection. Peering around the corner, Karpa exclaimed in surprise, you say there's something here? What kind of nonsense is this? It's so hot. Soon, the sign for Luana's best workshop, Gary's Forge, began to appear before them. Run by Gary, we have weapons for every taste. Choose the highest quality goods. Hey, you're God's messenger. Are you really planning to go into battle with that gear? How about stopping by our shop? Finding himself on a street lined with smithies where everyone was promoting their own little shop, Karp said in surprise, these are just smithies. Folding his hands in front of him after hearing this, Kang Jin-ho remarked, to be more precise, a weapons shop, a protective gear shop, and the like. This is the street of workshops where various goods are made. After listening to Kang Jin-ho's explanation, Karpe remarked, I like their enthusiasm, but isn't my gear good enough? After Karpe's question, Kang Jin-ho said, do you really think I brought you here just to pick out an item? We still have a long way to go to reach our destination. Hearing this from a kindred spirit, Karpe thought to himself, what nonsense. Following behind, Karpa said disappointedly, so now you get it, huh? Once we were on the street of upgrades where I heard, such hands, hooks. What kind of NPC is this? What am I supposed to do with my gear now? Kang Jin-ho said, today is a memorable day for you, your first upgrade. Looking at the large number of forges, Karp wondered, why are there so many enhancement points? Is the demand really that high? At the same time, standing behind him, Kang Jin-ho said, enhancement and destruction are inseparable. To be able to deal significant damage, you naturally have to take a risk. Also, after hearing from Kang Jin-ho that, fortunately, all enhancement points have the same probability, and that there is also enhancement insurance in the game, Karpe asked, what rank in the PS is considered a 100% success? Hearing the question, Kang Jin-ho replied, it all depends on the rank. If we're dealing with a heroic rank or lower, it's the 6th rank. Continuing his explanation, Kang Jin-ho added, for unique, it's the 5th. For legendary and above, it's the 4th. After that, Karpe asked, is it enough to just have weapons and gold, right? Suddenly peeking out from her pocket, Tina joined the conversation and exclaimed, not quite, Lord, which startled Karpa. Joining the conversation, Tina added, for the enhancement process, a component such as an enhancement stone is required. It is usually sold at enhancement shops or drops from mobs. Resting her hand on her chin, Tina added, among the nobility of Akram, there was a family that rose to the rank of Marcus solely through the blacksmith's craft and mastery of enhancement. It was a nobleman responsible for enhancing high-rank equipment, though I can't recall his name. My equipment was also enhanced by his family. Oh my. Realizing she had said too much, Tina nervously exclaimed, it's truly a legendary item, the Lord's Sword, the best in the universe. To which Carpe remarked, calm down, Tina. I'm a complete scumbag. How could I possibly offer someone who uses a legendary tier item something that's merely rare? Finishing the conversation, Carpe moved forward and said, all right, let's put the arguments aside for now. Let's go somewhere. The nearest spot that's pleasing to the eye. After that, a voice rang out. Damn, how annoying. Angry at the blacksmith, the player exclaimed, I really have a run of bad luck. My gear is ruined. What am I supposed to do now? To which the blacksmith replied guiltily, I apologize, dear customer. Looking up at the player, the blacksmith added, but didn't I warn you beforehand that our enhancement could be dangerous? Hearing the visitor say, if you don't have any skills, then get a different job, you idiot, the blacksmith exclaimed sadly, dear customer. Seeing this scene, Carpe asked, what's going on here? To which Kang Jin-ho replied, I already told you that all enhancement slots have the same probability. Without taking his eyes off the blacksmith, Kang Jin-ho added, to be precise, there is one spot where the reinforcement bonus is 1 point lower than in other spots, and that is the very reinforcement point where you'll receive a new quest. Throwing his hand behind his head and heading toward the smithy, the blacksmith said, and this time too, I've been struck by misfortune. After which a voice called out, excuse me, sir. Hearing a shout from behind, the blacksmith turned around and exclaimed, what is it? I'd like to ask you about the reinforcement, he replied, and the blacksmith added, reinforcement, in that case. Seeing the fervor in the blacksmith's eyes, Carp said, we have a big problem. It seems he thinks I'm his client. Circling around Carpe from behind and starting to push him toward the smithy, the blacksmith exclaimed, I'm sorry for presenting myself to you in such an unflattering light. Please come inside. Taking a seat across the table, the blacksmith said, our family has been in the reinforcement business for generations. The next moment, hearing the blacksmith say, according to rumors, my ancestor created the finest reinforcement workshop, and thanks to his talent, he was able to obtain the title of Marcus. But now, all that is in the past. Carpe remembered Tina. Recalling how Tina had told him, it was a nobleman responsible for enhancing high-ranking equipment, but I can't remember his name. Carp thought that Tina had just said the same thing. Continuing his story, the blacksmith added, our family's enhancement is special, a necessary family heirloom, a special exclusive hammer. As he told the story, the blacksmith added, however, one day my great-grandfather dropped the key to the chest containing the relics into the sea. Recalling his sad fate, the blacksmith added, my family members spent all their savings trying to find the key, but their efforts proved futile. Gradually, our art of reinforcement began to be forgotten, and the family fell into ruin. Bowing his head and covering it with his hands, the blacksmith added, these days, I can't even bring myself to call myself a master. After listening to the blacksmith's entire story, Carp thought to himself, if we follow the script, then surely now. After receiving several notifications, Carpa heard the adventurer say, I have a request for you. If you manage to find the key, could you bring it to me? I swear on my family's honor that I will give you the very best reward in return. Smiling slyly and thinking, so you were an NPC with a hidden quest? Carp said, all right, I'll help you, Fergus. Smiling slyly, Kim Jong-hoon said, I kept wondering why the situation was so unusual, but it turns out we're dealing with an NPC from a hidden quest. Hearing Carp's words of comfort, Kang Jin-ho, standing behind him, said, well, yes, that's exactly right. But don't delude yourself into thinking you're the only one who received this quest. Continuing the conversation, Kang Jin-ho added, if the quest appears in such an open area, there must be several million people who've decided to take on the challenge. Upon hearing about the quest's prevalence, Kang Jin-ho remarked, so that's it. That's what ruined the whole mood. To which Kang Jin-ho added, every player tried to complete such an attractive quest in their own way. After receiving the quest and giving away quite a bit, the player thought that if he increased the NPC's favor, he might drop some additional information. After which Fergus asked, why are you suddenly giving me all this? Thank you. Upon being refused, the player exclaimed, what nonsense? I placed an order for an upgrade at your shop. To which Fergus replied, I told you I can't help you with anything until the key is found. Hearing from Kang Jin-ho that out of more than 500 million users who had passed through Luan, not a single one had been able to locate the key, Carp said, so the search method was wrong. The next moment, Carpe asked, bro, so you know where the key is? To which he replied, the key was right under my nose, but the situation was such that I was unable to get my hands on it, even though I knew its location. When Carpe exclaimed, where the hell did they hide it? Kang Jin-ho said thoughtfully, how to put it, before Kim Jong-hoon could get an answer to his question, he felt a strong tremor and shouted, what is this? An earthquake. Standing firmly on his feet during the tremor, Fergus said, my goodness, adventurer. Is this your first time encountering something like this? If so, your surprise is completely understandable. To which came the reply, oh, so if you know what's going on, then hurry up and tell us what's what. Spreading his arms in response to the question, Fergus headed toward the exit and said, I think in this case, it's better to see it once than hear about it 100 times. Come here, follow me. Arriving at the seashore and seeing the monster in the water, Carpe exclaimed, this is no trick, it's a call. Without taking his eyes off the sea dragon, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, what on earth is going on there? Shielding himself from the sun, Fergus said, before you lies one of the 4 calamities, the king of sea dragons. From time to time, he rises to the surface to bask in the sun or shake the dirt from his scales. For someone called a calamity, he's actually a rather peaceful creature. Turning his gaze to Kim Jong-hoon, Fergus added, don't worry, he never comes ashore and dives back underwater pretty quickly. Hearing this reassurance, Carpa thought that with such a level of fear-inducing power, he could easily claim the title of one of the strongest in the LS. Approaching his pensive companion, Kang Jin-ho said, Carpe, you asked about the location of the key earlier, didn't you? Hearing this from his companion, Carpe exclaimed in consternation, just like that? After Kan Shin-ho added, as was said, this is a true calamity. It's quite possible that its level has surpassed 400. It wasn't created to be caught, Carpe. Joining the conversation, Tina said, that's exactly right. The Lord King of Sea Dragons is one of the primordial monsters that existed before the dawn of humanity. And if we're talking more about a phenomenon than a physical entity, he cannot be dealt with by ordinary physical strength. Sighing after hearing this, Carp said, though I'm a casual player, I'd never try to break through a cast iron wall with my head. It's too much of a pointless sacrifice. Better to just give up. Seeing Carpe turn around instantly and say, instead, Kan Shin-ho thought he was about to pull another stunt. Glancing at the blacksmith, Carp exclaimed, Fergus, where is the chest with the family heirloom now? To which he replied, it's in the workshop, but why are you asking? After the question, Carpe asked, can I take a look at the chest? To which Fergus replied, perhaps you've mastered the skill of lockpicking? Though I'm grateful, I think it's a waste of time. Even an adventurer with a 9-star skill failed, and my belongings, along with the rest, just blew up. Smiling slyly after hearing this, Carpe said, no surprise there, it was only a 9-star skill. And then added, couldn't you trust me just this once? I'm actually the best locksmith in LS. Returning to the workshop, Carpe thought to himself, I don't feel any heat. It seems the workshop has been idle for quite some time. Walking ahead, Fergus said, a few years ago I was still hammering away at the anvil to keep my skills sharp, but it's been years since I've stoked the fire in the forge because I don't like the fact that I can't make a truly high-quality item. Calling Kim Jong-hoon over, the blacksmith said, adventurer, come here. Do you see the pattern on the floor? Pulling the lever and opening the passage, Fergus added, go down here and head toward the iron gate. Hearing the instruction, Carp peered inside and said, wow, it's really deep. Upon entering the room, Fergus said, look, right in front of you is where the chest containing the family heirloom is kept. Approaching the chest and seeing its description, Carp said, if the rating is legendary, then I managed to open an identical chest in the giant squirrel's dungeon, so the unlocking should work. I'm practically burning with anticipation. The next moment, Carp thought, wait a minute, but I can only use the unlocking skill once a day to open a chest without spending MP. Didn't I already open a chest today? Hearing Carp's thoughts, Kan Shin-ho said, so that's how it turned out. I guess depending on the rating, the MP cost also differs. After his kindred spirit's remark, Carp said, wait a minute, let me check the unlock skill info. It's crazy, 500. Sighing with relief, Carpe thought, luckily I'm only 10 points short. Well, I can make up for it with bonus points. After that, Fergus asked, adventurer, did you run into a problem? Hearing from Kim Jong-hoon, nothing special, I just checked my stats and it turns out I don't have enough MP. Fergus said, only 10? You should have said so right away. Reaching into his pocket, Fergus added, just a second, I'll lend you this item for a little while. Along with the ring, Carpe received a notification. NPC. Fergus wants to lend you equipment. The rental period is 30 minutes. After the rental period ends, the equipment is automatically returned to the original owner. Rented equipment cannot be upgraded, enchanted, or sold. After thanking Fergus for the item, Carpe used the unlock skill on the chest. After successfully using it, a key appeared, along with a notification. You have completed the hidden quest, the Fergus family's cherished wish. All quests assigned to other users will be cancelled. Impressive achievement. Your feats are recorded in your account information. Taking Kim Jong-hoon by the hands, Fergus said, thank you very much. My gratitude knows no bounds, Mr. Carpe. I will include your name in my family's history, and as your benefactor, I will serve you until the end of my days. Hearing the promise made to him by the blacksmith, Kim Jong-hoon said, understood. Now wipe away your tears, Fergus. Heeding Carp's advice, Fergus wiped away his tears and said, well then, adventurer, if you don't mind, I'd like to make a weapon for you. So if there's a weapon you'd like to have in your arsenal, please let me know. To which he replied, very well. Clenching his hand into a fist, Fergus confidently exclaimed, well, my time has come, Kirapona Fergus. I stake my family's honor on fully repaying you for your service. Soon the work was in full swing. Kim Jong-hoon, who was watching the process from the sidelines, thought, there it is, the hand of a master. Upon receiving the notification, you witnessed the work of a master who had reached the highest level of skill. His agility stat was permanently increased by 3. Carpe shed tears. Having finished forging his item, Fergus said, I don't know if my work will satisfy you, but I tried to make something that would perfectly match the Enigma gloves you're wearing. Seeing the item before him with a rather appealing description and additional stats, Carpe smiled slyly. Equipping the newly crafted item, Carpe said with a sly smile, the reward for a hidden quest never disappoints. As they made their way to the right spot, Kang Jin-ho said, we're almost there. Here's the sea forest. Looking at the spacious clearing before them, Kang Jin-ho added, maybe it's because the trees are smaller and spaced farther apart than I thought. The area looks more like a field than a forest. Hearing his friend say, open your inventory and take out the radar, Cape replied, I just need to get to the spot with the skull mark by the set time. Right, and that's actually pretty convenient. Seeing that we had to wait for the boss to appear, Kappa added, well, while I'm waiting, maybe I can do some side quests. To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, you're taking on a crazy challenge for every item, but you wouldn't mind filming the raid, would you? Hearing this from his spirit, Carpe said thoughtfully, you mean the video? Right after the video finished loading. A short while later, going live, the host exclaimed, hello, it's 9 p.m. Today's hosts are Jung Yeon-jin and Yona. While in the cafeteria, Kim Jong-hoon heard, today we'll discuss hot topics and introduce a large number of characters. Yona said, enjoy your meal, young man. And he replied, thank you. Sitting down at the table, Carpe heard, don't say that, Yeon-jin. So, up next is the first news item. The player who is the pride of Korea, Heavenly Rapier. Hey, look at the TV. They're showing Heavenly Rapier. I'm going crazy. I love her. Enjoy the show, he thought. Heavenly Rapier. Heavenly Rapier is a realistic version of an absurd combination. A beautiful girl and the best professional gamer. The most recognizable Korean woman in the world. First in Korea and 5th in the world. As well as an unrivaled player in Eden, the renowned elite guild. While streaming the recording, the host said, the video you're watching right now is Heavenly Rapier hunting a boss. Zooming in on the girl's weapon, the host added, if you look closely, you can see that the sword glitters a bit. What do you think that means, Yona? If the sword glitters gold, isn't that the effect of the swift strike skill? Continuing the broadcast, the host added, I think most people would think the same way, but it's worth noting that the gold color of Swift Strike has a more saturated hue. I know for a fact that among skill buffs, only Swift Strike has a gold effect. Are you really saying that this isn't a skill effect? While broadcasting, the host exclaimed, Bingo, Yona, you're very sharp. The effect you see before you is... When the enemy was defeated, the host announced that her famous unique grade rapier, Icy Snow, had reached a 10-fold enhancement. Upon hearing about the effect, Yona exclaimed, My god, isn't she the first player in Korea to have a unique rank item with a 10-fold boost? It seems she's the only one in the whole world. This is insane, it's essentially 10 stars. With such a result, can't she claim third place in the world rankings? While happily devouring his food, Carpe, the owner of a legendary tier item with a 12-fold enhancement, mused, Fergus is truly a great man. The next moment, upon hearing, and finally, allow me to introduce today's newcomer, he is already a hot topic of discussion in society, and he is the Heavenly Demon from the Heavenly Demon TV channel. Carp choked on his food. Changing the subject, Jong Yeonji said, The elimination of the Bloodthirsty Guild, the revelation of a hidden quest, and the defeat of a hellish monster, through these shocking and terrifying videos, many have expressed their opinions that this is either a hack or Photoshop. So isn't it time for us to find out whose side the truth is on? Joining the conversation, Yona said, Oh, Yeonji, a new video just went up on the channel. Shouldn't we take a look at it? Opening the video titled Giant Slayer, Yona exclaimed, What perfect timing, dear viewers. Let's take a close look at this video. I wonder what kind of spectacle awaits us this time. While everyone was marveling at the video, a voice rang out in the dining hall. Heavenly Demon, aren't you crazy? How could you post such a horror without even blurring it out? I'm sorry, dear viewers, but if you're curious, you can watch the video on the Heavenly Demon TV channel. Damn it, you've ruined my appetite, Carp said, flustered. Sitting at the table and shedding tears, Carpe mused, I'm sorry, but even I find it hard to eat while looking at this. Once in the game, Kang Jin-ho said, And yet after that video, everyone started going crazy over you. Isn't that the fruit of my hard work? To which he replied, Nevertheless, you should have at least put a mosaic over it. At that moment, I was so embarrassed that I don't remember if I was eating with my mouth or my nose. Peeking out of her pocket, Tina heard that, in any case, whoever wanted to saw it, and the reaction to Tina was better than I thought. After glancing at the viewers' comments, Kang Jin-ho said, Oh, just look at this. Everyone in the community is talking about Tina. There's no doubt about it. Tina is incredible in every way, and as soon as she shows her face, her follower count will skyrocket. Hearing the spirit's remark, Carpe said as he stretched, Then we definitely shouldn't publicize Tina's face. I don't want to draw even more attention to her. It would be nice to improve the Iron Gauntlet even further, but it's a shame that's impossible due to its limitations. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now. Glancing at Kang Jin-ho, Carpe added, Since Fergus's enhancement technique was unique, the equipment he created cannot be improved in other areas. Besides, all the materials were used to improve the gauntlet, so there's nothing left to enhance it with. After creating the gauntlet, Fergus said, Benefactor, I plan to head to the capital to restore my family's lost honor. The materials needed for enhancement can only be obtained in that region. I'll be honing my skills there, so please stop by to see me again, if you're ever in the capital. After hearing from Carp, we later learned that the repetition had also worked in the basic enhancement experiment we conducted before arriving here. Kang Jin-ho added, To be more precise, that was half the battle. To repeat the effort, we now need to raise the skill level. Unlike most other skills, which are capped at level 10, the unlock and repetition levels increase indefinitely. The limit is unknown. Therefore, even if you invest all available skill points, there is no guarantee that you will be able to fully master the skill. In the worst case scenario, even if the repetition skill consumes all the points, the repetition enhancement may not activate. Continuing his thoughts, Carp said, Nevertheless, to my great relief, the repetition level automatically increases whenever a level up occurs through the title effect. After hearing this from Carpe, I'm going to head to the capital and test the enhancement again, said Kang Jin-ho. Let's do that. For your information, the capital is a fairly high level area, so you'll need to reach level 65 to enter. After listening to his friend's advice, Carp said, Well then, until then, I'll try to hold out using the title bonuses and this 12-fold enhanced weapon. At that very moment, seeing a Trenta, an old-timer from the Sea Forest, in front of him, Carpe exclaimed, How timely! Here come those who will help pass the time. Also, upon seeing the enemy, Kang Jin-ho remarked, Those guys are slow but have high defense. Besides, since Trents are trees, the fire attribute is their weakness. But at the same time, they draw energy from the sea, so they have fire resistance. But Carpe had already set off. Seeing that Carpe was already heading toward the monster, Kang Jin-ho added, He's rushing headlong into the attack again, without listening to the end. Approaching the enemy, Carpe swung and landed a precise blow to the Trent's torso. Seeing the notification of victory over the boss, Carpe remarked, The punch power of the glove is actually pretty good. The next moment, with a sly smile, Carp said, I love this game to the point of madness. Now I'm going to take out everyone here. Meanwhile, standing to the side with his arms folded, Kang Jin-ho remarked, My Carpe is handling everything perfectly well without any advice at all. After dispatching yet another monster, Carpe received a notification. Level up. Bonus points awarded. Battle with the Trent complete. Receive your reward from the law enforcer Luan. After completing the mission from the guard, Carpe said, I only managed to level up twice. It seems the leveling process has slowed down a bit. To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, Starting from level 20, the requirements increase significantly. Later on, it will become even harder to level up. As he began adjusting his glove, Kim Jong-hoon remarked, Well, almost all games have a similar algorithm, so I'm not surprised at all. After saying this, Carpe thought, I wanted to test the effect of the Iron Gauntlet's second option, adding 10% of physical attack power to magical attacks. But before I could get to that step, all the mobs were shattered to pieces by a single punch, so I couldn't experiment. At that very moment, Kang Jin-ho smiled happily and said, Nevertheless, we were able to figure out at least one thing. Now we know for sure that the distribution depends on the ratio of the player's level to the skill's rating. Without taking his eyes off Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho added, Thus, leveling up has become an even more important aspect of progressing through the game. Peering into the thicket of the forest, Carp noticed that Chornish had jumped out from there, holding something in his teeth. Seeing the notification that you had managed to obtain a sea mushroom, 16 out of 20 collected, Carpe said, In any case, the sea mushroom collection quest is almost complete thanks to Chornish's collecting skill. The next moment, after checking the radar, Carpe said, "Then we should first check the location of the oldest train." After figuring out the time and location of its appearance, Carp thought to himself, "Great, luckily there's not a soul here right now." Glancing at Kim Jong-hoon's back, Kang Jin-ho asked, "Are you really going to go it alone without asking your family for help?" To which he heard, "Of course." Pulling a disgruntled face, Kang Jin-ho said, "Of course, if we stick to the strategy, it would make more sense for Tina to take on the tank role, me as the main DPS and Chornish as the second DPS." After outlining the plan for the joint battle, Carp added, "But this time, I want to try doing everything on my own." Seeing the magic circle appear before him, Kim Jong-hoon exclaimed, "Because a solo raid is every gamer's dream." When the Elder Dragon appeared right in front of him, Kim Jong-hoon activated his Dragon's Eye to examine the enemy's stats. After reviewing his opponent's abilities, Carpe said, "At first glance, it's clear that all your skills are defense-oriented." Hearing Kang Jin-ho say, "Judging by the fact that his body is shrouded in a faint golden light, this is an elite mob," Carp replied, "Elite? Is there even such a rating?" Staying behind his companion, Kang Jin-ho added, "It's not exactly a rating, it's more like a kind of enhancement. Among the items you received yesterday, there were some marked with a plus, weren't there? In this case, the algorithm is exactly the same. You're facing a slightly more advanced version of the boss." "Alright, I get it, bro," trembling Carpe exclaimed. In any case, as you already said, one glance at the status window is enough to understand that this mob's concept is focused on defense. It even has an additional skill for increasing defense and self-healing. Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho added, "Fortunately, you can easily dodge its attacks and you're not in immediate danger of dying. However, it's a notorious battle monster that drags on for a long time. If the player gets exhausted or loses their vigilance even for a second, they die immediately." "I see," said Karpa. "But such a scenario is only possible in a protracted battle, isn't it?" "That's correct," replied Kang Jin-ho. "Having a couple of tricks up your sleeve, you could very well be the exception to the rule," said Kang Jin-ho, as he watched Carp rush toward the monster. Using his skills of swift strike and acceleration, Kang Jin-ho increased his physical attack power and the speed of his movement and attacks. Staying behind Karpa, Kang Jin-ho pondered as he looked at the boy. "I get the impression that I've tamed a restless little dog." Continuing his battle with the forest monster, Carp shouted, "Tree, you're too slow!" Seeing that the boss's health had dropped by 5% from a single blow, Carp said, "Hey, did you like the taste of my fist?" Assuming a fighting stance and beckoning the enemy closer, Carpe added, "Well then, take exactly 20 more hits. Come on, buddy." After dealing the first damage and seeing that the enemy was about to attack him with vines, Carp said, "How do you even plan to attack at that speed?" Using his wind slash skill, Carpe dealt with all the vines in an instant. After starting to beat the enemy at the roots, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, "And if I hit him 2 more times?" After a couple of strikes, receiving the notification, "Magic bound to the iron gauntlet activated," Carpe shouted, "Bingo!" After using the glove's magic and receiving the notification that the ability summoned magic ignores the target's defensive magic and defensive attributes by 50%, no MP is consumed, and no cooldown is required. When the health bar dropped by a quarter, Carpe, seeing the Trent's healing aura, remarked, "So our little guy has started healing himself." Resuming his assault on the Trent to prevent him from recovering, Carpe shouted, "But will that help you? Because I'm going to beat the crap out of you." Interrupting the elder Trent's healing and lowering his health a bit more, Carpe, seeing the changes, thought, "Here comes the second phase." Counting on his fingers, Kang Jin-ho said, "The Elder Trent has 3 phases. If the first is a standard attack, then the second should be considered the recovery phase. The first phase is HP recovery. The second phase absorbs the Earth's life force for 2 minutes, restoring HP, increasing recovery speed and healing volume, and boosting resistance to status effects by 30%. Continuing his explanation, Kang Jin-ho added, "The main drawback is that you'll have to remain inactive during those 2 minutes. However, the real problem lies in the third phase, the burst after recharging during the second phase. The moment a player enters the third phase, they can't last even 5 minutes in combat, even with team support." After explaining the specifics, Kang Jin-ho added, "That's why you need to take him down in 2 minutes. Since you don't have any abnormal status skills in your arsenal yet, just fight him the way you usually do." Stepping closer to the boss, Kang Jin-ho said, "If he got double healing, that means he'll bleed well, even though he's a pretty nasty guy." Sighing wearily and showing that this was taking too long, Carp thought, "You're talking to me about some 2 minutes here. Are you laughing at me?" Resting his hand on his chin, Carp said, "I'm investing 10 bonus stats in strength and another 10 in mana." After receiving the notification that his strength and mana had increased by 10 points, Carpe swung his fist and shouted loudly. Engaging in active combat against the monster and beginning to rapidly deplete its health, Carp said, "There won't be a wet spot left of you now." After landing numerous blows and stacking effects, Carp thought that as the number of hits increased, even the Steel Gauntlet's options were ready to hit the jackpot. When everything was ready, Carpa used his skill, shouting, "Arrow of the Elements," and directed several elements at the Trent. After striking the field boss with all his might, Carp received a system notification. Field boss Elder Trent eliminated. After receiving a few more notifications stating that his level had increased and bonus points had been earned, he obtained the bark of an old tree soaked by the sea. Carpe joyfully exclaimed, "What a wonderful game." Returning to the city and completing the quest, Carp said, "I've reached level 25. Now we can move on to the next subquest." Hearing Carpe's words, Kang Jin-ho remarked, "The second scenario will soon begin, the search for the next relic of the King of Summoners. But first, don't forget to upgrade the room." To which he replied, "How could I possibly forget that?" Pondering when exactly a new quest begins upon reaching level 25, Carp suddenly heard, "Lord, I've just remembered something about the second relic." Upon hearing Tina's message, Carpa asked joyfully, "Seriously? What a relief. But why did a memory like that suddenly pop into your head?" Hearing the girl's words, Kang Jin-ho remarked, "Interesting. It seems Tina's memories are returning in sequence after reaching a certain level." To which Carp replied in surprise, "Oh, is that how it is?" Standing on Kim Jong-hoon's hands, Tina added a feature of the second relic doll created by the Summoner King. It is a mirage double born of illusion. At that very moment, Carpe saw a notification appear before him stating, "The second legacy of the Sorcerer King, the second relic, sleeps in a now forgotten ancient forest. However, the forest dwellers are very hostile toward humans. After reading this, to obtain the second relic, you must first gain their approval. If successful, you proceed to the next quest. If unsuccessful, the attempt to obtain the relic will fail, and the elves' hostility will grow." Carpe said in surprise, "The elves?" 6 months after the release of The Last Savior, it became the best game among existing prototypes. Thanks to its impressive quality and incredible worldview, which makes everyone nod in satisfaction, there was nevertheless something unusual. Not a single user managed to find the elves. Hearing from Kang Jin-ho that the elves, whom everyone had considered non-existent, were only on the 25th level field. Of course, an update would be released on the platform in about a year. But either way, you'll be the first to see the elves. Carp said, "Then where is this forgotten forest?" Hearing the question from Kim Jong-hoon, Tina, who was sitting in the pocket, said, "Lord, I know a path that leads to the forgotten forest." Continuing her remark, Tina added, "However, you must know that a powerful barrier hangs over the entire forest. So first you'll have to neutralize it. 800 years ago, the Spellcaster King personally set up this barrier, but I think his descendant will be able to handle it." After listening to Tina, Carp thought to himself, "Interesting, so I have the unlock skill. I should try that first." Finishing his thoughts, Carpa added, "But first, I need to visit Drek, because he asked me to find him as soon as I reached level 25. Once we're there, we'll clarify the details with him. Well, let's go see him." Seeing his old acquaintances before him, Drek said joyfully, "I'll share everything I know with you." Spreading his arms wide, Drek added, "According to the records left by the Spellcaster King, a special blade is needed to overcome the obstacles of the Forgotten Forest. Here, take this. I think you'll need it." After these words, Carpa received a notification. "You have received the blueprints for creating the Spellbreaker. You have received 3 magical solvents." Having received everything necessary, Carp said, "As soon as I finish renovating the room, I'll get right to work. Thank you, Drek." To which Drek replied, "You're welcome." Hearing Drek say, "I look forward to our next meeting, Lord Sorcerer," Carp looked around and smiled gently. Having started renovating the room and seeing the changes taking place, Carp said, "This is only the second level, and we already have such a massive structure before us." After receiving another notification stating that a mine and an orchard would be added to the room, along with staff, and that the renovation was complete, Carp said, "By staff." They meant them, right? Also, upon seeing a considerable number of squirrels, Kong Chin-ho said, "If you assign each one a moderate amount of work, they'll figure out for themselves what and how to make it. This is very convenient, and now the black squirrel will have friends." Upon seeing the notification stating that on-site management could be handled by an administrator, the current Supreme Celestial Demon Administrator, Kong Jin-ho, remarked with displeasure, "Since when has the room administrator started managing the staff?" Hearing his friend's dissatisfaction, Carp said, "Still, it's much better than if I had to take over. I trust your judgment, bro." To which Kang Jin-ho replied, "Well, fine. It doesn't really matter anyway, since I don't do anything besides edit videos." Having agreed to his duties, Kang Jin-ho said, "In that case, isn't it time for you to head to the workshop?" To which he heard, "We should break through the barrier, and I also want to see if I can build an FB radar." Hearing Carpe say, "While I'm away, please take care of everything here," Kang Jin-ho replied, "Alright, everything will be fine, Carpe." Moving to the workshop and picking up a regular iron ingot, Carp thought, "The supplies of magic potion have been replenished, and the iron ingots have changed. Is this a reward for upgrading the room to the second level?" Opening the system window and glancing at it, Carp said, "Spellbreaker, add the magic engineering skill to the crafting process." After completing all the preparations, Carpa picked up a hammer and said, "Tox, now let's get to work." Riding on Chornish, Tina exclaimed, "My lord, in this direction, I stake my brilliance on it. I will safely deliver you to your destination." Hearing the promise from his subject, Carpe said, "Thank you, Tina, and thank you, Chornish, as well." Expressing his gratitude, Carpe thought, "It seems we've gone a little east of the edge of the sea forest, and here we can't see any players or monsters. Are you saying that elves really live here?" After a while, stopping in front of a tree, Tina said, "Lord, we're here. Before you is the door leading to the elven settlement." Placing his hand against the tree, Carp said, "Interesting. Is there some kind of barrier set up around the tree or something? That's why I don't see a door in front of me." "Don't panic. You're a genius, Chung Hong." After reassuring himself upon hearing Tina say, "No, Lord, look at your feet," Carp said in surprise, "There's something under my feet." Seeing a passage under the tree, Carpe exclaimed, "There's some kind of dog hole there." To which he heard, "You must use this passage to reach your destination." To which came the reply, "I don't want to crawl through there." When asked, Tina said thoughtfully, "I'm a little confused. The King of Spells could easily enter using a shrinking spell, but Lord Speller hasn't mastered that skill yet." Hearing this from Tina, Lord Carpa asked fearfully, "In that case, there's only one option. What is it?" Crawling through the hole, Carp exclaimed indignantly, "Even if this game has a rich storyline, this is clearly over the top." Flying past Carpe, Kan Chin-ho said, "Come on, many people like these twisted details. You yourself were drawn to such things." Hearing the words of his kindred spirit, Carp said discontentedly, "Yeah, sure, it's easy to say that when you're a ghost, but I'm really jealous right now." As he made his way to the exit of the passage, Carp thought to himself, "And yet I'm glad that the further we go inside, the wider the space becomes. Plus, I see fireflies flying around. Basically, the atmosphere here is actually quite pleasant." A short while after Tina spoke, a light appeared ahead, and Carpa emerged from the passageway. Seeing the incredible forest landscape before him, Kim Chung-hoon exclaimed in awe, "Wow, so this is the Forgotten Forest." The next moment, glancing at the map, Carp thought to himself, "But the minimap shows nothing." Looking up at Carpe, Tina said, "Right in front of you is a barrier controlling access to the settlement." Hearing Tina's words, Carpe, noticing the barrier in front of him, asked, "What do you mean by a barrier? It seems like a place where they aren't very happy to see strangers." Noticing that Carpe was feeling out the barrier, Kang Jin-ho asked, "Hey, why are you standing there? Aren't you going to use your unlocking skill?" Hearing the question from his companion, Carp said, "I don't think we should rush into this." Imagining what might happen, Carp added, "The frenzied unlocking skill only activates when I want it to, but I don't even know how far its range extends. If I use the skill incorrectly, everything inside the barrier will be destroyed. After listening to Carp's theory, Kang Jin-ho said, well, I think you should say goodbye to your friendship with the elves forever. After sulking a bit at Kang Jin-ho, Carpe pulled a spell dispeller from his inventory and said, here, we'll stick to the old plan. With a light swing of the spell dispeller, Carpa sliced through the protective barrier shielding the elves. Heading toward the opening he'd created, Carp thought, if I make a cut like this, there won't be any problems with the barrier. For some reason, it seems to me that the air inside is fresher. Once inside, Carpe looked around and asked, so now we need to head to the elves' settlement. Tina, do you know the way? Hearing this question, Tina replied, well, the inner part of the Forgotten Forest distorts mana, so a homunculus like me has significantly weaker sensitivity here. Bowing her head to Carpe, the girl added, I'm sorry I can't help you at all, to which Carpa said, it's fine, Tina. It's only thanks to you that we made it here. Joining the conversation, Kang Jin-ho asked, why are you so relaxed even though you have absolutely no idea where to go? To which he replied, that's all just a cliche, brother, heavenly demon. Continuing his story, Carpa added, usually in moments like this, players like us don't need to look for anything, and arrows appeared right in front of him. After firing a warning shot, one of the elves said in a menacing tone, stand still, human. Appearing before Carpe, the elf added, I don't know how you got past the barrier, but if you come any closer, the next arrow will fly into your head, so turn around 180 degrees and go back the way you came. Hearing the warning, Carpe said awkwardly, I'm sorry for such an unexpected visit, but I have no ill intentions. Hearing the guest's reply, the elf said discontentedly, your intentions don't matter to us. The only way to show that you're not hostile toward us is to go back to where you came from. Realizing the conversation was going nowhere, Carp thought, do you think I'll leave just because you said so? Then you shouldn't have even started. I need to try to convince them. At that very moment, hearing a familiar voice nearby say, how many years? How many winters, Cross? The elf exclaimed in surprise, you. Seeing a familiar face before her, Croze exclaimed, Lady Statinia, to which Tina replied, 800 years have passed since our last meeting. You've grown so much in the time we haven't seen each other. Standing aside and hearing Lady Statinia say, I've missed you so much, Carpa thought, are they acquaintances or something? I feel a bit of relief. Hearing this from Croze, Tina replied, in that case, who is this person? She answered, I completely forgot to introduce you. He is the one who carries out the will of the king, the summoner of my lord. Hearing who was before her, Croze immediately bowed her head before Carpe and exclaimed, please forgive me, I was unable to recognize our settlement's benefactor at first glance. After hearing her apology, Croze Carpe said, no, an apology is unnecessary. What's far more important is why you call me your benefactor. When asked by the Summoner Lord, the elf replied, I suppose Lady Tina hasn't told you anything yet. 800 years ago, Croze continued, our tribe received great help from the Summoner King. Fortunately, even after so many years, there are still many who remember him. I see, Carp said. So, you three came to find the artifact left behind by the Summoner King? Kraz asked. That's right, Kraz replied. I'll escort you to the Queen. I think she'll be very happy to meet you. Hearing that he would be taken to the Queen, Carp thought, what a fool I am. It's all much simpler than I imagined. Perhaps the search for the relic will end quite easily. Upon learning the reason for the visit to the throne room, the queen said, and what if I don't want to? To which a surprised what was heard. Settling into her throne, the elven queen added, it is true that the spellcaster king left a relic here about 780 years ago. The next moment, pulling a disgruntled face, the queen added, but why on earth should I give it to you? Realizing that everything had turned out to be much more complicated than he had imagined, Carp thought, seriously, why did I even assume it would be easy? Standing in Queen Altair's study, Carp said, flustered, please hear me out, your highness. Trying to establish a connection with the Queen of the Elves, Carpe added, isn't it a moral norm to return an item entrusted to you for safekeeping to the one who came to claim it? Hearing Carpe's question, Altair exclaimed angrily, a moral norm? I see your tongue is loose. Do people use words to convey the same meaning to others? After listening to the queen, Carpa thought about what she was saying and asked, translate that. Gritting her teeth, Queen Altair said angrily, the king, the sorcerer, is to blame for everything. It all started with him. Continuing her story about the troublesome individual, Altair added, the one about whom there had been no rumors for 20 years unexpectedly appeared as if out of nowhere and broke through the barrier of our settlement. Having broken through the elven tribe's defenses, the spellcaster king awkwardly said, oh, it's ruined. Hearing Altair angrily add, and after that, why not throw a magical relic into our settlement and run away? Carpe froze in place. Heading for the exit, the spellcaster king said, I entrust this thing to you and I'm leaving. Later my descendant will come for it, and you can decide for yourselves whether to give it to him or not. And heard someone call after him, no, you mad king, stop. Continuing to recall that terrible moment, the queen added, moreover, after his visit, we were endlessly attacked by monsters who wanted to get their hands on the relic. Pounding her fist on the throne in anger, Altair added, because of this cursed gift, do you even know how much the budget for the settlement's security has grown over the last 800 years? After listening to the entire story about his predecessor, Carp thought to himself, that scoundrel, not a king enchanter, but a kingmaker of problems. While Tina kept her eyes cast down, Carpe added disappointedly in his mind, all he knows how to do is make life difficult for others. Having come to terms with the past, Carp said, all right, I'm ready to take responsibility for the actions of the Spellcaster King. Queen, what must I do to get the relic back? This surprised Altair. Surprised by the question, Altair thought, wow, I see he's truly overwhelmed by a sense of responsibility. After all, there's a reason why Tina follows him. Then she said, if you say so, there's only one thing I want from you. Hearing this from the queen, the laborer Carpe exclaimed in confusion, wait, you're just going to make us work like slaves. Don't exaggerate. Ignoring Carp's outbursts, Altair said, in the nearby forest, there's a sap-sucking beetle. Although they drain the trees, they aren't a problem in and of themselves. Hearing Altair's explanation, Carpe thought, they're quite large, but essentially they're not very strong monsters, so as a descendant of the King's Summoner, you'll easily handle them. Carpe thought, what a relief. I've been given a simple quest to exterminate some beetles. After giving a general overview of the mission, Altair added thoughtfully, well, I have a conscience, so just catch 800 of those bugs. To which Carpe exclaimed, wait a minute, there's not a shred of conscience here. Seeing that the mission had already begun, Carp thought disappointedly, is she obsessed with the number 800 when I'm the one who has to catch them? After announcing the details, Eltair said, I'll assign you a guide, Cyrus. Take the king's heir, the summoner, to the forest. To which he replied, I obey, my queen. Hearing this from the queen, and while you're catching bugs, I'd like to borrow Tina from you. To which Carpe asked in surprise, Tina? Smiling slyly after the question, Eltair said, well, shouldn't we free the soul from what has accumulated over 800 years? Hearing the queen's request, Tina said, Eltair, thank you for your offer, but I cannot accept it. I, Tina, will never allow my lord to go into battle alone. Before the girl could finish, Carpe placed his hand on her shoulder and said, Tina, wait, my little kitten, don't worry about me. Have a good time here with the queen. I want to be a good host to you. After Eltair's remark, and that scoundrel isn't even trying to hide his dark thoughts, Tina exclaimed, my lord. After some time, upon reaching the orchard where the hunt was to take place, Cyrus said, Descendant, we're here. Pointing to the trees with beetles, Cyrus added, those creatures that have attached themselves to the tree bark are your target. Looking at Carpe, Cyrus added, right now their breeding season has begun, so they need more nutrients, which prevents the trees from bearing fruit. Descendant, you simply need to get rid of these creatures. Everyone understood. Each beetle was the size of an adult's head. Lost in thought, Carpe mused. If Teeny isn't around, I thought I could at least enlist Blackie's help, but he'd been bribed with top-grade acorns given by Eltair. Sighing in disappointment, Carp added to himself, he didn't follow me. Raising children is an ungrateful task. Approaching the tree, Carpa began to warm up his hands in order to try to deal with the monster. Having finished all his preparations, Carpa delivered a single blow that smashed the beetle into tiny pieces. Seeing the quick result, Cyrus asked, these beetles are resistant to blows because of their thick shells, but you're not using magic, are you? To which he heard, no, of course not. After all, I mustn't harm the trees. Smiling happily after hearing this, Cyrus thought, he even considered this detail. He can rightly be called the descendant of the king of summoners, and said, you're right, I'm counting on you to keep it up. After a while of hunting, Carpa said happily, I've only gotten rid of 40 of them. Why do they give so much experience? Isn't that amazing? Receiving the question from the cheerful Carpe, Kan Chin Ho thought to himself, and you're still asking? The only user currently in the Forgotten Forest is Carpe. He has no need to compete with other users to kill mobs, and besides, there are plenty of monsters here that die from a single blow. You could say that this is truly the best hunting spot for leveling up. This guy is currently leveling up with maximum efficiency. At the same time, somewhere in the hunting grounds of level 130 White Mountain, returning from a raid, Gunter Lowell, a member of the North American 10th Guild's son, who took first place in the rankings, said, we even dealt with the Yeti, but this time too, not a single ice crystal dropped. Hearing that the leader had returned, Kate said, still, you did your best. To which Gunter Lowell replied, oh, Kate, it must be sad for you to keep waiting for me all the time, he said. Maybe you should try it once. I don't want to. Kate replied, you know very well that my profession is completely useless in the snow-covered mountains. After hearing Kate's remark, Gunter Lowell said, ever since the video was uploaded, there hasn't been a single guild that didn't want to get their hands on it. The next moment, slinging his sword over his back, Gunter Lowell added, finally, someone interesting has appeared in the private messages. I'm eagerly awaiting what the future holds for us. Somewhere in the Mammonism guild office, Mammon said, I see Kwok Mu Shin has gotten himself into trouble again. I mean, that little rat still hasn't been caught. Bowing his head before the leader, the subordinate said, I have nothing else to report to you, leader. I beg your pardon. The next moment, Kwok Mu Shin added, however, I want to note that I've really hit a dead end because there isn't much information to be gleaned from the videos on the channel he runs. The only information I was able to find. From what Kwok Mu Shin said, our opponent is a man who is a mage and uses a sword, as well as lightning spells. And he also has a pet, said the mage fencer. After considering the report, Maimon added, all right, I understand. Try looking for him again, leader Kwok. I will, leader, Kwok replied. The next moment, upon hearing from the guild leader, Mammonism, and as soon as you find him, Kwok Mu Shin tensed up. But as soon as Mammon added, recruit him to our guild immediately, Kwok Mu Shin said in surprise, recruit him? To which the reply came, yes, because regardless of how you look at it, the guild's image has suffered greatly due to the coin fraud. Continuing to rage, Maimon added, and if, after what happened, we unexpectedly catch and finish off that one unfortunate user, what will that mean for us? We must, at any cost, take control of the monster who was able to defeat a warrior like Hanzo. Don't you know the concept of mutual aid? You and I speaking different languages. After scolding his subordinate, Mammon said, so if we're talking about recruitment, I have an idea. How have things been going lately with Choda-san? Hearing the question, Kwok Mu Shin replied, as of yesterday, he was transferred to a secret class of monks called the Blood Priests. Furthermore, Choe Deeson's sensitivity threshold exceeded 107 units while playing Apollo, which is 2 units higher than on the Heavenly Rapier. The most promising member of Mammonism, who only came of age this year, Chodai Seon, possessing high sensitivity and an 8-star affinity spirit, is currently the one receiving the most attention in the guild. Sensitivity is a number that indicates how well a player reacts to commands from their real body. The smaller the delay between the body and the avatar, which arises due to VR limitations, the higher the sensitivity. Hearing from the leader that this is why people should live virtuously, Kwok Mu Shin thought to himself, then a little bag of luck like this is bound to fall into my hands. Continuing his thought, Mamon added, the leader Kwok will definitely go far. Give him everything he asks for. By the way, what's the deal with that unique item he asked to buy the other day? I heard it was put up for auction. How much does it cost? Hearing the question, Kwok Mu Shin replied, right now the highest bid is 10,000 gold coins. He then thought to himself, if you convert that to real money, it's about 12 million won. That miser would never shell out such a round sum. And then he shouted, buy it. Hearing his leader's order, Kwok Mu Shin exclaimed in shock, what? Did you hear that? It rang in your ears? I told you to buy it. What a strange reaction. Looking at his subject, Mamon added, you can't skimp on geniuses, you have to invest in their talent. From now on, I'm entrusting you personally to handle whatever he asks for. Hearing this, the leader said, you say the highest bid is 10,000. Raise it to 30. Make it clear to everyone that you're buying this item. Kwok Mu Shin replied, it shall be done. Smiling slyly after giving the order, Mamon thought, if you can build trusting relationships with the most promising people for just a few million won, then this business is worth it. Whether it's money or people, the rest of the resources invested will come back to me threefold. Stretching contentedly after the hunt, Carp said, I'm already at level 30. How inspiring. Hearing Carpe's remark, Kong Jin-ho said, leveling up really does happen incredibly fast, and this area wasn't even a place where you could make a sharp rise at first. Hearing from Kang Jin-ho how many more bugs he needed to finish off, Carpe said, just a second, I'll check right now. Seeing the notification that 361 out of 800 targets had been destroyed, Carpe said, in all that time I've only finished off such a measly number of bugs. Disappointed in his results, Carpe added, I thought I'd be able to handle everything today. Hearing Carpe's whining, Kang Jin-ho remarked, who could possibly handle something like this in a single day? Still, you've got decent speed. It would take other users at least 10 days for a task like this. After listening to Kang Jin-ho's words, Carpe said, well, you can't argue with that. But wait, bro, it looks like the item we downloaded has been sold. Seeing the sale price, Carpe exclaimed, that's crazy money. I'm definitely not dreaming. It really says 30,000 here. If we convert that to real money, how much would that be, bro? This is insane. To which came the reply, calm down, friend. Later, you'll see a number with one more zero. Having calmed down from the amount he received, Carp said, well, when we're talking about 500 million players, then something like this is entirely possible. We'll need to collect the payment upon returning to the city. It's already time to log off. Time has flown by unnoticed. Hearing that Carpe was about to disconnect, Kang Jin-ho remarked that destroying the oldest trenches and the journey to the elven settlement had taken a very long time. After receiving a comment from his friend, Carpe said, well, there's nothing we can do about it now. I'll open the skill pack tomorrow as soon as I log back into the game. Heading for the exit, Carpe added, see you tomorrow, bro. Say goodbye to Tina and Chornish for me. To which Kang Jin-ho replied, all right, have a good rest at home, don't waste your time, and work out. Somewhere in Eltera's office, picking up a teacup, the Queen of the Elves asked, did they brew the dry tea leaves carefully? Do you like it, Tina? Hearing the Queen's question, Tina replied, yes, Elta, I like it. The pleasant taste and the relaxing aroma of the tea. To which the Queen responded, I'm glad to hear that. The next moment, Elter asked, tell me honestly, if you came to find the relic of Dresh, does that mean you plan to fight the gods again? Is that right? Looking up at Tina, Elter added, as for the elves' position, we have no intention of getting involved in your struggle. I don't want any more changes in my current life. In response to the Queen's question, Tina said, I understand you perfectly, Elter. Right now, the descendant simply wants to return what the spellcaster king left behind. Taking a sip of tea, Elter said, don't worry, the relic of Dresh will soon be returned to you, however. Hearing a pause in the Queen's reply, Tina said, Elta, after which the elf added, sorry, I got distracted by other thoughts. The next moment, Elter smiled slyly and asked, by the way, your current appearance is different from what I saw before. You look quite good. What a blessing that you found a good master. Shifting her gaze to Chornish, Elta added, and you and that little one. Hearing this, Tina said, thank you, Elta. Thanks to the Lord, his subject, and Chornish, every day of mine is filled with joy. Suddenly noticing Tina's abrupt movements, Elta asked, what happened? To which she replied, I think the Lord has returned to where he used to live, Elta. Returning to the administrator's office, Tina added, well then, Elta, let's continue our conversation next time. Left alone in the office, Elter sipped her tea and said, stranger, it turns out you have an amazing talent. As for me, it was a bit too much that you didn't even let us say goodbye properly. Finishing her tea and glancing out the window, the Queen of the Elves said, the second relic is the divine tree Rudrim, a benevolent mother who cares for all the elves and the world tree, which symbolizes abundance. My surname Woodguard speaks for itself about how the elven kings have guarded this sacred tree for generations. Heading toward the world tree, Elter added silently, and right beneath this tree sleeps the second relic of the king, the summoner of mirages and illusions. Stopping herself not far from the tree, Elter pressed her hand to her chest and bowed her head, thinking, it's not time yet, I can't. Arriving before the Queen with his report, Cyrus said, Lady Elter, the descendant left us after a long hunt for beetles. He will surely return tomorrow. After listening to her subject's report, Elter said, thank you. By the way, Cyrus, in your opinion, what kind of person is the heir? Receiving the Queen's question, the subject replied, he is good and strong, so I do not think this man can harm our family. After hearing the opinions about Carpe, the elven queen assumed a pensive pose on her throne. Lost in thought, Elter mused to herself, the tea we drank is made from the leaves of the cedar rudra. It has the effect of completely removing psychotropic magic, such as brainwashing and total subjugation. Continuing her thoughts, the Queen added silently, I didn't ask Tina to drink it for no reason. I thought he had at least cast a brainwashing spell. Sitting on the throne, the Queen added in her mind, fortunately, my descendant seems to have turned out to be a good person who chose the right path. I think now I can pass the relic on to him. Suddenly jumping up from her throne, Elter exclaimed, Cyrus, you'll be done in about a week, right? To which he replied, a week. Hearing from Cyrus that it would likely be done as early as tomorrow, Queen Elter froze in shock and asked in surprise, what? When Cyrus added that the descendant had already managed to collect more than 300 beetles, and at the end he said he was a little tired and would definitely finish tomorrow. Elter exclaimed in shock, no, Cyrus, you must delay him. Hearing the Elf Queen's request, Cyrus asked in surprise, but why? Is there even a reason for this? Or maybe it's... When the subject added, because 800 years ago the King Sorcerer rejected your marriage proposal and then abandoned you. Elter exclaimed in embarrassment, you... Starting to throw whatever came to hand at the subject, Elter shouted, you scoundrel, get out of here! To which Cyrus replied, looks like I was right. You're already 1,700 years old and you're lonely. Ha ha ha, goodbye. After chasing her subject out of the study and collapsing wearily onto the throne, Elter said, I knew he was incredible, of course, but not quite to that extent. The next day, handing Carpe a scroll, Cyrus said, here, take this. To which he replied, what is this? Noticing Carpe's surprise at the item, Cyrus added, here's a return spell that will teleport you near Elter Castle. Use it once you've finished the beetle quest. Moving the elf's gift to his inventory, Carp said, wow, thanks. It definitely won't go to waste. Just as Carp was about to set off on the hunt, Cyrus said, let me give you one piece of advice. Don't go into the forest thickets. Catching Carp's attention, Cyrus added, these surroundings are under our control and it's quite safe here, but deep in the forest there are a couple of places where even I find it dangerous to go. Hearing this from Cyrus, Carpe replied, of course I'm already convinced of your abilities, but even for you it'll be dangerous there. Please be more careful. Left alone in the forest, Carpe raised his head and thought, this place is healing just by looking at it. A little while later, after walking through the forest, Carpa thought, so it's dangerous to go in? That sounds great. Let's put off the beetle task for now. Saying, for now, I'll test my luck. Carpa opened his inventory and pulled out the cards to acquire a new skill. With a sly smile before choosing a skill, Carp exclaimed, yes, now I'm definitely going to get lucky. I just love testing my luck. It's so much fun. Pulling out the first card and reading the description, Carpe said in surprise, casting? Is that a chess term? Okay, but it actually sounds good. If I can change my strategy during battle using this skill? Hearing what skill Carpe had gotten, Kang Jin-ho said, just remember that this skill has a long cooldown, so you can't use it back to back. Also hearing this from Kang Jin-ho, Carpe asked, of course, it's not the best skill, but there are a couple of cool things about it. What are they? Piquing his friend's interest, Kang Jin-ho said, guild battles are the most massive PvP. Continuing to explain the skill, Kang Jin-ho added, it can be maximally effective because the skill is used without the other person's consent, replacing a helpless person with a machine ready to tear everyone apart. Realizing how it worked, Carpe said nervously, but that's not exactly fair. To which Kang Jin-ho replied, and you're some kind of saint? No wonder this skill is so highly valued and costs a fortune. It's way more expensive than your 7-star skill. Hearing that the casting cost more, Carp thought, didn't he say my skill was only worth 5 million? It seems like they ripped me off. Using the replay, Carp said, let's take a look at another skill. And pulling out another card, he added, the Wind Cutter. I already have that. To which he heard, well then, just take it right away. Hearing the advice from his kindred spirit, Carpa asked, do you want me to die? To which he heard, just pick it and stop whining. After selecting the skill and seeing the notification that you had received the Wind Cutter, you already had that card, and asking if you wanted to upgrade it, Carpa exclaimed in surprise, upgrade the card using the same one? Hearing Carp's surprise, Kang Jin-ho said, there are generally 2 ways to increase a skill's power. First, you can invest skill points. The skill level increases proportionally to the points invested in it. Continuing his explanation, Kang Jin-ho added, second, a skill can be enhanced using a duplicate card, which increases damage and grants an additional skill effect. Kang Jin-ho, the success rate for improving a skill using a duplicate is 99%, but that's only possible with the card you received from the hook. If you use a regular one, the chance is 1%. Carp exclaimed, that can't be true. It sounds like a lie, but I agree to upgrade the card. Seeing that the skill had improved, Carpe kissed the system window and said, it's been enhanced. I'm so glad. After which Kang Jin-ho said, and there's something else I want to say. Catching Carp's attention, Kang Jin-ho added, there's another way to use cards marked not for sale. As you know, here they give 1 skill pack for every 5 levels. As the number of users increased, a device was created to crossbreed them. This skill card combination system is available at NPCs located in all major cities. If you give such an NPC between 2 and 6 cards, it will produce a completely new card. The more top-tier cards you give it, the better the resulting card will be after the combination. Continuing to share his insights, Kang Jin-ho added that this crazy system had given rise to cults obsessed solely with cards. Sharing this information, Kang Jin-ho remarked that only God knows how many people they've tortured for the sake of cards. To which Carp replied, I hope I never run into him. After starting to stretch his shoulder, Kang Jin-ho said, it's time to test my improved skill and we'll finish the task right away. After destroying all the available bugs, Carp exclaimed, only half. They take longer to respawn. What a stupid game. Standing behind Carpe, who was exclaiming, just stupid bees flying around. But where the hell are the bugs? Kang Jin-ho thought, it's interesting. There's definitely something wrong with their regeneration. The next moment, realizing something interesting, Kang Jin-ho thought, bees, that means their hive is somewhere nearby. Immediately after realizing something interesting, Kang Jin-ho shouted, wait, let's watch the bees. Receiving a strange suggestion from his kindred spirit, Carpa asked in surprise, the bees? Finding himself in a cave overflowing with beetles, Carpa said, there are so many of them here and there are no trees, so I can really let loose, Wind Cutter. After destroying several beetles with his skill, Carp grabbed one in his hands and, starting to beat it, said, I don't even need to go to the gym, it's a free punching bag. Later, activating his magical skills and beginning to use them in all directions, Carpe exclaimed, and I can even add a little magic. Actively destroying the beetles that filled the cave, Carp joyfully exclaimed, for me, this is paradise. Having completed the mission to eliminate the bugs, Carp sighed with relief and said, we're done. If only it were always this easy, I'm just too good. While Carpet was stretching, Kang Jin-ho said, strange, after which Kim Jong-hoon asked, what exactly? Do you also think the quest was too easy? When Carp asked him, Kang Jin-ho replied, no, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about how the bugs didn't react at all while you were wiping them out by the hundreds. They just waited for their demise. Is that normal? The next moment, turning his gaze to Carpe, Kang Jin-ho added, I know this will sound strange. You've even managed to reach level 32, but you don't want to stop, do you? After being asked by his friend, Kim Jong-hoon cheerfully replied, of course not. Let's go find the owner of this hive. As they made their way through the cave, Carp said, I think we'll be there soon. By the time they arrived, Carp had caught all the bugs and gained even more experience points. Sensing the changes around him, Kang Jin-ho thought, the atmosphere has changed, and then said, get ready. The boss battle is coming soon. Seeing a gigantic figure of an unidentifiable creature behind a cloud of dust, Kang Jin-ho added, be careful. Also noticing the gigantic figure behind the cloud of dust, Carp thought, is that the boss? I can't see a thing through the fog. Trying to dispel the fog with his hand, Carp thought, even so, and then received a notification. Be careful in our game. If a player doesn't speak the spell, the skill's power is halved. In reality, this greatly affects the game's gameplay, especially in a battle against another player. The skill's name helps you read your opponent's actions. As he prepared to use his magic skill, Carp thought to himself, I have no other choice. I'll act stealthily and use the Wind Cutter. After moving the skill to the hidden slot, Carpe used it at full power without speaking the spell. As a result, after the cloud of dust cleared, Kim Jong-hoon could see a giant blue mantis standing before him. Stunned by what he saw, Karp thought in shock, the mantis must definitely be another boss here. Then what the hell? Upon seeing the notification of an encounter with an event monster, Karp spoke its name. It was completely red, after which Kang Jin-ho said, I see, so the level difference is over 35. Using his dragon's eye and seeing the boss's skills, Karpe exclaimed happily, great, he's got 3 8-star skills. After which Kang Jin-ho said, damn, just as I thought. Hearing Karpe say, all right, little brother, you'll say not to rush in and fight, thinking through every move. Kang Jin-ho replied, no, you can't beat him. Let's get out of here first. Hearing the remark from his kindred spirit, Karp exclaimed, you can't beat him? Are you serious? After which Kang Jin-ho shouted, damn it. At that very moment, a notification appeared before Kim Jong-hoon. Catastrophe Fragment has detected you, along with a mantis staring intently at Karpe. Immediately after receiving the notification, the Disaster Fragment used mental domination on you, and Karpe came under attack from the monster. But as a result, upon seeing the mental barrier activated, all mental attacks were cancelled. Karpe joyfully exclaimed, ha, so much for his 8-star skills. They're nothing against me, bro. Doesn't this give me a chance to win? Folding his hands in front of him after receiving the question, Kang Jin-ho said, there's just one little problem. Do you remember what the dragon's eye does? Hearing the question from his kindred spirit, Karpe said, the dragon's eye? Well, wait a second. The next moment, realizing the problem, Karp froze in shock. Realizing the whole situation and looking again at the monster before him, Karp thought, damn, are you saying this monster has skills above 8 stars? Noticing the monster's mood, Karp thought to himself, is it angry at me? The next moment, caught in the icy skill of the Catastrophe Fragment, Karp thought to himself, so, it's a blizzard, right? After receiving the notification that his health was decreasing, Karp thought, a blizzard isn't a scary skill, but my health is constantly dropping. I'm definitely done for. Immediately after shouting, get lost, the mantis used its strongest 9-star skill, Icy Squall. Feeling his movements restricted, Karp thought to himself, damn, my feet are freezing, I can't even run away. Upon receiving a notification stating, you have entered the Perpetual Frost skill zone. Your actions are slowed and skill cooldowns are doubled. Karp thought, I'm going to die now. Realizing he had no other choice, Karp held out his hand and shouted, teleport. Grabbing the scroll with the teleportation spell, Karpe quickly tore it open to activate the item. Finding himself near the Elven Kingdom, Karpe, trembling with fear, said, damn it, I almost gave my soul to God. Meanwhile, standing aside, Kang Jin-ho mused, we've returned to the village, which means I'll live a little longer. He lost for the first time. This will probably hit him hard. Noticing that his companion didn't look like his usual self, Kang Jin-ho asked, are you okay? To which he replied, am I okay? Glancing back, a joyful Karpe exclaimed, bro, what's this? I loved everything. To which Kang Jin-ho remarked with disgust, you devilish masochist. Clenching his hand into a fist, Karpe joyfully exclaimed, I'll definitely go back there. Hearing this, Kang Jin-ho thought, I'll never understand him. The next moment, suddenly turning to look at Kang Jin-ho, Karpe said, but bro, which made his kindred spirit nervous. Stepping closer to Kang Jin-ho, Karpe asked, you understood what that was, right? Spill everything you know. To which a voice replied, well, this. At that very moment, a voice rang out behind Kim Jong-hoon. I will answer all your questions. Drawing Kim Jong-hoon's attention to herself and hearing her name called, Altair asked, why are you standing there alone? It's important to Altair that Karp is talking to thin air. Throwing his hand behind his head after the unexpected encounter, Karp said, wow, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lowering her head and sighing heavily, Altair said, you can't be so reckless even though you're his descendant. Call Tina and follow me. Upon arriving at the office, Queen Altair said, first of all, I'll pay you for the work you've done. Snapping her fingers, Altair summoned a notification stating, the task of fighting the bugs has been completed. You managed it on your own. The reward has been received and your reputation with Altair has been raised. Now you can receive a quest in the dwarf village. After handing out the quest reward, Altair added, and this box now belongs to you, to which Karpa replied, it does. Hearing open it and following Altair's instructions, Karpa received a Dages bracelet with a Hero Plus rating. The bracelet was crafted by weaving Nages grass, which grows only near the world tree. While Karp thought to himself, wow, a bracelet, Kang Jin-ho said, Hero Plus rating. This item is truly wonderful. Wear it and never take it off. It wasn't for nothing that you killed those bugs. After that, Karp asked, now can I hunt using the bracelet's hit spell? Hit spell refers to an item that, when hit, triggers an effect with a certain probability. For example, like Karp's gloves. Skills that activate on their own don't consume MP, so they're great for hunting. If you use a good self-healing item, you could theoretically hunt indefinitely without using potions. Sitting next to her, Tina said, at first I was going to give you an elven bow as a reward, but then I realized you don't need it since this item was chosen specifically for you. Please put it to good use. Thank you, Altair. I'll definitely find a use for it. After discussing the details of the reward, Altair said, alright, now let's get back to the main topic. Without taking her eyes off Karp, Altair asked, you stumbled upon a fragment of the catastrophe, didn't you? Hearing the question from the Elven Queen, Karp replied, yes, while fighting the bugs, I ventured a little further than permitted, and that's how I saw it. It's very powerful. Hearing this from Altair, Karpe thought in surprise. To be honest, it's a miracle you came back alive. What you encountered was only a fragment, but the full name of this catastrophe is the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea consists of 4 catastrophes. Records of them were discovered as far back as ancient times. They say they appeared with the birth of the world, the dragon of the Eastern Sea, the Western Emperor of Ice, the king of the Southern Wind, a giant saber-toothed lion with the element of air, the phoenix of the Northern Fire, a giant bird that wields the element of flame. Continuing the story, Altair added, the king of the southern wind is capable of destroying an entire country with a single blow. The dragon of the eastern sea split a large island into 3 parts with a single strike. Sitting across from Altair, Karpa heard that the land where the western emperor of ice lived had turned into a lifeless wasteland, where it is impossible to even set foot. Continuing the story, the queen said, there are many legends about them, for they are such mysterious beings that there is almost no reliable information. But one thing I can say for certain. Hearing from Eltair that their power is simply impossible to describe, you cannot even imagine how strong they are, Karpa froze in shock. The four catastrophes, as natural phenomena like a typhoon or an earthquake, lack any logic in their behavior. That is precisely why all living organisms on the continent live in constant fear of these terrible calamities, which could return at any moment. After hearing the full story about the disasters, Karpe remarked in surprise that they hadn't yet destroyed absolutely everything. After Karp's remark, Tina joined the conversation and said, "Sir, I'm sure you're afraid of them, but it's not worth it, especially since we, the Akram, have always been on their side." Hearing Tina's remark, Karpa asked in surprise, "On the side of these monsters?" To which he heard, "Exactly. 800 years ago, an incident occurred in which the Prestige Alliance challenged the Northern Phoenix. The existence of the Dead Sea was an unpleasant situation for Prestige, who wanted to take the entire continent into his own hands. 3 9-star and 15 8-star individuals fought to subjugate the Dead Sea, but in the end they suffered a complete defeat without even scratching the Phoenix, and their leader Hercules died during the battle." Upon hearing this story, Kang Jin-ho realized why no one had been able to choose Hercules for 10 years. He had died even before the game appeared. Looking down, Karpa said, "If there are about 409-star individuals now, how many people of that level would it take to withstand a catastrophe?" Upon receiving the question, Tina said, "According to Akram's scientists' estimates, about 700 or 800 people," and catching Karp's attention, added, "I'm serious." Pondering the numbers, Karp said, "Wait, so there's a fragment of a monster in the forest right now that can't be defeated? Is that even normal?" Hearing Karpa's words, Eltair suggested, "Perhaps we should relocate the village," she added. "That's impossible without the World Tree. We elves simply wouldn't survive." Glancing out the window, the Elven Queen added, "To transport our village, we need seeds that will soon become the World Tree, the fruits of Ludrum." Continuing the conversation, Eltair added that they would ripen within the next week, but that monster wouldn't just sit idly by. Turning her head back to Kim Jong-hoon, Eltair asked, "You noticed what state he's in, didn't you?" Upon hearing the question, Karpe thought, "I did notice that," and said, "His health and MP were at a low level." Hearing this, he replied, "That's because he was almost defeated." After which Karpe asked in surprise, "Defeated?" Diving into her memories, Eltair said, "Since the last battle, the Spellcaster King has visited our forest to gather materials." Recalling that very day, the Queen added, "Back then, he helped us fend off that fragment. Although he wounded it severely, he let it escape and couldn't finish it off." Continuing her story, Eltair said, "The fragment that escaped spent 800 years parasitizing on beetles to gather mana for its restoration." Sitting at the table, Eltair added, "Mana is the source of life and the embodiment of pure magical power. But even so, it could only retain a third of its true strength." Recalling the giant mantis, Eltair added, "I am certain that it will soon attack us in order to fully restore itself." The next moment, bowing her head, Eltair said, "And I have no choice but to turn to you for help." Hearing the Queen say, "Karpe, please help our village," Kim Jong-hoon received a notification about a new quest. Noticing something new in the description, Karpe thought, "Seriously? Why wasn't this here before?" Noticing Karpa's surprise, Kang Jin-ho said, "Perhaps from now on, the types of rewards will change depending on the player's choice." Then Karpa asked me, "So now I have a choice?" Hearing the question, Kang Jin-ho replied, "Exactly. Now you'll have to take a risk to get a better reward. You have the right to decide which path to take, so what will you choose?" Without hesitation, Karpe said, "Well, of course I'll help you, Eltair." And as he confirmed the mission, he thought, "I agree, even if I have to work my ass off." Having received Karp's support, Eltair thought happily, "He's just a sweetheart, not a human." Even though he's his descendant, in his case the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Eltair ended up in the wrong place. Hearing this from the Queen, Karpe asked, "Then protect the fruits carefully. To guard the fruits, don't I have to fight the fragment?" Hearing Karpe's question, Eltair replied, "We're too weak right now for a head-on battle. No matter how much we fight him, we can't defeat him. As soon as we harvest the fruit, he'll sense it immediately and abandon any thought of attacking us. Our main goal is simply to hold out." Upon learning the main task, Karp said, "I understand, but I have one question for you. Protection is certainly good, but can I take it upon myself?" Hearing Karpe's question, Eltair froze in shock. There were 6 days and 17 hours left until the fruit ripened. Guard the fruit from the disaster fragment until time runs out. After finishing his conversation with the Queen and stepping out into the courtyard, Kang Jin-ho said to Karpe, "I know you sometimes lose your mind, but do you really want to fight the fragment right now?" Spreading his arms in response to the question, Kim Jong-hoon replied, "Well, of course not. I didn't even realize myself how I said that in front of Eltair." Hearing Karpe's excuse, Kang Jin-ho said, "Enough with that." To which Karpa replied, "I already understand the situation." Glancing at his hand, Karpe added, "That fragment was completely unlike the bosses I've fought before." The next moment, recalling the battle he'd had with the bosses, Karp thought to himself, "Permafrost is a skill of at least 9 stars. Finishing his thoughts and looking at Kang Jin-ho, Karpe said, "The sum of items and skills is constant, so in theory, you just need to collect what's higher in stars, right?" Hearing the question from his friend, Kang Jin-ho replied, "Of course, when the game first came out, everyone thought that, but they were all wrong." Hearing from his kindred spirit that the 9-star skill had a very high MP consumption, Karp said thoughtfully, "Indeed." Continuing the conversation, Kang Jin-ho added, "Some skills can consume over 1,000 MP at the early levels. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to use them. Most people quit the game even if they were lucky at the start." Tucking his hands into his pockets, Kang Jin-ho added, "Even if you can use a 9-star skill, your problems won't get any easier." And there are many reasons for that. Hearing this from Kang Jin-ho, Karpe asked, "Can you handle the skill's power? Did you calculate everything correctly? Are there items that can be used with the skill? Are there other skills you can use after it?" Clutching his head, Karpe replied, "In a word, they cause more trouble than they're worth." After sorting things out in his head a bit, Karpe asked, "Okay, but how do I get a 9-star skill? I heard you can't get it from a regular gacha." To which Kang Jin-ho replied, "Yes, only from higher level packs." Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho added, "You can get it from there with a slim chance, or craft it using other cards, though the chance there is also extremely low. There's also a chance to get the card by completing a hidden quest." Raising his hand after hearing the information, Karpe said, "Teacher, I have a question." To which Kang Jin-ho replied, "I already know what the question is, but go ahead and ask." Having received permission, Karpe said, "Oh, highly respected brother, you know about the hidden quests that grant 9-star skills, don't you?" Hearing the question he had been expecting, Kang Jin-ho said, "If I didn't know, I wouldn't even have brought it up." Hearing what he had been waiting for, Carpe began to bow and exclaimed, "Hurrah, highly respected brother. We revere you like a god. You are the very best." Feeling a certain awkwardness at Carpe's actions, Kang Jin-ho said, "How can you act like that? You should be ashamed of yourself." After paying his respects and standing up, Carpe said, "For now, let's first look for quests we can complete in the Elven village." Glancing at the tree's fruit, Carpe added, "I still have plenty of time before the fruit fully ripens. We need to gather as much useful stuff as possible before we encounter the disaster fragment." Hearing the suggestion from his companion, Kang Jin-ho said, "That's a good idea, but I'm also here for the first time, so I can't recommend the best quest to you." Hearing the remark from his kindred spirit, Carp said, "Don't worry, brother. Let's look around now, and we'll definitely find something worthwhile." While wandering through the Elven village, Carp received a gathering quest in which the elves told me, "We urgently need high-quality wood. Can you help us find some? You might find a few herbs in the forest." After finding a hunting quest, Carp heard that a fragment of the catastrophe might attract many wild monsters. "Can you help with the hunt deep in the forest?" Later, a quest from the Elven Queen appeared. A couple of villagers said, "She's a beautiful person, but she has one unusual trait: topographical criticism. We're already used to it, but maybe you can help." Hearing this from the elves, Carp thought, "We just lost her," while Kang Jin-ho, standing behind him, remarked, "I wonder how many experience points they'll give for this." After completing all the available quests, Carpe received 3 vials of potion that boost all stats by 3 points for 30 minutes. Crafting materials that can only be obtained in the Elven Forest and that can add various attributes to items when crafting equipment. Leather gloves increase crafting speed. After collecting all the rewards, Carp said to Tina, "Without you, I'm like a man without hands." To which she replied, "Thank you very much." Delighted by the generous rewards, Carpe said, "Perhaps because the elves love me so much, the reward has increased significantly." To which Kang Jin-ho replied, "Not another word. You've already forgotten about the fragment of the disaster." Upon hearing about the fragment of the catastrophe, Carpe looked at Kang Jin-ho with puppy dog eyes and said, "Maybe you can help me with it." At that very moment, seeing the urgent task notification before him, Carpe must urgently find Eltair. Kim Jong-hoon said seriously, "She's lost again. How can a queen get lost so often in her own village?" Also upon seeing the new task, Kang Jin-ho said, "Well, what's this about? They give a decent amount of experience points for this?" After hearing from Kang Jin-ho that she would probably get lost even in her own office, Carpe replied, "You're right." Agreeing with his friend Carpe, dispelling illusions about elves, thought, but aren't elves supposed to be skilled at reconnaissance from birth? Setting out on his search, Carpe soon stumbled upon Queen Eltair. Jumping to his feet instantly, Carpe exclaimed, "There she is, the queen!" But before he could give himself away, Kang Jin-ho hushed him and said, "Carpe, hide." Back in the hiding spot, Carpe asked in surprise, "What's the point of all this? The quest will be over if we find her." Hearing his companion's question, Kang Jin-ho asked, "Do you even know where we are right now?" "In the Elven village, right?" Carpe replied. The next moment, seeing the sacred tree before him, Carpe thought, "Wait a minute." Continuing his thoughts, Carpe added to himself, "The World Tree is on the northern outskirts of the city, so the elves rarely come here, but why did the queen come here?" Realizing that something didn't add up, Kim Jong-hoon thought to himself, "This is highly suspicious." Turning his head toward Carpe, Kang Jin-ho asked, "So what are you going to do?" To which he replied, "I'll just carry out the mission." After reviewing the mission description once more, which stated to find Eltair and bring her to his office, Carpe said, "Let's go after her." Smiling happily after announcing his decision, Kim Jong-hoon added, "Who knows? Maybe she's hiding something valuable there, so we need to make sure for ourselves what she's hidden." Following Eltair, Carpe received a notification. "You are the first player to enter the World Tree. As a reward, you are granted the title Blessing of the World Tree." Upon receiving his new title, Carpe said happily, "That's it. This is what I wanted." To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, "I completely forgot. The elves are supposed to appear only in a year, but you were the first to enter." Smiling slyly after Kang Jin-ho's remark, Carp said, "As they say, the quick always get the juicy morsel. I received a gift. It turns out I really didn't come here for nothing." Reaching the fork in the road, Carpa said, "Interesting, there are 3 paths ahead. Brother, the celestial demon Eltair must have taken one of them, and I think I know where she went." Looking at the tracks leading to one of the passages, Carpa added, "Let's take the central path." As they ventured deeper into the cave, Carp remarked, "The deeper we go, the colder it gets. Or is it just me, or do we seem to have stumbled into a cave of succubuses?" The next moment, feeling a familiar sense of unease, Carp thought to himself, and I'm not joking, this aura is very similar to a fragment of Kaiser's aura. I recently checked the beetle cave and the surrounding forest again, but there were no traces of fragments then. So why can I sense his presence here in the most unlikely of places? Upon reaching the room located inside the cave, Kang Jin-ho said to Carpe, "Look at that! It's exactly what I heard." Seeing the sarcophagus in the middle of the room upon which the Elven Queen lay, Carp added, "Eltair is lying on the sarcophagus." Watching the scene from a distance, Kang Jin-ho said, "It seems this very sarcophagus is the source of the cold." Standing next to his kindred spirit, Carp said, "I wonder what she's doing. Did she really decide to sleep here instead of at home?" Continuing his musings, Carpa added, "It seems quite some time has passed since Altair entered here." After which, noticing something strange, he said, "What?" Without taking his eyes off Altair, Carpe thought, "A magic circle is forming." After which Kang Jin-ho said to Carpe, "It seems something is happening here. Let's hide." Seeing that Altair had just turned into a mantis, Carp thought in fear, where did this fragment of the Kaiser's aura come from? Watching the giant mantis's actions, Carp thought to himself, what is it doing? Is it really trying to trap the cold inside the sarcophagus? Clutching his head after what he saw, Carpe exclaimed, "This is madness. Where did Eltair go, brother? This doesn't bode well." Also observing the events, Kang Jin-ho said, "The queen hasn't disappeared, Carpe. She's transformed using a fragment of the Shadow Lord." Glancing at Kang Jin-ho and asking again, "She's changed?" Carpe heard, "That's right. She had a skill that allowed her to do that. One of the skills lies in the Shadow Lord's fragment. 8-star absolute camouflage." Realizing what was happening, Carpe exclaimed, "Camouflage? So that means he's been pretending to be Altair all this time and hiding in the village, and now he's trying to destroy the sarcophagus." To which a voice replied, "I don't think it's that simple." Taking stock again, Altair, the fragment of chaos, said, "It seems like it will all end soon. Wonderful, it seems this should be enough." As Altair headed for the exit, Carpe hid, clamped his mouth shut, and thought, "Hold your breath, we can't let them find us." Left alone in the cave, Carpe took a deep breath and said, "Finally, I almost died of fear. I thought they'd spot us." Talk about horror. Hearing this, Kang Jin-ho said, "It looks like we need to figure something out." Carpe replied, "I agree, brother. It seems the Shadow Lord's fragment took on Altair's form, and Altair, or rather, the Shadow Lord, was trying to destroy the sarcophagus." Resting his hand on his chin, Kang Jin-ho added thoughtfully, "And then he took on Altair's form again and suddenly vanished. For some reason, it's only gotten more confusing." Also, having heard from Kang Jin-ho what he meant by saying there was little time left, nothing but riddles, Karp remarked, "Maybe we should go take a look at the sarcophagus. We might find at least some clue." As he approached the sarcophagus, Karp thought, "I can still feel a faint chill and there isn't a single scratch on it." He definitely tried to destroy it, but it gives the impression that, on the contrary, it was very carefully looked after. Suddenly sensing something interesting, Karp remarked that there was also an indentation here, just like on the one Tina had. Hearing Karp's remark, Kang Jin-ho, who was standing behind him, said, "The seal that fits the sarcophagus must be with Altair. That means it's impossible to open it without Altair's permission." Immediately after speaking, Kang Jin-ho added, "However, when it comes to opening things, you have no equal. You even surpass the King of Mages." To which Karp replied, "You know, the same thought just crossed my mind." After looking it over, Karp smiled slyly and said, "Bro, maybe we should open it." To which he heard, "Okay, let's give it a try." Reaching out toward the sarcophagus to use his skill, Karp said, "Well then, let's try unlocking it." After opening the sarcophagus and seeing its contents, Karpe exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, how is this even possible? Why is Altair lying here?" Continuing to look inside the sarcophagus, Karp said in surprise, "What's going on here, bro?" After which he wondered, why is Altair there and not the artifact? Receiving the question, Kim Jong-hoon, Kang Jin-ho said, "Although I have some guesses, we need to get out of here as soon as possible, Karpe." When he asked Kang Jin-ho what was going on right now, Karpe heard, "Right now, it's best to focus on the plot event. There's very little time left until the fruit ripens. 1 hour, 37 seconds until ripening." Returning in the final seconds and arriving at the plot event, Karpe sensed alarm, then asked what was happening and received the reply, "It seems it has begun." Seeing enemies approaching in the distance, the elf shouted, "Monsters are attacking! Gather the children to a safe place and protect them." After giving the order to evacuate and beginning to prepare for battle against the approaching horde of monsters, the elf cried out, "Oh, Rudram, bless us!" At the same time, standing atop the tower, Kroze shouted, "Archers and mages, prepare yourselves and await my signal." After issuing the order to her subjects, Kraz thought, "I've gathered all our fighting forces, but they're still pitifully few compared to the horde of monsters." Continuing to watch the onslaught of enemies, Kraz added in her mind, "I thought we'd manage to thin their ranks. It seems this fragment has drawn all the other monsters with it." The next moment, hearing "Calm down, Kraz" behind her, the elf turned around, saw the queen, and said in surprise, "Lady Altair." Trying to somehow ease her subjects' anxiety, Altair said, "As soon as you cross this barrier, the World Tree's protection will no longer be on your side. So be careful and don't let them take control of you." Hearing Kraz's words, "I beg your pardon," Altair added, "Everything is fine. Don't panic. And remember, it's enough for us to hold out in this war of attrition. That alone will be a victory." Having calmed her subject and glancing at Karpe, Altair thought, "Well then, let's see how you'll act, descendant of the King of Mages." Standing behind the crowd of monsters, the giant mantis roared loudly, thereby giving the order to attack. Seeing that the enemies were heading toward them, Kroze shouted, "For the village, for our families, for the sacred tree, fire! Don't let anyone through." Archers, aim at the flying creatures. Mages, defend the perimeter. Kroze thought to herself, why isn't he moving? Is he really aiming at the World Tree? The next moment, assuming a fighting stance and drawing her bow, Kroze thought, I won't let you, monster. If you don't want to fight, then we'll start. Later, seeing the wall crumble, Kroze thought, they've broken through, it can't be. Was this a trick? Then she cried out, Master Altair! Glancing back and not seeing the queen there, Kroze said in confusion, Lady Altair, where have you gone? Queen Altair. Stepping away from the battlefield, Altair said, it will all end today. I realized long ago that you aren't real. Show yourself, you fragment of the Lord of Shadows, amidst that horde of monsters. Hearing Altair's command, the mantis, leaving his hiding place, said, and you're not as stupid as the rest. Did she really notice that I'm hiding? Meanwhile, Karpa, also leaving his hiding place, said, oh no, I've been found out. And why are you so perceptive, Altair? Seeing that there were 3 of them in that place, everyone present froze in surprise and said in shock, what? Holding out his hand in a V shape, Karp said in surprise, weren't you calling me? To which Altair nervously replied, no, I was addressing the shard. Suddenly there was a crack, the sound of sanity shattering, after which the mantis angrily shouted, how dare you joke with me, Permafrost? Using her fire skill, Altair easily blocked the shard's icy attack. After the danger had passed, Altair looked back at herself and said, as always, incredible power, Karpe. Are you okay over there? Receiving the question from the queen, Karpa replied, I'm fine, but Altair, your hand... Without taking his eyes off Altair, Karpa added, from your expression and reaction, I can see you've understood everything. You've known for a long time, Master, came the reply. Without taking his eyes off Tina, Altair Karpe said, 2 days ago when I followed Altair to the World Tree. Recalling the moment he had followed the queen, Karpa added, at first I thought it was a fragment that had taken on Altair's form. But when I saw the real Altair in the sarcophagus, I understood everything. Looking at Altair, Karpe added, if anyone other than the descendant of the King of Mages tries to take possession of the artifact, it will cease to function, which means the answer is obvious. The king's artifact has gained a will of its own and acts independently. Without taking his eyes off the figure standing before him, Kim Jong-hoon added, just like you, Mirage. Another artifact of the King of Mages, the Phantom Mirage, is based on the doppelganger. It exists in a disembodied form, yet upon encountering a specific target, it copies its image. Finishing his thoughts, Karpa said, now, looking back, I realized there were more than enough clues from the moment we entered the Elven Forest. Immediately after his remark, Karpa recalled Tina, who had told him, sir, the forest distorts the flow of magic, so it will be difficult for a homunculus, a magical creature, to navigate it. Recalling Tina's words, Karpe said, and Altair, oddly enough, couldn't find her way. If I'd thought it through better, I would have realized right away that you weren't real. But why did you take on Altair's form? Receiving Carpe's question, Mirage turned to the mantis and exclaimed, details later. The main thing now is to stop the enemy. Hearing the fragment of chaos threaten, hand over the fruit or perish. Mirage said, look, master. Preparing for her opponent's attack, Mirage exclaimed, behold the true power of the King of Mages artifact, the might of his doll. Standing aside and watching the process, Carpa asked, what's happening this time? To which Tina replied, the 7 dolls are considered the pinnacle of the King of Mages mastery, and this unusual doppelganger has a special ability. He can take the form of whoever his opponent fears most. Hearing this from the mantis, you transformed into an ancient horror. Mirage said, well, hello. 800 years have passed, no less. It's time to put an end to our feud. Beginning to warm up his hand, the King of Mages said thoughtfully, interesting, only 30% of my former strength. The next moment, throwing out a provocation, the King of Mages added, though I'm not in top form, this will be enough for you. Enraged by the provocations being directed at him, the fragment shouted, you insolent fool! At that very moment, standing aside, Carp thought with confusion that something about Mirage had changed. Rushing to attack his opponent, the mantis shouted, vanish, ancient horror! Smiling and catching the mantis's leg with his bare hands, the King of Mages said, pathetic worm, look, I'm not the same as I used to be. After which the fragment thought, he caught me with his bare hands. Continuing to mock the fragment, Mirage exclaimed, surely the wounds you received 800 years ago still haven't healed. Even more enraged by the ancient horror, the fragment shouted, ah, so it's you. And using the ice explosion skill, broke free from Mirage's grasp. Seeing that the enemy had started playing dirty, Mirage said, oh, so you've started getting crafty, Cataclysm Inferno. At the same time, watching the destruction unfolding during the battle, Carpe exclaimed, you're going to burn down the whole village. Not long ago, you were the queen of the elves. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? To which Tina remarked, nothing new. That's just how the ancient horror has always been. He's never given a damn about the fate of some village or another. After receiving an explanation from Tina that the ancient horror had always been that way, Carpe said in surprise, and how did someone like him become king? The next moment, upon receiving a notification, you witnessed the battle of the one who had perfected that class. And as a reward, your base stats will be increased. Carpe said in surprise, interesting, my stats have gone up. Surprised by this bonus, Kang Jin-ho said, what are you doing? You're just watching their battle instead of mastering the secrets of martial arts. To which Carpe replied, but honestly, it's simply unbelievable. It's impossible to even intervene. Also, without taking his eyes off the battle, Kang Jin-ho said, exactly. So what kind of monster is this King of Mages of yours? He's already used more than 30 skills. And what's most terrifying is that they're all maxed out. I wonder what his level is. Hearing Kang Jin-ho's question, Tina said thoughtfully, that's only possible thanks to the gift from heaven that the king possesses. The 9-star skill, Body Marked by Heaven, is an innate skill that doubles the number of skill points gained when leveling up. Upon hearing what skill the King of Mages possessed, Carpe exclaimed, an absolute cheat. I wish I had that too. To which Kang Jin-ho remarked, you're already pulling your weight for 3 cheaters as it is. Seeing the notification that there were 5 minutes left until the fruit fully ripened, the King of Mages shouted, how much longer must I waste my time with you? The next moment, shouting an absolute petrification curse, the King of Mages attacked his opponent. Feeling his body stop moving, the fragment thought, petrification magic, and then shouted, ancient horror, you. At that very moment, noticing a scar on the fragment's body, Carp said in surprise, what is that long scar on the fragment's armpit? To which he heard, it's a wound inflicted on him by the King of Mages 800 years ago. It seems it has reopened upon sensing the king's magic. Hearing Carpe say in an ominous tone, there it is, Tina Kang Jin-ho thought with confusion. I can tell he's up to something. When the notification appeared that Rudram's fruit had ripened, so that the power of the elixir from the fruit of the World Tree of Rudram could be fully unleashed, it must be consumed within 10 minutes of ripening. Protect the fruit from the Shadow Lord's fragment during these 10 minutes, the fragment said with a sly laugh. The next moment, upon hearing the mantis say, you foolish ancient horror, you're not the only one with a hidden ace up your sleeve, the King of Mages exclaimed in surprise. What? Seeing that something strange was beginning to happen before his eyes, the King of Mages cried out, what's happening? The fragment is transforming. Plunging into his memories, the fragment of chaos thought, when I was just a pitiful fragment of chaos, I had no mind. I was merely a puppet acting on someone else's will. But after receiving a fatal wound, I awoke. Who am I? Is my very existence doomed to eternal suffering? Continuing his musings, the fragment thought to himself, 800 years of suffering will soon pass once I obtain that alluring fruit capable of restoring my body. Finishing his thoughts, the mantis shouted angrily, and I will finally achieve perfection. Seeing the enemy's transformation, the King of Mages thought, by sacrificing his size, he gained incredible speed. Damn it, that was all my magic. Breaking through to the tree bearing the fruit, the fragment shouted, victory is mine, human. Clinging to the trunk and beginning to climb upward, the fragment thought, I feel this powerful life energy. This fruit will be mine. At that very moment, appearing near the mantis, Carpa spoke. Do you really think it will be that simple? Climbing up the tree and seeing Chornish there with the fruit, the fragment exclaimed in surprise, that squirrel. How did it manage to climb the tree? The next moment, seeing Chornish shove the fruit into his mouth, Ulamok of Chaos angrily shouted, no, give it back immediately. Seeing that the mantis was attacking him, Chornish used his shadow leap skill and moved into Carp's shadow. Glancing at Chornish, who had ended up in his shadow, Carp said cheerfully, just in time, Chornish, you clever one. Where did you get such quick wits? Meanwhile, Mirage, who was standing nearby, thought to herself, so the heir had a plan to protect the fruit. Excellent, we just need to hold out a little longer. Seeing that the fruit couldn't be placed in his inventory, Carpe asked, does that ever happen? To which Kan Chin-ho replied, it happens often in tasks where you need to protect an object. If you could just put it in your inventory, everything would be too easy. Realizing he couldn't hide the fruit, Carp thought to himself, but how inconvenient it is to fight while holding it in my hands. Immediately after his thoughts, putting the fruit back into Blackie's mouth, Carp said, sorry, bear with me a little longer. At the same time, unable to contain his rage, the Shard of Chaos charged toward Carpe, shouting, ah, you worthless fools, I'll tear you to pieces, give me the fruit. Seeing the notification of a negative status, Carp thought, it seems the transformation has drained too much of his strength, while Tina, stepping forward, shouted, sir, hide behind me. When Carpe joined the battle against the fragment of chaos and found himself behind it, Tina cried out, "Sir, be careful, he's too fast." At that very moment, after being struck by the mantis's claw, Carp thought to himself, "Damn, I almost got caught. Even though he's smaller now, his strength hasn't gone anywhere. All my clothes are in tatters." After taking damage, turning back and looking at Tina and Mirage's joint attacks, Carpe said, "Looks like this battle is going to be a real mess. We need a strategy." After fending off the enemy's joint attack, the fragment of chaos thought, "Where is that fruit, you petty beast?" A few seconds later, when Chornish came into his field of vision, the fragment of chaos shouted in his mind, "Found it!" Immediately after spotting his target, the fragment of chaos shouted, "Hand over the fruit," and activated the skill, Perpetual Frost. Caught in the Eternal Frost skill, Mirage exclaimed, "My body can't be... Has the cooldown already passed?" A few seconds later, having shaken off the anomalous effect by unlocking it, Carp said, "And what kind of cheater skill is this that allows you to shorten the cooldown?" While Carpe was voicing his dissatisfaction, Kang Jin-ho shouted, "Carpe, watch out! This is going to be powerful!" Hearing the warning and turning his head, Kim Jong-hoon thought, "Oh crap," and got hit. After coming to a sudden stop and hearing Kang Jin-ho ask, "Are you okay, Carpe?" Kim Jong-hoon wiped his face and replied, "I'm fine." Getting to his feet, Carpe said, "This is just unbelievable. How are we going to defeat him?" To which he heard, "I told you it's not about defeating him." Then Kim Jong-hoon added, "But it's okay. The fruit is still with Chornish." No sooner had Carp mentioned this than he noticed that Chornish was near the fragment of chaos and thought to himself that he was moving toward Chornish. Slowly approaching the squirrel who had fallen under the control of the mind, the fragment of chaos said, "Come to me." Also, seeing how Chornish had just rushed toward the fragment of chaos, Tina cried out, "Don't give in, Chornish! Pull yourself together!" Seeing that the squirrel had just approached him, the fragment of chaos laughed and shouted, "Victory is mine!" Looking at Chornish and the fruit he had just spat out, the fragment thought to itself, "I was badly wounded and was already about to retreat to try again when the next fruit ripens, but I didn't think it would be this easy." Just as he began to rejoice that he would become perfect, the fragment of chaos suddenly heard, "Sorry for interrupting, but who gave you the right to decide when it's over?" After that, he wondered where the squirrel had gone and where this person had come from. Moving over to the fragment of chaos and picking up the fruit, Carp said with a smile on his face, "Wonderful, I'm glad I was able to learn this." Casting swaps the positions of the caster and the familiar. Bowing his head down and seeing Kim Jong-hoon before him, the fragment of chaos thought, "It can't be. How could he switch places so quickly?" Crouching to the ground after closing the distance between himself and the enemy, Carp said, "Do you want to know how?" The next moment, seeing Carpe lunge toward him and shout, "Because this is an unmatched skill of deception," the fragment of chaos thought. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the fragment of chaos added in his mind, "But I still have time. I need to protect my weak spot, parry the attack, and then on the next move, Continuing to close in, Carpe, having drawn his spellbreaker, shouted, "You want to buy time by covering your scar? It won't work. Where do you think you're going?" Having only just had time to think about how fast he was, the fragment of chaos felt his defenses break and a blow strike his body. Feeling his entire body turn to stone, the shard of chaos said in confusion, "No, my body, is this really the end?" Seeing the notification, "You have defeated the boss. The shard of the Shadow Lord has granted you the title of Chaos Killer." Carpe exhaled with relief and, falling to the ground, said, "Goodbye, shard. It's finally over." After the battle ended, Tina rushed over to Carpe and exclaimed, "Are you all right, sir?" Then Kang Jin-ho, who had been walking with her, asked, "Hey, are you still alive?" To which she replied, "Alive, more alive than anyone else." Hearing her say, "You're simply incredible. How did you manage that?" Carp just laughed awkwardly, holding his head. Also, upon arriving at Kim Jong-hoon's side, Mirage said, "I'm glad you're safe, and thank you for protecting the fruit." To which Carpe replied, "You're welcome, Eltair, or should I call you Mirage?" Taking the preserved fruit in her hands, Eltair said, "Let me take it for myself." The next moment, noticing that Chornish was deeply upset that the fruit was being taken, Eltair added, "Don't be sad, Chornish. I will reward you generously." After the victory, placing a hand on Kang Jin-ho's shoulder, Carpe said, "The main thing is that we protected the fruit. It's better to walk a crazy path and receive a worthy reward than to take the easy road and rejoice in trifles. You're right, brother." The next moment, turning around and pointing to the items the boss had left behind, Carpe added, "At least take what he left, the shard." Smiling slyly and heading toward the trophy items, Carp said, "Let's see what he left us." Hearing his companion's remarks, Kang Jin-ho thought to himself, "You're certainly right, but coming from you, it sounds like complete nonsense." Picking up the items, Carp said, "So, let's see what we have here. A ring, some magical material, and a map. Let's start with the ring." After examining the stats of the ring from the legendary Carpe ranking, he remarked thoughtfully, "Not bad stats." The next moment, pointing to the skill card, Carpe added, "Too bad I didn't get lucky with the card. Just one card instead of a whole set. That's kind of a letdown, especially after all that trouble." Hearing the sad tone, Carpe Kanchin-ho said, "Don't be sad just yet. You know why players in Leisei chase after bosses so much?" To which he replied, "Because they drop awesome gear." After listening to Carpe's guess, Kang Jin-ho said, "That's right. Mainly because of the unique items that can only be obtained from bosses. Usually they have more impressive stats than other items of the same level, but there's another reason. Skill chests. Unlike regular monsters, bosses in Leisei have a very small chance of leaving behind a skill chest. Inside, there can be skills ranging from intermediate to the highest level." Continuing his story, Kang Jin-ho explained that the chances of obtaining a skill chest other than through leveling up are very low, so high-level skill chests that can be looted from bosses are extremely valuable. Also, after hearing this from Kang Jin-ho, he added, "But that's not all, there's something even more interesting. A skill card that drops in only a single copy, and it contains one of the boss's skills." Carpe exclaimed in surprise, "What? Wait a minute," he said after a moment's thought. "So does that mean that among the skills in the fragment, there was one that could simply be obtained?" Carpe asked. Spreading his arms, Carpe exclaimed, "That can't be!" And this is despite the fact that there are no restrictions for players, unlike with unique boss skills, and you can even obtain a 9-star skill. After listening to Kim Cheon-hoon's surprise, Carpe said confidently, "Exactly," to which he replied, "That's just madness. I hope I don't get the mantis fist." Glancing at his inventory, Carp said, "All right, let's see what else is there." After reviewing the options for the permafrost core, Carpe remarked, an aura of incredible power. What does that mean? After examining the crystal and seeing the notification, Trap activated, Kaiser's Shadow Lord seal activated. Carpe, now one of the 4 calamities, exclaimed in fear, Trap, who's watching me? Feeling intense fear, Carpe clutched his head and cried out, Bro, what should I do? What should I do in this situation? Hearing this, Carpe added, Wait, but why me? What do you want from me, Lord of the Shadows? Continuing to cry out in fear due to the seal's activation, Carpe shouted, Let it be, whatever happens. At that very moment, receiving the notification, unlock activated, curse removed, Carpe exhaled with relief and said, That was close. After that, Kang Jin-ho added, And what's wrong with this coffin? How can you even play if the Lord of Shadows himself has laid claim to you? Standing up, Carpe said, Alright, calm down. It's time to look at the final reward. Skill card, open. Opening the card and seeing the notification that he had obtained the 9-star skill, Permafrost, Carpe joyfully exclaimed, It can't be! Did it really work? Hooray! Seeing the awesome reward, Kang Jin-ho said, What a great catch. This is already your second 9-star skill after the ancient horror puppet technique. Don't spare any points. Pour everything into it. Following the advice and leveling up the new skill, Kim Jong-hoon said happily, Just look how my character window is shining. Still rejoicing, Carpe added, Let's hold on to the rest of the points for now. I think we should max out all the more or less useful skills, bro. The next moment, Carpe added, Watching how Mirage fought, I realized that even the simplest skills can be used wisely. Hearing this, he replied, That's a good idea. Even low-level skills, when maxed out, can deal decent damage. Finishing the topic of leveling up, Carp reached into his pocket and thought, By the way, I still have that chest with the skill I got at level 35. I'll probably open it. Before Carpe could carry out his plan, he heard Eltair's shouts nearby. Descendant, are you alright? Upon reaching Carpe and the others, Croze added, A horde of monsters retreated for some unknown reason. We left our defenses at the fence and rushed over here. Could he have escaped? Hearing the question from her subjects, Mirage pointed at Carpe and said, No, we destroyed him with the help of the air. Immediately after hearing this news, clapping her hands, Eltair exclaimed, This is no time to relax, Cyrus Cross. We must celebrate this day properly. Let's throw a party. Hearing the order from their leader, the elves began to cheer joyfully. Long live the queen. Long live the new king of mages. Sighing with relief and following the others to the celebration, Carp thought, Well, I'll have to put it off. I'll open the rest of the skill chest next time.